Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had 15 Vigilante Siblings? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Not all men are created equal. Izuku Midoriya learned that when he was only 4. He was 4, nearly 5, when a quick doctor's appointment told them what they needed to know. Izuku would not have a quirk like his parents, it would have appeared already. Nor would he have a strong wild card quirk, it would have already manifested. The doctor asked more questions, and Izuku was happy to answer them, though he didn't really listen to the conversation between the doctor and his mom. The model skeleton in the room was much more interesting to poke at. At 4 almost 5, Izuku was excited at the prospect of having a smartness quirk like his mama said he had. Analysis was a pretty cool name. And it was like his grandma's quirk. Izuku had never met his grandma, since she had died before he was born, but he liked that he was like her. But children can be cruel, another lesson learned far too young for him. Preschoolers were not known for their understanding of nuance. No amount of protests, "Mama says I have a quirk, I just can't show you, 'cause it's in my brain. Kaken, please listen," deterred his classmates. None of it dissuaded his friends from turning against him, parroting what they had heard their parents say. It didn't stop the teachers from believing the rumors that he may not have a quirk at all. Izuku was 4 when he learned how the world treated those seen as weak. He carried the lesson with him as his mother cried, apologizing and crushing his dreams in one fell swoop. When she told him it would be nearly impossible for him to be a hero without a strong quirk. He held it in his mind when Kaken became a bully instead of a friend. He would still be an amazing hero, even if he beat down the little Deku near the playground slide. Izuku thought only villains did that. He came home that day with starburst burns and purple bruises. There weren't many tears, an odd thing for him. Kaken had tried to bully another kid, and Izuku stopped him. He didn't regret it. Not even when he was pushed to the ground and kicked when he was down. Not when Tsubasa had whacked him with his wings. Not even when Kaken dragged him to his feet to blast his arms with firecracker pops. Not when he had saved someone for once. That was all he needed. The one thing he did regret was letting his mom see him like that. The instant he walked into the kitchen, she was on him, fussing and demanding to know what had happened. Only then did he cry, nestled in her arms on the floor. He didn't cry because of the pain. No, he cried because of who had caused it. "Oh baby, what happened?" Inko murmured softly as she held him tight. He told her everything. Kaken and his bullying, everyone ignoring him, and even the negligent teachers. He told her how he always hid the bruises and burns to stop her from worrying. How her words had hurt him even more than the fire on his skin had. His mom treated his burns and bruises while he spoke. They weren't too bad, since Kaken's explosions weren't very powerful yet. Izuku could tell she was mad though. Not at him, but at the school. The Bakugas too, even if Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru were her friends. At least that's what he hoped. "Izuku, you know this isn't all right, don't you?" He nodded mutely, knowing she was referring to Kaken's burns. She sighed, and gently ran her fingers through his fluffy hair. "You were so brave, Izuku. Even if you aren't strong like Katsuki, you still stood up to him. I'm so proud of you, my baby boy, but you still got hurt." Softer than a mouse, Izuku finally spoke up. "I want to be a hero, Mama. Heroes save people." "I know, baby, but they get hurt a lot. You don't have a quirk that can stop that." "But I'm smart," he insisted. "Smart can stop the hurt from happening in the first place." I guess that's true, Izuku, but it's still dangerous. Let's focus on getting these burns treated for now, okay?" "All right, Mama." He didn't go to school the next day, or the day after that, since his burns were still healing. The bruises didn't hurt too much after 2 days, but the burns itched a lot. On his second day home from school, Izuku heard his mom talking quietly to someone over the phone. He got close enough to know it was his dad, Hisashi, before Mama caught him. He scampered from the room with many questions. Izuku may not remember his dad well, but he called every week or so to talk to them, so he knew a little bit. He knew that his dad was across an ocean for work. He mostly knew what his dad looked like, even if Mama said the pictures on their wall weren't very accurate anymore, since they were all from before Izuku. He also knew his mom missed his dad a lot. It was that night that Mama told him the news. He was being moved to a different school, and his dad was coming back. Coming home. Izuku didn't know what it meant for them, but he was equal parts excited and nervous. He asked question after question over dinner that night. Mama answered all of them with a smile and a laugh. Dad coming home was odd. They both went to pick him up at the airport, even though Izuku didn't really know what he looked like now. Not until he came out of the exit gate and near instantly ran over to swoop Mama off her feet to twirl her around. She was laughing, and that alone made Izuku like the man he didn't remember. His dad was tall, but nothing compared to All Might. He had black hair that was curly like Izuku's, and freckles too. His eyes, filled with happiness as he stared at Inko, were yellow like a fire. Flecks of black like ash too. He looked kind. When he finally put Mama down, smiling just like Izuku did when he was happy, he knelt down to be at eye level with the 4-year-old. He carefully, almost gingerly, held out his hand. Izuku took it in his own tiny hand, fingers only able to wrap around 2 or 3 of his dad's fingers. "Hey there, buddy. I know you don't remember me much," he said softly, "but I'm staying from now on. Okay? No leaving ever again. Ever. Never ever," Hisashi laughed. It was deep and loud, but happy. "As long as your mom can handle my terrible cooking skills being back in the house." Izuku giggled and knew his mama was too. She was an amazing cook, but she had told him stories. His favorite was when Dad lit a kitchen towel on fire when he tried to use his quirk to boil water faster. Mama said he hadn't done that since they were in college, but still. It was funny. Izuku was grateful Mama had already started teaching him how to cook, and that so far nothing had been set ablaze. "Come on then, you two," Mama laughed, rolling her eyes. "Let's get home." Time passed. Days then weeks, eventually a month then 2. Having Dad back was nice, but weird. The house was livelier, and there was more laughing and giggling than ever. Certainly more fire. He caught a cold a few days after coming home, probably from the airport, Mama said, and Izuku watched as he sneezed out sparks and embers. It was cool. Dad stayed near the fireplace though, just in case. Going to a new school was even weirder. He didn't know anyone, but they didn't know him either. No one called him Deku, only Midoriya. The teachers were nice and didn't treat him differently because he didn't have a flashy quirk. All in all, he liked his new school. Even if he was only going to be there a few weeks before going to kindergarten. Kaken wasn't there, but he was starting to realize the blonde hadn't been his friend, not really. Friends didn't turn against you for something you couldn't control. The break between school years was short, but it was fun. Izuku's whole family even went on a trip to the beach. He got to bury his dad in sand and chase seagulls. Everything a little kid would want to do in a day. They even had a picnic there. The sunset was really pretty, in Izuku's opinion. He got to watch Dad splash Mama in the waves. They were laughing, Izuku giggling right alongside them in the ocean. Dad made Mama happy. It made Izuku happy too. Izuku came to the conclusion that defending someone else that day was the best decision he had ever made. Even if he originally got hurt, everything good had happened because of it. He switched schools, stopped getting bullied, and got his dad back. His mom was smiling again. For once, everything was looking like it was going to be okay. None of them were going to be left alone again. Not if Izuku could help it. Never again. No one left behind. Kindergarten was not much different than preschool if Izuku was being honest. More homework and no nap time, but that was about it. There were different kids too. He started getting picked on again because they had to share their quirks. Not that every person in that class had a useful quirk, or had even gotten one yet, but they saw him as a target anyway. At least he never went home with burns or bruises at this school. But he wasn't the only one this time. There was another kid in the school, not in his class though, that got picked on too. Well, more ignored than bullied from what Izuku saw. He always sat beneath the same tree at recess and ate lunch out of the same worn-out lunchbox. No one ever sat near him, sort of like they did with Izuku. Izuku overheard that his name was Shinso. He had lavender hair and eyes to match, just like Izuku did. Well, his were green, but they were still alike. Which was why Izuku was determined to be his friend. Outcasts had to stick together. No one should be left by themselves. Besides, Shinso looked sad always sitting by himself. But Izuku couldn't work up the nerve to do it. What if he turned out like Kaken? What if he teased Izuku for not having a strong quirk, just like everyone else did? So he hesitated and kept his distance. Izuku glanced at the tree at least once every recess, just to see if anything was different, but it never was. Shinso stayed in the same place and stuck to the same silence every day. For the time being, Izuku was content to watch. He wasn't being pushed around like a punching bag, so why change what wasn't broken? Looking back, Izuku regretted waiting to meet his brother. Nothing changed until a recess in the 3rd month of school. Izuku grabbed his lunch and went outside like any other school day. He glanced over to the tree and saw Shinso already there, just like he always was. The other kids avoided the two of them, but that hasn't changed since the first week. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Izuku ate the lunch his mom had lovingly made him. It had bunny rice ball. Everything his mom made was delicious, in his humble little opinion. Then he heard the yelling. Izuku immediately froze. It sounded like Kaken and his buddies. Their jeers and insults that they threw around nearly every day. Almost always aimed at the little, useless Deku that went home with hidden bruises those days. Izuku shook himself out of his daze. He wasn't at his old school, Kaken wasn't here. No more popping firecrackers or wings to hit him. There was still yelling, but not at him. It wasn't at him. The realization hit the 5-year-old in the form of him whipping around to face the tree he glanced at every day. There were now 4 people under the tree that hadn't had more than one for most of the year. 3 kids were surrounding Shinso, all of them obviously older than kindergarten. The one in the middle was doing the yelling. Shinso had his back pressed against tree. He looked scared. Izuku's feet were moving before he could think. He raced up to the tree, catching himself when he stumbled. The bullies took no notice of him, but Shinso did. His wide eyes landing on the green-haired kid Isunyi towards the bully yelling at him. Izuku dove under the middle kid's arm. The other 2 let out squawks of surprise at the sudden appearance of the tiny kid. Shinso didn't move, didn't say a word, but his expression was enough to cement Izuku's determination. He put himself between the bullies and Shinso, just like he had done with Kaken. But this time he wasn't going to lose. He wasn't going to go home with burns like last time. He couldn't lose any friends this time. After all, you can't lose what you don't have. Who are you, you brat? The middle one bellowed. Izuku saw his fingernails shift into something sharper. Metal maybe. Izuku didn't say anything. Only put his fists up in a guard his dad had taught him. The 3 in front of him tensed. Kugi, maybe we should leave, one of his lackeys urged, glancing around now. They didn't know Izuku, so they didn't know how dangerous he was. Why yeah, the other one stuttered. We don't know his teacher. The middle bully, Kugi apparently, scoffed. Not taking his eyes off Izuku. No way. These brats need to be taught a lesson. Izuku didn't move even as memories rose. Memories of Kaken saying the same thing. He wasn't going to let someone get hurt like that again. Not like he had. I'll leave him alone. Izuku stuttered but stayed put. It speaks. I'll give you one chance, kid. Oof. The brainwasher deserves it. Izuku blinked, but didn't budge. Brainwasher? Was that Shinso's quirk? If it was, it sounded like a cool one. One of the other kids glanced back and turned to Kugi in a panic. A teacher's coming out. Ugh, they're not worth getting in trouble for, Kugi growled before turning and walking off. His lackeys at his heels. Izuku let out the breath he had been holding and put his fists down. No one had gotten hurt. He turned towards Shinso, seeing the boy on the ground with his back to the tree. Are you okay? Izuku asked quietly, sitting on the ground near Shinso. He got a nod in response. Izuku grinned at Shinso, hoping it would help him feel better. Why did Shinso's voice cracked? It was hoarse and croaky, especially for a 5-year-old. Why did you do that? Because it's what a hero would do, Izuku said confidently. And I want to be a hero, so I have to act like one. Heard things. You're picked on too. Well yeah. Izuku pulled a piece of grass to distract himself, but kept talking. But I still want to be a hero. Bullies can't tell me what to do, that's what Mama says. But they hurt. I know. Why were they picking on you? It's okay if you don't want to tell me though. Shinso stared at the ground for a minute, thinking about whether to share or not. Quirk. Brainwashing. Izuku perked up a bit. So his quirk really was brainwashing? That was so cool. And interesting. It would be good for hero work. Bad guys would just turn themselves in. Not to mention hostage situations and held-up robberies. His quirk could make it so the villains get taken in and no civilians get hurt. Then there's the fact that it would be really useful for underground work, especially if he had a capture weapon like Eraserhead. Or a voice changer. If his quirk even worked through a speaker. If it did that mean he could brainwash people from outside a room? Did he have to see the person? Did it have a range? Could he? You have analysis quirk? Shinso asked. He said that out loud, didn't I? Shinso nodded, but looked amused. Definitely better than him being creeped out like some of the other kids were at Izuku's muttering. He couldn't help it. There were just so many thoughts that they didn't all want to stay inside his head. You don't think my quirk is bad? No. Izuku shook his head violently. Shinso seemed a bit worried, but he stopped after a second. Your quirk could be really useful. You could wait, you already heard me muttering. Everything I said during that then. No lie. Nope. Do you want to be a hero, Shinso? Yes, he whispered. Like Eraserhead. I love Eraserhead. Even though he's a new hero, he's still a really good one. Underground heroes are hard to track since they don't like media, but my mama found the video of his third-year sports festival. He's really cool and even fought against Present Mike and won. She told me he did that his second year too, but couldn't find a tape of it. All Might's my favorite, but Eraserhead is my second favorite, and then it's Present Mike. Izuku babbled on for a while. Shinso listened the whole time, slowly uncurling from his shell. He didn't speak much, but that was okay. Izuku could talk enough for the both of them. The topic of heroes turned to questions about favorite activities, and then what subject was their favorite. Most of it was just Izuku asking yes or no questions, but Shinso slowly started to talk more. Recess had to come to an end though. Izuku was happy that he had gotten to talk to someone during it, and that his fears were proven wrong. Shinso was the farthest from Kaken as anyone could be. He was quiet and reminded Izuku of dark colors, while Kaken was loud and bright in everything he did. The two boys parted with a wave and promised to see each other tomorrow. Hitoshi really didn't want to go home today, if he could even call it that. Foster homes never kept him for long. Not after learning his quirk. One way or another, he was always forced to leave. Most of the time it was when kids blamed him for things they did, or adults kicking him out when he asked a question. He wasn't allowed to talk in his foster homes, and never ever any questions. It was similar at school, but at least there no one asked him anything in the first place. He still had to change schools because a kid said he controlled them at his last one. It had been going great so far. No one talked to him, so they couldn't blame him for anything. The teachers didn't call on him, but that was okay. He didn't really like answering what 2 plus 2 was anyway. Then some of the older kids decided to pick on him. He couldn't do anything. Fighting back meant he was kicked out. The teachers would never believe a kindergartner over a third grader. Telling them to stop or outright controlling them had the same result. So he stayed near his tree and prepared to go home with bruises. Not like anyone would care anyway. But then someone appeared. He knew the kid's name was Midoriya, and that he got picked on too. All for having a weak quirk. The opposite problem as Hitoshi's. Yet, he still appeared, ducking under the bully's arm and putting himself between them and Hitoshi. They had never met, being in different classrooms. Only knowing the other's name from whispers in the hallways. But he was still here, looking like some sort of small guardian angel. His green hair looked enough like a halo to be won. The bullies left, and Midoriya stayed. They talked for a while after that. Well, Midoriya talked and Shinso nodded or shook his head. It was honestly the best thing that had happened to him in a while. Someone was actually talking to him, and they knew his quirk. He was mildly confused, but happy. It's also why he didn't want to go home. There was no Midoriya to defend him from bullies there. He trudged back all the same. The house wasn't expensive or well kept. He's never seen a live plant in the yard, which is almost always littered with some sort of toys. Inside isn't much better. The walls are faded and stained in some places. The floor dented and scratched beyond repair. Every piece of furniture doesn't match the other. Hitoshi thought it fit well with the people who lived in it. His foster parents weren't the worst ones he's had though. They make him do chores and stay quiet, but that was it for once. It's the other foster kids that are the problem. 3 of them, 2 of which seem to exist only to make his life worse. The third is younger than him and can't cause much trouble other than running around and making a mess like toddlers usually do. He managed to sneak in unnoticed. Maybe he got back before the other 2 this time? Either way, he retreated to his room as fast as his little legs can go without making a sound. He shared the room with the youngest, who plays downstairs most of the time. With the door shut, he let himself relax. One less bad thing for today. He put his bag down and flopped onto his bed, his hand brushing the photos inside his pillowcase. There were only 2, but they were important to him. One of his favorite hero, Eraserhead, and the other of his mom and dad. He doesn't remember them much, since they died when he was 3. "Someone help me today, Mama," he whispered into his pillow. It was the only time he could talk without repercussions. Photos can't tell on you, after all. His name's Midoriya. He stood up to bad people for me. You and Papa would like him, he's nice. Mrs. Toko no talk to me today, but it's okay. Midoriya talks to me. He has brain quirk, like me, but it makes him smart instead. Hitoshi smiled at no one. Something he hadn't done for a long while. He thinks I can be a hero. Like Eraserhead. I think I want to save people so they don't lose their mommies and daddies like me. Can I, Mama, Papa? Hitoshi heard the front door open. He would be called down to do chores soon. The picture stayed safely hidden in his pillowcase. For just a moment he stayed where he was. Thinking back on the day. I think I have a new favorite hero, Mama. He's even cooler than Eraserhead. Maybe he'll be the one that saves me. Izuku actually enjoys school now. He was eager to leave the house just to get there early and wait for his friend. That was something he wasn't entirely used to yet, having an actual friend. One that didn't pick on him and call him useless. Shinso might be really quiet, but that was okay. Izuku could tell he was listening, even if he didn't say anything. It was nice to have someone who listened for once. Mama and Dad didn't count. They met under the same tree every day at recess. Izuku discovered Shinsu's favorite animal was a cat, and that he always stopped to pet the strays on his way home. He also learned his first name was Hitoshi. Izuku asked if he could call him Toshi. Shinso blinked at him with wide eyes before nodding, and very quietly asking if he could call him Zu. Izuku's smile rivaled the brightness of the sun. It didn't budge for the rest of the day. That's how it went for a week, then a month, then 3 months. They were content with their time under the tree. Kids didn't pick on them often, not since they became friends. Whispers followed the 2 kindergartners down hallways, though that wasn't unusual. People say to leave them alone for fear of the others seeking revenge. Izuku had proven to be a fierce fighter despite being so small. His dad had taught him well, and every new move he showed Izuku was practiced until it was perfect. Izuku briefly wondered how his dad knew how to fight so good. He just shrugged and kept working. He'd probably just taken a lot of classes, since Dad couldn't sit still for long just like Izuku. School ended for the time being as winter break started. There wasn't much snow on the ground, but there was enough for Izuku and his dad to have a mini snowball fight. Mama watched from the window of their apartment with a smile on her face. The 2 left for a nearby park after having lunch. To get out their energy before it got too cold again, Dad said. Mama stayed to clean up the house and get some of her paperwork done. Izuku thinks that what she was doing anyway. Most things lawyers did was confusing to the 5-year-old. Izuku gleefully ran almost the entire way, doubling back to check on his dad every once in a while. Hisashi laughed each time, making sure to at least keep Izuku in his sight. It reminded him of an overexcited puppy. Once actually at the park, Izuku dragged his dad off to go exploring with him. Sure, he had been to this forest before, but not in winter. Not when all the trees were bare and snow dusted everything. A few of the bushes still had leaves, but most of them were twigs. It was beautiful. Mystical. Absolutely perfect for an adventure. Izuku decided they were on a mission. 2 knights that were searching for an enchanted item to melt the forest that had been frozen for forever now. Braving snow and wind, all for the glory of their queen. They were looking for a pretty rock to bring back to Inko. He told his dad as much, and Dad immediately fell into character. He grabbed a stick to act as a sword. Izuku giggled and did the same thing. They ventured into the woods, swords held high and shoes crunching on the frozen ground. It was everything Izuku had hoped he'd do with his dad. And now, as the knights creep through the frozen forest, still searching for the magic item to melt the ice, Dad narrated, creeping exaggeratedly over the snow. A bush rustled, one that still had leaves. It was probably a rabbit. And as they travel, they come upon a fearsome beast. Sword up, little knight. Izuku giggled quietly and held up his stick. Closer he crept, his dad in front of him. Slowly, Dad moved away the leaves, expecting a rabbit to leap out the other end and run away. Instead, he froze. Izuku tilted his head and moved closer. His dad didn't stop him. He was hoping to see a rabbit, maybe a nest of them had made Dad stop. That would have been cool. But that's not what he saw. He saw something purple. Toshi! Dad didn't move as Izuku crept closer. He moved aside more of the leaves, and saw his friend laying under the snow-covered bush, curled into a ball and shivering so bad he might as well be in the middle of an earthquake. Hitoshi cracked open one eye when Izuku spoke, and opened his mouth. All that came out was a small whine. It seemed to snap his dad back to reality, at least. He dove forward and scooped up Izuku's friend. Izuku watched as he unzipped his jacket and wrapped it around Hitoshi, then held Toshi close to his chest. He looked panicked. Izuku had never seen that look on his dad. "Okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay," he repeated quietly. "We'll get you somewhere warm, buddy, alright? Izuku, come on, we have to hurry. Get on my back and hang on tight." Izuku nodded and set his jaw in determination. As much as a 5-year-old could at least. His dad knelt down, letting Izuku clamber on and wrap his little arms around his neck. Once he was back on his feet, Dad started outright sprinting back through the forest. Izuku clung on for dear life. Questions swirled around the boy's head. Why was Toshi out here? Why was he under a bush? Would he be okay? Why didn't he have a jacket on? Where were they going? Was Toshi going to be okay? Izuku didn't make a peep as his dad ran. People gave them weird looks on the streets, but he didn't care. He just wanted his friend to be okay. He did eventually realize they were running back home. For a moment Izuku wondered why they weren't going to a doctor, but let it go. His dad was smart, he always had a reason for things. Well, almost always. This seemed like something he would have a plan for though. Izuku bounced up and down as his dad took the stairs 2 at a time. He heard neighbors yelling behind them, but his dad didn't seem to hear. Hitoshi still hadn't made a sound. The 3 flew inside the apartment, door slamming against the wall. It probably startled Mama. "Ainko, we have a problem," Dad hollered, crouching to let Izuku slide onto the floor. Hitoshi was still being held close. Mama came running from the kitchen, questions already on her tongue. She took one look at Izuku, and then to Hitoshi, before rushing off somewhere. Dad took Toshi and set him on the couch, still wrapped in his winter coat. "Izuku, can you grab me some more blankets? We need to keep your friend warm." "Okay, Dad." Izuku quickly pattered off to get more blankets from the hall closet. He remembered Mama saying something about the warmer ones being in there. Dad obviously didn't expect him to come back with a mountain of blankets as big as him. When he could finally see again, Izuku saw that Hitoshi was asleep. He was curled into a ball in a cocoon of blankets that were on Dad's lap. The 2 were on the floor in front of the fireplace, which was on. Mama, done arranging the blankets, went off to the kitchen for something. Izuku carefully sat himself by his friend's side, leaning his head against his dad's arm. "Is he gonna be okay?" Izuku asked quietly. "We'll see, bud. He was really cold, so we have to warm him up. Your mama and I think he might have hypothermia. When someone is too cold, right?" "Yeah." Do you know why he was out there, Izuku? Izuku shook his head, gently patting Hitoshi's head. Mama came back in a minute later carrying 3 mugs of hot chocolate. Izuku said thank you, he had been taught manners, thank you very much, and blew on it. There were just enough whipped cream and sprinkles on it. Too many in his dad's opinion, but he loved it. Dad had a mug too, and Mama took the 3rd. Izuku spotted an empty 4th mug sitting on the counter. All they could do was wait for Hitoshi to wake up. It drove Izuku up a wall, not knowing if Toshi was going to be okay or not. But he trusted his parents. They thought he was going to wake up soon, so he had to stay calm. He had to be patient. For Toshi. For his new brother. Izuku didn't move from Hitoshi's side even once while he slept. Mama and Dad asked what he knew about Hitoshi's house, which wasn't much. He knew Toshi was in the foster system and his foster siblings weren't the nicest, but that was it. He wished he knew more. Hitoshi woke up a couple hours later. Izuku blinked at him as his friend groggily sat up. He called for his parents and made sure Hitoshi knew he was there for him. Toshi leaned into Izuku, though he was still in the middle of empty blankets. Izuku's parents were there almost instantly. One helped unwrap a few layers from Hitoshi, while the other went to get hot chocolate. Izuku waited until they were both back to ask his friend anything. You okay now, Toshi? His friend nodded, eyeing Izuku's parents. He had met them before, but Izuku knew he was wary of adults. He also didn't like sharing his quirk. You can talk to them, Izuku whispered so only Hitoshi could hear. They won't hurt you, I pinky promise. Hitoshi glanced over at Izuku's parents again, before nodding. Izuku smiled, and sent a thumbs up to his parents. Hey there little guy, you feeling better now? Dad said, kneeling on the floor. Hitoshi nodded again. That's good. Do you know why you were out in the park? He hesitated, but Izuku nudged him to tell him it was okay. Hitoshi started speaking, though it was almost too quiet to hear. Foster brother was being mean, T told to stop. T talked in H house. And not allowed to. She said me out outside. Said door was locked. No let me in. The living room was quiet as Hitoshi finished talking. Izuku wrapped him in a tight hug, doing what he did best to comfort his friend. The two of them missed the looks of fiery anger and cold calculation sent between the two adults. Shinso, sweetie, does this happen a lot? Mama asked. Not a much. Only when talk. They don't let you speak in the house? Izuku hugged his friend tighter. Hitoshi burrowed deeper into the blankets, but squeaked out a yes. When Izuku looked up, he blinked in confusion. He had never seen his mom angry. When he saw her glaring at the ground, with a mini tornado of small objects spinning around her, to say he was surprised would be an understatement. Even his dad was leaning away from her, and he was the one that could breathe fire. Mama? Izuku drew her attention. The dangerous mobile of objects slowly went back to their places. Can we keep him? Can we keep him? Yeah. Izuku chirped, still hugging Hitoshi. I'm not gonna let him go back. Can he stay here? Please, please. Izuku, he's not a stray cat, Dad said, though it sounded like he was trying not to laugh. But I don't want him to leave. Can we please keep him? Izuku turned on his puppy eyes. He knew his parents were weak to it. He was 5, and had learned how to weaponize his cuteness by now. Toshi wasn't going anywhere if he could help it. Well, he's not going back, Mama started hesitantly, the anger gone now. But we know how bad the foster system can be, Dad said softly. It was the meekest Izuku had ever heard him, especially to those with dangerous quirks. So, can Toshi stay? The small matching grins were all the confirmation he needed. Izuku smiled so bright the room might as well have had a new star in it. Before he knew it, Hitoshi was wiggling out of the blankets and was clinging to Izuku. He heard his parents laughing behind the two of them. You two will have to share a room though. Izuku just giggled. He would gladly share a room if it meant Toshi could stay. Shinso slept in Izuku's bed until they could get him his own. Neither seemed upset by this arrangement, and if anything the two of them slept better than before. Shinso almost fit into Izuku's clothes too, so he had nice pajamas too. Sleep in. The next morning was odd for all of them, but it was strangely nice. Izuku and Shinso stumbled into the kitchen, both with one arm draped over the other person. Inko sipped her coffee with a small grin. Her husband was still asleep, but that wasn't unusual for a weekend. He would wake up once he smelled the coffee. That or the two boys would go jump on the bed until he got up. Inko helped get the two kindergartners a bowl of cereal before they spilled the milk. She went ahead and poured one for Hisashi, since she could hear him coming down the hall. He slumped over the kitchen table for a minute before beginning to drink his coffee. He had stayed up late again, which was why he had slept in. "How do you two feel about going to the store today?" she asked cheerfully. Store. I want to go." Izuku cheered. He had always taken after her early bird tendencies. "Toshi getting clothes?" "Yes, we're going to get Shinso some new clothes and look at beds for him. We'll leave as soon as you two get dressed." Izuku practically buzzed out of his seat and raced off to his room. Shinso followed, albeit slower. Poor thing looked like he never slept. Could be insomnia, she mused. Though it didn't usually show up in children so young, it was still a possibility. Maybe this was the kid that took after Hisashi more than her. The thought made her smile again. They left a few minutes later, once Inko made sure the clothes Shinso would be wearing weren't too big. Hisashi was staying to work on getting an engineering job in the city, or at least nearby. She was already a lawyer, but having the extra income would be good for their family. Maybe they could finally move to an actual house, especially now that they had Shinso. A yard would be nice for them too. Though maybe not the same neighborhood as the Bakugas. The trip to the store was uneventful. Inko was honestly a bit surprised at how well-behaved the two were being. They both held one of her hands as they walked in through the automatic doors. Once inside, she let them walk within her eyesight though. Their first stop was to get sheets for Shinsu's new bed, which would be the same size as Izuku's, and then decorations. He needed at least a few things to make his side of the room his own. She was just lucky Izuku didn't have enough hero merchandise to make it too hard yet. Maybe a poster of a hero would be good? Izuku pulled the two of them to look at something every few minutes. Shinso followed after him closely, which Inko found adorable. He didn't pull her to look at anything himself, but he always seemed interested in what Izuku spotted. That ranged from books to an interesting plastic plant. They did eventually reach where they needed to be. Inko let them wander the aisle while she watched. She wondered what color Shinso liked. A tug on her shirt brought her attention to her son. "The green one." "Mama, can Toshi get space sheets?" "Sure, sweetie. Did he find one he likes?" "Aha." Izuku grabbed her arm and pulled her down the aisle. "Come on. Wanna show you." Inko chuckled and let herself be tugged to where Shinso was standing. A set of purple and blue sheets were cradles in his little arms. They looked like they were galaxy print, which Inko found fitting considering his hair and eyes were purple. It was a decent price too. "Is that the one you want?" Shinso nodded, holding the package out to her. She put it in their cart and led the two of them to the decoration aisles. Izuku almost immediately raced over to the All Might section, just as she expected. Shinso followed, actually smiling. Inko almost wanted to take out her phone and snap a picture. Whoever had hurt this adorable little boy would have hell to pay. She wasn't well known in her field for nothing. Inko grabbed a few things from the shelves and stuck them in the cart. The boys were excitedly chattering, mostly Izuku, about the different hero merchandise they saw. They made a stop in the toy aisles, where Inko discreetly snuck in matching stuffed All Might and Sir Night Eye stuffies. The boys didn't ask for many toys anyway, though Izuku took the liberty of pointing out ones Shinso wanted to her. A few were promptly put into their cart. Last on their list were the groceries. Izuku always loved to help pick out what they got, and it turned into a game between him and Shinso. Whoever could find the most things on Inko's list won. It was amusing to watch. Around an hour later and they were finally checking out. The two boys dutifully placed things on the checkout belt, even if they couldn't reach sometimes. Inko made sure to get to the toys and things before they did though. Soon enough they were carrying the bags out to the car. Izuku and Shinso both insisted on carrying a bag. Inko snapped a picture of them and sent it to Hisashi. Shinsu's bed would arrive in a few days. For now they shared Izuku's, which neither seemed to mind. It was adorable really. Inko found herself quickly growing attached to the little boy that had crashed into their lives. She had always wanted more kids, Hisashi did too, so Shinso was like a blessing to them. Inko had no clue how many kids she was going to end up with a few years down the road, mostly due to Izuku. The rest of the day was spent watching movies and drinking hot chocolate. Shinso was enamored with the concept of marshmallows. Inko made a mental note to get more at the store, since they'd be out at this rate. Hisashi got back a while later. The interview had gone well, and now he just needed to wait to hear back from the company. He gasped when he saw the kids watching Disney movies and raced off to change into comfy clothes. Inko walked back in 5 minutes later to see him curled on the couch under a blanket with one kid on each side. She snapped another picture and joined in too. Shinsu's favorite turned out to be the Hunchback of Notre Dame. The two boys jumped around singing the songs and hid under the blanket with Hisashi at the scary parts. Inko watched it all with a fond smile. These were her boys, she decided, all 3 of them. She would protect them. And in that moment, Inko Midoriya couldn't have been happier with her little family. Inko was on a warpath. Hisashi didn't know whether to be scared or cheer her on. Probably the latter. He had pom-poms somewhere, maybe he could use those. His wife had gathered enough evidence against Shinsu's foster parents to fill a thick folder, and enough on all the ones before that to fill an entire binder. He didn't know how she did it, and he might not want to. She had her ways, some of which might be slightly less legal than others. His wife was a badass. Hisashi loved her so much. Shinso had been living with them for a few days, and he already adored the kid. Hisashi absolutely loved kids. When he was little he had dreamed of having a big family, and that hadn't really changed much. Shinso was also the cutest little thing with his fluffy lilac hair and quiet voice that was slowly becoming louder. Izuku loved his new brother. It made Hisashi feel all fuzzy when he saw the two of them playing. Shinsu's favorite hero was an underground one called Eraserhead. Hisashi felt a bit bad he couldn't get Shinso any merchandise of his favorite hero, since none really existed. He had looked a lot. The most that had popped up were forum threads on a person that people saw leaping over rooftops and liked to debate if they were a cryptid. Those were funny, but not what he needed. There might also be a package arriving next week from an artist who commissioned custom print clothes and plushies, but that was unrelated. Completely unconnected in any way. Not like Hisashi had bought his 2 boys matching Eraserhead pajamas and stuffed toys. Nope, not him. Never. It's not like Inko would be mad anyway. He had seen her looking at the same thing. The winter break would end soon, which meant the last semester of kindergarten for the boys. Not much would change for them actually. Shinsu's foster parents couldn't legally do anything once Inko opened the case. As soon as she did they were, in the simplest wording possible, absolutely screwed. Speaking of opening the case, he had to watch the boys so Inko could go to a meeting with her boss about it. Not that it was hard to watch them. The two were absolute angels. Maybe he could bake some cookies with them? How bad could that turn out? Bad was apparently the answer. The boys had been all for making cookies. Hisashi, however, had not foreseen the absolute mess the 3 of them would make in the kitchen. He thought he could handle cookies. They were simple. The last time he had made them nothing went wrong. Adding 2 little kids to the mix apparently tripled the chance for having to spend an hour cleaning the kitchen. At least they helped a bit. The kitchen was thankfully clean by the time the cookies were done. They were set on the stove to cool while Hisashi rinsed off the 2 boys. They had gotten coated in flour, and Hitoshi had somehow gotten chocolate chips in his hair. Hisashi also found a marshmallow in there? They hadn't even been using those to bake? Both kids were bouncing up and down while waiting for Hisashi to get them a cookie. The man chuckled, handing them one each. He was honestly impressed with how fast they disappeared. Inko returned home to a clean kitchen and slightly messy cookies. Hisashi was just glad nothing had to be scraped off the ceiling this time. Hitoshi decided he liked Zoo's family. His mom was nice to him, and his dad was funny. They even got to make cookies. His favorite food was marshmallows though. He had never had them before, but he loved them now. He got to sleep in Izuku's bed until his own got there. When Zoo's mom told him he was getting his own bed, he hadn't really believed her. Then they went shopping and he got to choose whatever sheets he wanted. Hitoshi even found ones that were made of space. Izuku's mom said she liked them too. She came back after they made cookies, which Hitoshi hadn't done before either. They were delicious. Then Zu's mom asked if she could talk with him, which confused Hitoshi. Speak with him? About what? He remembered that he hadn't told her about his quirk. It didn't help his nerves. Then she told him about the court case. He didn't know what it meant, but she explained it to him. His foster parents were getting in trouble for what they did, all of them. The bad ones, at least. All the people that had put a muzzle on him or didn't let him talk. Hitoshi didn't really know how to react. He was happy that no one else would have to go through what he did. He was happy that the bad people were going to get in trouble. But he was also worried. Where was he going to go? Would they be just as bad? Mrs. Midoriya probably couldn't stop every bad person in the world, and why would she? As soon as he was gone, she wouldn't be worrying about him. His train of thought was stopped when she pulled him into a hug. It was warm. Hitoshi realized the only people to hug him had been Midoriya's. He clung to the woman's shirt, only now realizing he was crying. It's okay, Shinso, it's okay. Why are you crying? Mrs. Midoriya said gently. Don't make me leave. Please don't make me leave. Didn't want to go. Oh sweetie, it's all right. I'm not making you leave, okay? Don't want to go. I don't want to leave Zu and Mr. Sure and you. Don't make me go. Shoo, it's okay. We're staying here and you are too, all right? None of us are going anywhere without each other. And no leave. I pinky promise, no leaving. We stick together, okay? No one left behind, you included. Hitoshi nodded, face still buried in Mrs. Midoriya's shirt. No one left behind. It had a nice ring to it. Mrs. Midoriya told him everything she was planning to do, even if he didn't understand most of it. There were names he recognized and words he knew. He understood. Something very well though. The Midoriyas wanted to adopt him. They wanted to keep him. A sinking pit opened in his stomach. They didn't know his quirk. The nice family didn't know he had a villain's quirk. They deserved to know. Might as well get it over with. And my quirk? It's dash. Oh, your quirk. Mrs. Midoriya laughed, surprising Hitoshi. You wouldn't believe how many times Izuku has told us about how amazing it is. For a while we thought there was a new hero, but then he told us it was his friend. He told me you wanted to be a hero too, right? Weiss, but dash. Sweetie, it's okay, she said kindly, kneeling on the floor again. A quirk isn't a villain's unless the person is one. Your quirk can be used for whatever you want it to. Hitoshi stood there in shock. He had never been told that by anyone but Zu. Definitely not by any adults. And oh, he was crying again. Maybe he really did belong in the Midoriya family. The thought made him smile. Inko was a tad bit overwhelmed. She had never thought that the foster and adoption process would involve so much homework. Then again, she also had the court paperwork and more research into Shinsu's past foster families to do. It was a lot. She had never been so thankful for Hisashi being so willing to play with the boys. They would go back to school soon, but until then they were home 24. She had put together a solid case. A thick binder was filled to the brim with charges and evidence against every horrible foster family Shinso had ever had. Inko would rather not go into the specifics of exactly how she had gotten all of this information. If the court asked, she did have legitimate methods that could explain it. Not to say those were the methods she used, but they were different methods nonetheless. What threw her for a loop was that the two of them had to attend classes. Only 3, but they were each 4 hours long. Their old babysitter was Mitsuki, which was no longer an option for obvious reason. That left, 2 people really. Their neighbors were a nice young man who constantly looked like he needed a nap and his roommate who was the personification of an exclamation point painted yellow. They had taken a liking to Izuku. Shinso too, the few times they had seen him. The blonde one, Yamada was his name, she remembered, had offered to babysit if she ever needed it. Hopefully they would still be okay with it. 1 trip down the hall later and they had a babysitter. 2 actually. The scruffy one, Aizawa, answered the door. His roommate had bounced up as soon as she mentioned the boys, readily agreeing to babysit once he learned it was on his day off. It took away Inko's mind. The babysitters arrived right on time when they needed to. The boys, excluding Hisashi, were playing heroes in the other room. They were playing as All Might and Eraserhead this time. Those were their favorites, so it was what they played as the most often. The boys will need lunch, but we should be back by dinner. They can play by themselves but might want you to join. The game is usually heroes or hide and seek. Feel free to use the TV. And as few marshmallows as you can for Shinso. Goodness knows if he's already gotten some today. Okay. Have a good time, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko left feeling like her boys were in good hands. Now they just had to get through these classes. Izuku liked their neighbors. Mr. Yamada was bright and happy, just like him. Mr. Aizawa was nice, even if he looked a bit grumpy. Hitoshi liked Mr. Aizawa because he was quieter. Him and Hitoshi were playing heroes when Mama and Dad left. They were rescuing their stuffed animals from villains. Izuku was All Might and Toshi was Eraserhead, their favorite heroes. He hoped Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa liked their costumes. The two came barreling down the hallway with all the grace of baby giraffes. They didn't trip this time though. Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa were sitting on the couch, but turned to look at the two boys when they came crashing in. Mr. Yamada made a wheezing sound. Izuku and Toshi immediately ran closer and looked over the back of the couch. Mr. Yamada, you okay? Izuku asked worriedly. I'm fine, listeners. Hisashi, stop, Mr. Aizawa grumbled, hiding his face in the big scarf they always saw him wearing. But they're, dressed as Eraserhead. You know Eraserhead? Toshi exclaimed. Izuku was proud. It was the first time he'd spoken to a stranger that wasn't a Midoriya. Yeah. He's a super cool hero, isn't he? That's favorite hero. Mr. Aizawa pulled his obscenely long scarf up to wrap around his whole face. Izuku was confused and mildly worried for the man, but dismissed it in favor of watching his new brother and Mr. Yamada talk about Eraserhead. And he jump like whoosh. And then fly. And then he kick the bad guy. Yes, he does, little listener. You know my favorite part about Eraserhead? Hisashi, Mr. Aizawa growled in a warning tone. Izuku looked at him curiously. What? I was going to say how he can take down villains with his scarf, Shoyuta. And didn't you hear? He jumped like whoosh, isn't that so cool, Sho? You like him too, right, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asked, tilting his head like a puppy. Mama said it made him more persuasive. Yeah, I like him too. Then Mr. Aizawa smirked. But you know who I like better? Who? Present Mike. Oh, Mike. He cool too. Hitoshi cheered. Zoo, my clothes. My clothes. Izuku gasped dramatically and raced back to their room with Toshi on his heels. The two adults looked between one another, very confused. The two ran in a minute later. Hitoshi still had on his Eraserhead costume, but Izuku wasn't All Might anymore. Now he was dressed as Present Mike, complete with the leather jacket, sunglasses, and speaker on his neck. Tada! The two chorused. Both Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa promptly fell off the couch, much to the utter confusion of the two. Kindergartners. Bye, boys. Be good for Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa. Mama yelled before closing the door. Izuku was happy their babysitters were coming back again. The last time they had played heroes a lot, which was really fun. Even if Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa kept sounding like dying cats whenever they saw him or Toshi in their hero costumes. Dad did the same thing sometimes, and he always said it was just because they were really cute, so Izuku figured their babysitters thought the same. Today, they were going to make cupcakes. Mr. Yamada really liked American food, and Mr. Aizawa apparently burned most things, so Mr. Yamada was helping them make treats. Izuku was so excited. Toshi kept asking if they could put marshmallows on them. When Mr. Yamada said yes, he lit up brighter than the sun. Mr. Aizawa asked if they could put jelly on them. Mr. Yamada stared at him disapprovingly. Izuku giggled and snuck a few more chocolate chips. Alrighty, little listeners. Next is the flour. How many? Toshi asked, holding the measuring cup. 3 many. Hitoshi poured in 3 cups of flour with a very serious face. Izuku carried over the milk from the fridge Mr. Yamada said to get. How much milk? Izuku scrambled up onto the chair stationed by the counter. We need 1 cup of milk, little listener. Mr. Yamada poured the milk, but Izuku put it in the bowl. They followed that pattern until the cupcakes were in the oven. The frosting was easy, even if Mr. Aizawa kept trying to put different stuff in it. Toshi was told marshmallows came after the frosting, and the two of them were given the job of keeping it safe from Mr. Aizawa. Their job was being taken very seriously. They decorated the cupcakes once they cooled. After Mr. Yamada explained why they had to wait, it was so the frosting didn't melt. Izuku was proud of remembering. Marshmallows were added to most of them. Izuku looked at Mr. Aizawa weird when he added what looked like applesauce on top of his. All in all, that day was fun. Izuku hoped they came back for the last class Mama and Dad had to take. Hitoshi was so excited. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada were bringing them to the park. He didn't really know how to feel about the woods next to the park. On one hand, it was where he had almost frozen after his foster siblings chased him out. But on the other, it was when he found his family. Mr. Schur and Mrs. Ink and Zoo were a better family than he could have ever asked for. The first thing they did was ask Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa to push them on the swings. The adults happily agreed, and not a minute later the two boys were shrieking with delight at going so high. It took a while for them to get tired of flinging themselves off the swings, but once they did their babysitters had a bit of trouble keeping up. Izuku and Hitoshi loved playing tag at the park. That meant the two adults were fighting a losing battle of keeping the two in sight. Mr. Aizawa disappeared at one point, and they found him sleeping in a tree. Hitoshi found it funny, especially when Mr. Yamada tried to get him down. Hitoshi eventually got a bit tired of running around. He retreated to the sandbox while Mr. Yamada pushed Zoo on the swings again. Mr. Aizawa sat with him to build a sand volcano. Mr. Aizawa, Hitoshi spoke up. He was still getting used to that. Are Mrs. Ink and Mr. Schur at school to adopt me? Mr. Aizawa chuckled, shoveling more sand onto the volcano. Yes, I suppose they are. It's a very short school. Do all mommies and daddies have to take school? No, not usually. Mine didn't. My old foster parents should take school. They were mean. Hitoshi didn't notice when Mr. Aizawa looked more interested, but worried. Did they hurt you? Yeah, that why Mr. Schur and Mrs. Ink adopted me. Zoo my first friend, now he's my brother. I like having a brother. Hitoshi looked up at Mr. Aizawa, tilting his head much like a cat would. Is Mr. Yama like that for you, Mr. Zawa? Mr. Aizawa momentarily choked on air. And no, Hizashi is definitely not my brother. What's he then? He look at you like Mr. Schur looks at Mrs. Ink. He does what? Look at you like Mr. Schur looks at Mrs. Ink, Hitoshi repeated, adding sticks to his volcano. Like he love you a big lot. Mr. Schur said it was like Mrs. Ink was moon, and she said he likes sun. Zoo like earth, and me like Neptune. Cause of my hair. Wyatt. Yeah, you're like Neptune. Hitoshi failed to notice that his babysitter was now bright red. Going back to school was normal actually. The only difference was that Izuku and Hitoshi now arrived and left together. The teachers were alerted of the change. No one called them out or bullied them. The two ate beneath the same tree. Not much was different, but at the same time, everything felt that way. Hitoshi was happy. He was getting better at letting people help and he'd never gotten more sleep than he did now. For once, life was looking up for him. Everyone noticed one difference though, Hitoshi was speaking now. Not to people, exactly, but he was talking. Students listened to him muttering things in the halls. Teachers heard him working on math problems out loud, albeit quietly. It unnerved a few of them. He knew that, but he didn't stop. Zoo chased away anyone that tried to be mean to him. It was nice having someone that wanted to protect him. Hitoshi was too happy to pay attention to them anyway. Mrs. Ink was filing whatever that meant, to foster then adopt him. It meant they were going to go get his things today. His pictures of Mama and Papa and Eraserhead were hopefully still hidden in his pillowcase. The other things, the more important things, he had were hidden in the backpack under a loose board in the closet. No one could find it there. They left school and headed straight home today. Izuku was going to stay home with Mr. Sure, so it was just Hitoshi and Mrs. Ink going. Hitoshi clung to her hand when they got out of the car. The house hadn't changed, not physically at least. It felt colder, He had been at the Midoriya's house. He knew what a normal family was supposed to be like now. It took him seeing true kindness to realize just how bad his previous foster parents had been, and just how warm his new family was. He hid behind Mrs. Ink's legs when she knocked on the door. It was flung open a second later, making Hitoshi flinch. He didn't need to look up to recognize his foster father's voice. "Who are you?" he growled. "I am Inko Midoriya, a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to collect Shinsu's things." The brainwash brat. "No, Hitoshi Shinso, a lovely little boy who I am adopting. May we come in to collect his things?" The man grunted, moving aside. "Don't know how much you're gonna find left. Knock yourself out, lady." Hitoshi stuck as close to Mrs. Ink as he could. He guided her to his room, avoiding the looks from his former foster siblings. The room looked just the same as he had left it. Mrs. Ink went to the dresser, but Hitoshi knew she wouldn't find much. He never had a lot to begin with, even if they hadn't already thrown out his clothes. He made a beeline for his pillow. It didn't look like it had been moved, thankfully, but he wouldn't know until he checked. Hitoshi let out the breath he'd been holding when he pulled out the two pictures. They were untouched by anything other than time. It was the happiest he had been all day. "Are those your parents?" Mrs. Ink asked quietly. "Mama and Papa," and erased her head. "Do you want to put them in the bag, or do you want to carry them?" "Backpack." "Let me get." He retrieved the backpack without any problems either. His foster brother, the oldest one, poked his head in. Probably to try and say something mean to Hitoshi, but Mrs. Ink made him leave. They got the backpack from under the closet floor, which Hitoshi thinks surprised Mrs. Ink. They were done before long. Hitoshi had his backpack, what few clothes were left, and his pictures. He was happy. Mrs. Ink didn't look happy, but hardly anyone was when they came into this house. Today, Hitoshi was the exception. It was nerve-wracking, but he did it. The door closed to his old house with a note of finality. He wasn't going back there, no matter what anyone said. Especially if Mrs. Ink was on his side. Hitoshi was decently sure that she was the reason no one in the house had tried to talk to them either. Her glares were scary. They returned home happily. Hitoshi carefully took the bag and raced to Izuku and his room. He wanted to show Zu what his parents had looked like. It would be the first time he trusted someone enough to show them his precious things. The pictures were put in frames and set on the dresser. Hitoshi knew they were safe there. He liked being able to see them without worrying about them being destroyed. For the first time since his parents had died, Hitoshi felt like he had a real family. There was not a dry eye in the courtroom the day Hitoshi Shinso was officially adopted. It had been hard. The foster system had put up a fight, but Inko Midoriya prevailed. She held her head high, tears dripping down her cheeks, when her new son was announced to finally be theirs. They had won. In the future, her nickname became Mother Lawyer. Anyone who didn't know why was directed to the many pictures of her family, hardly any of which looked like her, that sat proudly on her desk. Hisashi Midoriya had started sobbing and gathered his little family, now legally bigger by one, and wrapped them all in a hug. He was trying really hard to not accidentally cough out soot. Getting kicked out of a courthouse would not look good. He had a feeling they might be back, but he had no idea what for. A weird feeling he dismissed as excitement at finally adopting Shinso. They would in fact be back soon. Izuku Midoriya squealed and laughed and cried when his best friend officially became his brother. His mouth moved a mile a minute, half of it nonsense. He squeezed his new brother with all the strength a 5-year-old could muster. He had a brother now. It was one of the best things to ever happen to him. Izuku briefly wondered if he would ever have any more siblings. He most definitely would. When the gavel hit the stand, Hitoshi Shinso almost immediately started crying. A sign he was meant for this family, maybe. The thought made him smile even more than he already was. Tears streaming from his eyes, but he was smiling just as bright as Zu. He was just so happy. He had a family, a real-life family. It was almost too much to believe. But it was real. It was real, and he now had 2 parents and a brother. He kept his last name, since it was one of the last things left from his late parents. He was wrapped in a massive hug hardly 5 seconds after the judge spoke. Hitoshi smiled and melted into his new family. Bonus. Shin-so, what's that in your bag? Hitoshi looked up from the floor to see his teacher, Mrs. Toko, standing near him. It was recess time, and he really wanted to go see Zu. Especially considering this was their first school day together as official brothers. In my bag? He asked, scrunching his eyebrows. Then he remembered just what Mrs. Ink let him bring to school today. Hitoshi smiled brightly, staring up at his mildly shocked teacher. Marshmallows? Marshmallows? Yeah. My new mama let me bring them. Zu wanted to share, so I'ma go see him. Bye-bye, Mrs. Toko. His teacher watched him race out the door, wondering what in the world had just happened. Toshi had been with them for almost 5 months now. His side of the room was slowly amassing more and more knickknacks that he had found. Izuku was happy to help him decorate with stickers and posters too. They even had glowing stars on their ceiling now. Both of them absolutely adored it. Hitoshi didn't have a lot of things to begin with, but that number was steadily growing. Izuku was ecstatic about helping with it. He fit right in with them like he had belonged there all along. Mama and Dad started calling him Hitoshi once he said it was okay. Toshi hadn't called them Mom or Dad yet, but that was okay. He was still Izuku's brother, and that's all that mattered. Mr. Yamada and Mr. Aizawa moved out a while ago. Izuku and Hitoshi gave them cards to say goodbye. They would miss their favorite babysitters. It was May now, and both were getting really excited. Both of their birthdays would be here soon. They just had to wait through June and then half of July, and then they'd both be 6. While they did like the rain, summer also meant more time to play outside. The two of them missed running outside without getting caked in mud. Rain also meant they got to have soup for dinner. Izuku liked katsudon more, but soup was good too. Toshi liked soup. He was adamant marshmallows were still better though. They had to go to the store to get things for the soup though. It was raining again, but that was okay. Izuku and Toshi could race and jump in puddles. Mama stayed back so she didn't get splashed. The two boys were in raincoats, both All Might themed, while Mama had an umbrella. Dad had the car for his new job, so that meant they had to walk to the store nearby. Izuku was just happy to be outside honestly. Though they did have to take a different route than usual. There had been a villain attack a few days before that had damaged the street. It wasn't a big deal, a minor inconvenience at best. Izuku and Hitoshi had fun looking at all the new things anyway. The trip there was full of jumping and singing in the rain. Once inside, Mama guided them to what they needed. They stopped in the toy section, as all little kids are apt to do. Everything was paid for like normal. They double-checked the list before they walked back out into the rain. There was nothing unusual. So why did Izuku feel like something was off? They walked out of the store, Izuku still feeling like something was wrong. Toshi and him got to carry some of the bags and be helpful. The rain was still falling steadily onto the concrete. It was peaceful as far as most people were concerned. Izuku pattered along with the rain. They passed more stores and alleys. Then he heard a sound. Not notable in itself, just a harsh cough. People were bound to get sick in this weather. Izuku heard people in his class sniffling for weeks now. But Izuku saw something else too. A flash of something lit up the shadows in one of the alleyways. It was blue like the fire that came out of the stove, but a lot brighter. Not naturally caused. He stopped, staring down the alley it had come from. Mama and Toshi glanced back after a minute, but he didn't really notice. Too focused on listening and watching. Someone coughed again, and the blue light followed. Izuku didn't hesitate to drop his bag and race down the alley. He knew Mama said not to do that, but he couldn't ignore it if someone was in trouble. Heroes didn't do that, so he wouldn't either. Izuku skidded around a corner. The light, whenever it actually appeared, was brighter now. He heard Mama calling him, but he kept running. Someone needed help. Izuku didn't know how he knew that, just that he knew. The alley ended abruptly. There were 3 brick walls, and then the entrance Izuku had just ran in from. He tripped over his own feet before coming to a stop. When he finally looked up, he saw that he had been right. Tucked into the very back of the alley, where there was the least rain, were 4 people. 3 boys and a girl, all but one of them looked older than Izuku. And Izuku, he recognized them. It was the missing Todoroki children. The ones he'd seen on the news. One of them coughed, and blue flames erupted from his arms and throat like he was breathing fire. Dad did almost the same thing when he was sick. Izuku could feel the fire's heat, even from where he was standing. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, lacking much of a filter due to being 5, even if he was very smart for his age. The 4 jumped, spinning to face him. Well, 3 of them did. The sick one stayed where he was, laying still on tattered and singed blankets. He lifted his head to look at Izuku though, and his bright blue eyes widened when he saw him. The oldest, at least they looked like it to Izuku, stepped in front of her brothers. She was shaking. "Who are you?" she demanded calmly. "I'm Izuku. Who are you?" The girl wavered, glancing back at her brothers. It was then that Mama and Toshi ran in behind Izuku. He could see the 4 tense again. "Oh, hello there," Mama said, putting a protective hand on Izuku's shoulder. Toshi was hiding behind her. Izuku saw the exact moment when she realized who they were too. The girl took a step back, an arm out in front of her brothers. Izuku wished he knew their names. The sick boy slowly pushed himself to his feet. His siblings didn't notice him until he was pushing past them. The 2 brothers tried to tug him back, but it didn't work. Izuku watched him closely. He could see burns when the boy stood up. They were an angry red that laced up his arms. Not quite bad enough to need skin grafts, but close. It would probably scar a bit. He was swaying on uneven legs as he walked forward. Mama looked a lot more determined now. The boy's hand lit up a wavering blue. The flames hovered in the air above his skin. "You will leave and forget you saw us," he croaked, managing to put himself between his family and Izuku's. The boy coughed harshly, and the fire extinguished. "You're sick," Mama said quietly, taking a step closer. "Leave." Izuku looked between his mom and the Todorokis. Toshi was hanging back, still shy of people. No one else was moving. So Izuku walked forward with a determined expression on his little face. No one moved an inch as he padded forward. The closest Todoroki, the one that was sick, stumbled back a step as Izuku got closer. "Stay back." "Izuku, what are you doing?" Mama asked quietly. He didn't take his eyes off the Todorokis. Izuku stopped a few paces from the oldest, staring up at his blue eyes with wide green ones. His outstretched hand wavered. Before anyone in the alley knew what was happening, Izuku reached forward. The Todoroki boy didn't move, letting Izuku snatch his hand from the air. No fire appeared. Izuku looked at the hand he now held. It was burned and way bigger than his. It was scarred. Even at 5, Izuku understood these weren't normal scars. These weren't all accidental. "He hurt you, didn't he?" Izuku said quietly. He got no answer, but he wasn't expecting one. "You're running from him. His voice faded for a moment, already hoarse and quiet as it was. "You're a smart kid. Mama says I am. She also says it's not smart to be outside when I'm sick." The eldest Todoroki croaked a laugh. "And where would you suggest we go, kid?" Green met blue again. Izuku was determined, and he wasn't about to take no for an answer. The Todorokis suddenly felt like something inevitable was settling over them. Izuku turned to his mom, still holding the oldest Todoroki's hand. "Mama, can we take them home with us?" The alleyway was silent. None of the Todorokis dared to say a word. Izuku waited for an answer while Toshi peeked out at the new people. Mama looked contemplative. Then the boy coughed again, jerking himself away from Izuku to contain the flames he was choking on. He wheezed and began falling. Izuku was in no way big enough to catch a teenager. Not to say he wouldn't try to, but he would get squished in the process. Mama lunged forward and caught him before he hit the ground. She held him upright, and he leaned on her heavily. Izuku glanced over and saw the other Todorokis tense, like Mama was going to hurt their oldest brother. "All right then, come along. An alley is no place for children, let alone sick ones." All 4 Todorokis jolted. Toshi walked towards them now, giving them a shaky smile. He gently took the girl Todoroki's hand, pulling her forward a bit. Their other 2 brothers followed cautiously. Zu adopted me too. Your sister now, Hitoshi declared with utter confidence. What's your name? And my name? The girl glanced to her brother, still being held carefully by Inko. He nodded so small Izuku almost missed it. Fuyumi. My name is Fuyumi. Toshi nodded, smiling at her now. He looked to the other two brothers then, tilting his head like a curious kitten. What your names? I'm Natsuo. The second smallest exclaimed, happy despite what was happening. And our big brother is Tuya. Shuto. Izuku and Hitoshi both nodded in satisfaction, happy to know the Todoroki's names. Toshi didn't let go of Fuyumi's hand though. My name is Inko Midoriya. These are my sons Izuku and Hitoshi. As nice as it is knowing your names, we really should get Tuya some help. No hospitals, Tuya rasped, barely standing by himself. No hospitals, Fuyumi repeated firmly, loud enough so everyone else could actually hear it. I don't care how else you help him, but no hospitals. All right then, no hospitals. Are you all right with coming to our apartment? It isn't too far. If it can help Tuya. Home. Hitoshi crowed happily. Sure, be happy. Who's sure? Natsuo asked curiously. Sure, my new dad. He nice and light food on fire when he try to cook. Dad like a dragon, Izuku added, grabbing Natsuo and Shuto's hands and pulling them towards the alley entrance. He lights the fireplace and he's warm. No cooking though. He lights the towels on fire. That managed to make the three laugh, and in turn made Izuku's smile even brighter. The sun might as well not have been behind clouds. Tuya didn't laugh, but Izuku didn't expect him to. Not when he was currently wheezing as Mama scooped him up. She held him like she did with Toshi and him when they had to be carried to bed. Izuku and Hitoshi distracted the three siblings on their way home. The rain had mostly dissipated by the time they left the alley, so they didn't worry much about getting soaked. Tuya kept coughing and accidentally setting his arms on fire. Izuku wasn't worried though, Mama was good at dealing with fire. Tuya's clothes would probably be singed though. They made it home quicker than they usually did. Probably because Izuku and Hitoshi weren't stopping every few minutes to look at something. They were both carrying grocery bags too, since Mama couldn't, so they had their hands full. Izuku held Shuto's hand and Toshi hadn't let go of Fuyumi's. Natsuo held Fuyumi's other hand and entertained them with jokes along their way. Izuku couldn't help but think that they were already acting sort of like a family. Fuyumi was worried. Extremely so. Tuya was sick, and he wasn't getting better. So far Natsuo and Shuto had managed to avoid it, but Fuyumi could feel herself coming down with whatever Tuya had. She remembered reading somewhere about twins always being sick at the same time. It wasn't until now that she considered whether it might be true or not. They had taken shelter in a dead-end alleyway. No one would go down there willingly, so they'd be safe. The three walls prevented most of the rain from getting in too. Tuya's coughs echoed, but they could only hope no one noticed. In this world they probably wouldn't. Then a little boy appeared. A tiny little thing with a fluffy bush for hair and massive green eyes. He looked like the personification of innocent and friendly. He asked if they were okay. Fuyumi wanted to be nice to the kid, she really did, but where a little kid was parents usually followed. She needed to get him away before that happened. Too late, she thought as a woman who was obviously his mother ran over. Another little boy, with purple hair this time, was hiding behind her. They were doomed. Almost 3 weeks of successfully hiding from Endeavor only to be dragged back. Tuya was in no shape to fight. Natsuo and Shuto were too young, and Fuyumi's quirk wasn't good for much. In this situation, especially in the rain, snow would just melt with it. Tuya tried to defend them. Tried to intimidate the woman and children into leaving. It didn't work. Then the little green kid walked up to Tuya without a trace of fear. Despite seeing his hand on fire not a minute earlier. He knew about Endeavor. I guess Fuyumi didn't know which was worse. This tiny little child had just dismantled every defense Tuya and Fuyumi had with a few sentences. The purple-haired kid came and grabbed Fuyumi's hand after Tuya collapsed. They went with the woman and the 2 children. She listened to them when they protested against hospitals. Hospitals meant calling emergency contacts, and that meant being found. They couldn't be found. Not after everything. All they needed was Tuya to get better, then they'd be gone again, no matter what the two children said. Fuyumi couldn't afford to get her hopes up. Not when they had come crashing down so many times before. They arrived at a small apartment complex after a few minutes of walking. Natsuo and Shudo seemed to like the two little boys that chattered excitedly the whole way. Fuyumi found her walls start to crumble. Just a few cracks and fractures, but it was enough to shake her. She couldn't hope. She wouldn't. Too much could be broken if she did. The woman, Inko Midoriya, that was her name, put Tuya on her couch and went to get something in another room. Her two sons dragged Shudo and Natsuo, and by extension Fuyumi, to the kitchen table, then ran off to get things to play with. Fuyumi took the opportunity to look around the apartment. It was small but homey. The door stayed unlocked. Something that had Fuyumi was wondering whether it was intentional or not. The two boys, Izuku and Hitoshi, she remembered, came back in with armfuls of things. Coloring books, crayons, stuffed toys, action figures, puzzles, and a few other random things. Shudo just stared at it. He hadn't been allowed to play with a lot of these things. Fuyumi was happy he had the opportunity to now. It made running worth it. Natsuo immediately dove for the crayons and paper. He paused to make sure it was okay. He used them first. Fuyumi swore Izuku's smile was brighter than the sun itself. Shudo gingerly reached into the pile and pulled out an All Might doll. It looked soft and he held it like it was the most fragile thing in the world. Fuyumi glanced over the pile and didn't find anything Endeavor. Guess the kid really was smart. Do you want to color too, Yumi? Natsuo asked happily. He had already drawn grass over the bottom of his page. Yeah, I'll color too. Pass some paper. They would just have to see how all this turned out. For now, Fuyumi would hold her family together. Just like she always did. Hisashi came home and immediately did a double take. There was a red-headed teen asleep on the couch, and 3 children he didn't know playing in the kitchen with his sons. 1 girl and 2 more boys. Of them had some variant of white or red hair. He watched as the asleep redhead coughed, and one of his hands flickered with blue fire. In short, Hisashi was extremely confused. He sorta just stood in the doorway. None of the new kids noticed him. Izuku did though, which caused Hitoshi to notice, and then the other 3 children to finally look up. Dad, you're home. Izuku cheered, scrambling off his chair to run over. Hisashi couldn't help but smile. Sure. Hey there, Beansprout and Mr. Blueberry, he laughed, kneeling down to catch them in a hug. I see we have some friends over. Where's Mama? Mama's putting away the bandages. Ink fix his owies. Alrighty then. Why don't you two go play, and I'll be back in a minute. Hisashi kept smiling as he watched all 5 kids continue whatever game they had been playing. After a moment he went to find Inko. Maybe ask for an explanation as to why they now had 4 more kids. He was sure he would have remembered if, his phone was dead and had been for most of the day. Inko had probably tried to call and warn him. Yeah, that was very much his fault. A look in their bathroom showed that, yes, Inko was putting away the first aid kit they kept under the sink. He took a moment to A, think of what to say to apologize for his phone being dead, B, ask what happened, and C, admire how beautiful his wife was. I'm home, he said quietly, just loud enough to catch Inko's attention. She looked up sharply but smiled at him all the same. I'm guessing your phone died again? Why yeah, I am so sorry, Inko. Guess I really should have charged it last night. Inko laughed, and just like that Hisashi was grinning again. No kidding, Hisashi. Come on, I'll explain what happened before the kids come looking for us. That'd be nice, yes. Starting with why the one asleep on our couch coughed and lit his hand on fire. Inko snorted and pecked him on the cheek. You're a bit clueless sometimes, love. Then I'm lucky you love me. That I do. Now, explanation before the door gets knocked off the hinges by our sons. Hisashi laughed, listening as the tale unfolded. His smile slipped away within the first minute. Inko explained everything quickly and precisely, just as she did when she was lawyering. The story was unsettling, and that was sugarcoating it. At the end of it, Hisashi couldn't help but wonder if Inko would let him either burn down a building or adopt 4 more kids. Knowing his wife, she already had plans for both. Fuyumi watched the new man closely. His quirk was apparently fire-breathing, but he acted nothing like their father. This man was all smiles and laughter and jokes. It was different. Definitely not something she was used to, but she took it in stride. Tuya was passed out on their couch, coughing every once in a while. Mrs. Midoriya had treated and wrapped all his burns and gave him medicine. Fuyumi would have questioned why the woman was being so nice, but then Fuyumi talked more. With her sons, Izuku and Hitoshi were like sunshine incarnate and so very kind. Maybe that was just how this family was. Either way, Tuya was getting treated, so everything would be okay for now. Natsuo loved playing heroes with Izuku and Hitoshi. Shudo did too, but he wasn't as vocal about it. He was still way too quiet for a kid his age, and meeting the two brothers just confirmed it. Fuyumi had to admit though, she hadn't seen Shudo smile like that since before mother went away. Fuyumi just watched for the most part. Izuku and Hitoshi enthusiastically told the three of them about a hero named Eraserhead. Their family was generally wary of heroes, but the way they were explaining the man made it sound nice. Certainly nicer than father. There were a few things that Fuyumi had thought were absolute. They were rules that had never been broken in her 14 years of life. It was almost ridiculous how many of those the Midoriya family had already undermined. Izuku and Hitoshi gave a very enthusiastic demonstration of Eraserhead's capture weapon. Their version was a fuzzy scarf made of yarn that could probably stretch all the way across the room. It was adorable though, and her brothers were laughing. She hadn't heard them laugh in a long, long time. And Fuyumi, she found another wall around her heart cracking. Mrs. Midoriya made sure Tuya was comfortable before checking on the rest of them. She stood next to Fuyumi, watching the other four. Mr. Midoriya was calling someone in the other room. Right now, Natsuo and Shuto were smiling and chasing the squealing Midoriya brothers around the kitchen and sitting room. The massive gray scarf was wrapped around Hitoshi's shoulders now. "How old are your brothers?" Mrs. Midoriya asked, grabbing Fuyumi's attention. Fuyumi hesitated a second, but answered quietly. "Shuto is 6, Natsuo is 10, and Tuya and me are both 14. Twins. Yes. We're sort of like yin and yang, I guess. His fire is too hot for him, and my ice too cold for me. That's why he has those burns." And your other brothers?" "I don't mean to pry, I just want to make sure they don't light anything on fire." Natsuo's quirk is weird. He can create water from around his hands, but if he tries hard enough he can create ice crystals. They explode sometimes though. And Shudo has both ice and fire. "That's an interesting quirk," Mrs. Midoriya hummed. "Mine is only small object attraction. My husband has fire breathing, as my sons told you already." Mrs. Midoriya laughed, and Fuyumi smiled to herself. A thought occurred to her, but, "You can ask me anything you know," Mrs. Midoriya told her softly. "Just like mother used to." "What are your son's quirks, if you don't mind me asking?" "Hitoshi's is brainwashing." Fuyumi blinked, but didn't react otherwise. "It's not the most powerful yet, considering he's only 5. We adopted him from an abusive situation." "Oh. And Izuku, he has an analysis quirk. Probably how he picked up on you 4 in the alley in the first place." "He's your real son?" "Both are my real sons." Mrs. Midoriya suddenly sounded fiercely protective. Fuyumi prayed for whoever got in her way with that voice. "Izuku is my biological son, but Hitoshi is just as much my child." Fuyumi took a while to digest that. Their father hadn't had a good stance on kids, let alone ones not related by blood. All they were to him were tools. This family continued to surprise her with how different they were. And for just a moment, Fuyumi wondered if the Midoriyas would ever consider them family. The notion was gone as fast as it had come. Shaken from her mind with every other hope trying to claw its way to the forefront of her thoughts. But it remained there, just below the surface, like a ghost haunting her. Fuyumi was 14, she wanted a family. A real one. One where she didn't have to be the mother figure to her little brothers. Where her twin didn't have to continually burn himself just to keep them safe. where they didn't have to run and had an actual home. I'm going to go make dinner, if you would like to help. My husband will be in to watch them in a minute. Fuyumi looked away from her brothers and over at Mrs. Midoriya. It had been around 3 weeks now, since she'd been able to cook for real. She wouldn't go back there for anything, but cooking had been nice. Ever since Mother had been hospitalized, Fuyumi had been the one helping feed everyone. Of course Tuya had helped sometimes, but he kept trying to heat food with his fire instead of the stove. But it did sound nice, being able to make food again. If you'll let me. Fuyumi was pretty sure that smile was genetic, because it was almost identically blinding as Izuku's. Natsuo was having a blast. They got to play heroes here. He was never allowed to play that before. Shudo even joined in. Izuku and Hitoshi were really cool. They loved heroes and coloring, just like Natsuo. The two of them knew their stuff too. Natsuo hadn't even heard of Eraserhead before, but he sounded like a good hero. His costume was a bit boring, though Natsuo loved the really long scarf he apparently had. It had been a while since he had gotten to play like this. He knew they all had to be serious while living on the streets, so he missed coloring and playing sports though. It was still better than living with him, but he did miss it. Being pulled off the streets, even if it was only for a day or two, was really nice. They got a roof over their heads for once. Natsuo forgot how much he missed talking with people that weren't his siblings. The Midoriyas were really kind too. Natsuo didn't know how much he really trusted it, but for now it was okay. They were healing Tuya, so they must be good. Izuku, the green-haired one, was really smart. Natsuo had met people father deemed smart, and he was nothing like them. Both of the brothers were really nice, actually. Got dinner, which was a good surprise. It was soup, and it was the best dang soup Natsuo had had in a long time. They even got Tuya to eat some. Fuyumi had helped make it. Natsuo, he honestly hadn't heard her sound that happy in a long time. He almost wished they could stay like this forever, but he knew it wouldn't last. Nothing good ever seemed to. They ended up staying the night. Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya dragged out some extra futons and blankets for them. Tuya hadn't moved since they got there, so he stayed where he was on the couch. Fuyumi slept near him on the floor. Natsuo knew she was getting sick too. She had been sniffling today. It was only a matter of time with how close his twin siblings were. Natsuo and Shudo slept on mats in the Midoriya brothers' room. It was worlds more comfy than alley floors or shelter blankets. Izuku and Hitoshi shared a room, which was decorated with hero posters, action figures, and random knickknacks. Natsuo had never been allowed that, so to him the room was amazing. He wondered if he would ever have his own room. Maybe he could finally keep the pretty rocks he found outside. Or he could have his own soccer ball. They needed to save enough for an apartment first, but they'd get there one day. One day soon hopefully. Sometime during the night, Izuku and Hitoshi joined them on the mats. Natsuo had no idea when it happened. He went to sleep with everyone neatly in their own bed, and woke up with Shudo's elbow in his face and Izuku's foot under his leg. Hitoshi was curled up on top of Shudo's left side like a cat. It was actually sorta like how Natsuo and his siblings had been sleeping since they left. Natsuo dragged himself out of bed to go check on his brother and sister. Also because he smelled something cooking. He found Tuya still asleep on the couch. Fuyumi was holding his hand, also still asleep on the floor. Natsuo relaxed at seeing them safe. He walked to the kitchen on silent feet, a skill all of the Todorokis had learned out of necessity. Both of the adult Midoriyas were in the kitchen. Natsuo watched, half hidden behind a wall. Mr. Midoriya put a waffle in the toaster as Mrs. Midoriya finished what appeared to be a mountain of toast. It looked sort of like dancing. Mr. Midoriya getting coffee and Mrs. Midoriya getting more food. Natsuo wondered if they always did this. His parents sure as heck never did. "Oh, good morning, Natsuo," Mrs. Midoriya greeted. Natsuo jumped, thinking he had been hidden. "Is it alright that I call you Natsuo instead of Todoroki? I can still call you Todoroki if you want me to." No, Natsuo is fine." "Alright then, Natsuo," Mr. Midoriya said. "Do you want to go wake up everyone else? Inko's food will be ready soon and I have to go to work." Natsuo watched in awe as Mr. Midoriya snatched his waffle midair as it leapt out of the toaster, put it in his mouth, and grabbed something from the counter all in one fluid motion. Mrs. Midoriya rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. This house was weird. Natsuo liked it. Bye love. Stay safe, Mrs. Midoriya said, kissing her husband's cheek. He probably said something similar, but it was muffled by the waffle in his mouth. Natsuo stayed a second longer to watch Mrs. Midoriya cook. He knew he really should follow an order immediately, but Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya weren't in Endeavor. That much had become clear over the day Natsuo had been around them. Mr. Midoriya left the kitchen, passing by Natsuo on his way. He reached out and ruffled his hair before walking out of the front door. It was such a simple and small thing, but it made Natsuo grin. He hadn't seen anyone do that since before Mom was taken away, and certainly not to him. Breakfast will be ready in a minute, Natsuo. Could you please go get Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo? Tell them to be quiet though. Tuya and Fuyumi should sleep a bit longer. Natsuo nodded, and finally retreated from the kitchen. The sound of humming and things popping out from a toaster followed him. He wondered if this was what a normal home was like. He wondered if they could ever have that for themselves. Shudo didn't like waking up. It was always too bright and cereal had gotten boring a long time ago. Waking up meant father yelling and dragging him out for training. Mornings used to be nicer, but then mother got taken away. The bandages had come off not too long ago. It had been a few weeks since then, nearly 4 months since the incident itself now. Even after they ran away, waking up wasn't fun. It meant scrounging for food and trying to find a place to take a shower. Mornings were always too cold and too many people were outside. The 4 of them got up with the sun to try and avoid as many people as they could, but sometimes it didn't work. Especially after Tuya started getting sick. However, this morning was different. He woke up warm and comfy. It was quiet, and his mind wasn't screaming at him to look out for danger. There were 2 other people near him, but that was normal. Then he remembered yesterday. People finding them, Tuya collapsing, going to someone's home, and having fun. He had played for the first time in forever. Shudo couldn't remember when he had been able to do that. Father had always dragged him away before. Opening his eyes, he saw that the 2 people sleeping near him were not his siblings. Natsuo had already gotten up apparently, because he was nowhere in sight. Izuku, the one with green hair, was flopped on his side. He was using Shudo's right leg as a pillow. Hitoshi, the one with purple hair, was curled up like a kitty almost on top of Shudo. This was not how he expected to wake up, that was for sure. It wasn't bad though. Shudo actually felt like going back to sleep. Natsuo peeked in through the door a minute later. Shudo only knew because he heard his brother doing a bad job at hiding his laughter. Need some help there, Sho? Please. Natsuo walked over, finally entering Shudo's field. A vision. He crouched down and poked Izuku first. The boy eventually woke up, looking surprisingly happy despite being prodded awake. He in turn woke up Hitoshi, who acted more like a zombie. Shudo found it amusing. Come on, Mrs. Midoriya said breakfast was almost done. But be quiet, Fuyumi and Tuya are still sleeping and she said to leave them alone for now. Izuku and Hitoshi leapt to their feet and raced to the kitchen, leaving the other 2 to follow. Shudo was a bit confused. Breakfast wasn't all that exciting, was it? Apparently he was wrong. Izuku and Hitoshi were standing at Mrs. Midoriya's feet, waiting more or less patiently while she finished whatever she was cooking. Shudo could already see toast, bacon, and eggs. Was it all for them? There you boys are. Go sit at the table and I'll bring everything over, okay? Shudo openly stared as the food was put on the table in front of them. Izuku and Hitoshi started grabbing things as soon as Mrs. Midoriya put it down. Natsuo copied them, but Shudo hesitated. Were they really allowed to take whatever they wanted? Are you gonna eat, Shudo? Izuku asked, his mouth half full. Shudo tentatively reached for some of the toast. No one stopped him. Izuku and Hitoshi were too busy eating to really notice. Natsuo smiled at him encouragingly. Shudo wondered if this is what a normal family was like. Hey Shudo, why is your hair like that? Izuku asked, clearing his plate of eggs faster than Shudo thought was possible. The Todorokis at the table froze. Shudo's quirk was a bad subject, especially after they left. Tuya hadn't been able to get them hair dye yet, so all of them were still very recognizable. He had been saving up for it, but then he got sick. My quirk, he answered quietly. Ooh, that's so cool. Toshi and mine's are just this color. Yeah. We're the, Hitoshi paused, remembering the words, secondary color brothers. Ah, Izuku suddenly whined. When you're our siblings we can't call ourselves that anymore. You guys have red and white hair. When we're, what? Our siblings. No, go back to bad man, Hitoshi said wisely. Zu adopted you already, Ink just need to do lawyer things. She's not taking us back? Natsuo asked warily. We'll keep you safe, and then Mama will make sure he'll never hurt you again. She's good at that. It sounded surreal. Father never being able to hurt them again? Someone that was willing to make sure of that? Shudo pinched himself under the table, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. It was real. We don't have to see Father ever again? Shudo asked softly. Nope. Mama makes sure. If he comes here then Mama will protect us. She fight him. Yeah. Mama and Dad will make him go away. Even if Dad can't light him on fire, he already does that himself. Shudo sat there, in a house he had only just arrived in with people he had just met. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was home. Tuya woke up, feeling cooler than he had in the last few days. And cozier. He didn't really want to move actually. The sounds of traffic were extremely quiet, and he could still hear his siblings nearby. He felt safe for once. Then reality decided to crash onto him with the force of a tsunami. He sat up sharply, looking around where he was. It was an apartment. A small one, but it looked nice enough. Shudo and Natsuo were somewhere he couldn't see, but Tuya could hear them. It sounded like they were playing. He hadn't heard his brothers do that since ever. Father had hardly let them see Shudo, let alone contaminate him. A quiet snore told Tuya where his twin was. He leaned over the edge of the couch, and sure enough, Fuyumi was asleep on a mat. She deserved rest, especially with how he passed out earlier. He probably scared her when that happened. Tuya glanced around again, finally finding a clock on one of the walls. Geez, he slept late. It was already early afternoon. Explained why Shudo and Natsuo were up though. Those two had internal clocks more precise than some birds. He didn't know why Fuyumi was still asleep though. She was usually woken up by their brothers, if she wasn't already up to begin with. That is, unless she's sick too. Which was unfortunately what it probably was. She was good at hiding things like this, no matter how much Tuya hated it. At least they weren't in a soggy alley right now. A creaking floorboard caught his attention. Tuya looked behind him, seeing a green-haired woman standing in a doorway. Mrs. Midoriya, that was her name, right? He had woken up after getting here, but he had been half delirious for that, so hopefully he was remembering her name correctly. How are you feeling, sweetie? She asked quietly, coming closer but keeping her distance. Better. Thank you, ma'am, for taking care of us. Mrs. Midoriya smiled at him kindly. It reminded Tuya of his own mother. It was no trouble. Your brothers are playing with my sons in their room. Would you like anything to eat? No thank you, ma'am. Can I have? Her gaze softened. I'll be right back. She returned a minute later with a glass of water. Tuya did his best not to drink it too quickly. Goodness knows the last thing he needed right now was to get a stomach ache. Your sister woke up earlier, Mrs. Midoriya said. Apparently she caught the cold you had. Refused to move though. Tuya cracked a small smile. Yep, that definitely sounded like Fuyumi. They had been thicker than thieves since they were born. Over the years that hadn't changed. Not one bit. I'm sorry. About all of this, ma'am. No, it's all right. You have nothing to apologize for. You needed help, and all I did was give you a place to stay out of the rain. If anything, you should be thanking Izuku for noticing you four in that alley. Tuya stayed quiet. He was honestly still wary. Most adults he had met didn't notice anything was wrong with them. A perfect, happy family. That was powerful by virtue of being Enji Todoroki's children. But this woman and her sons, who couldn't be older than Shudo, figured it out almost immediately. He noticed how she hadn't called him Todoroki, not even once. She spoke quietly and moved slowly, almost like she knew how he would react. It was weird. Tuya had never met an adult so kind. Not since their mother, at least. When do you want us to leave? He asked quietly. Certainly not now, not with your sister sick. Seeing as you four are technically missing children dash. Tuya's blood ran cold. They were trapped here. You will need somewhere to stay hidden and safe while the court case goes through. What? I heard what Izuku said, back in the alley. Your father hurt you, didn't he? And if he did? They couldn't go back. They wouldn't. He would rather burn himself to the ground before taking his siblings back there. Then I have evidence to keep you four away from him. I'm a lawyer, and child abuse from the number 2 hero is a serious accusation. Even with evidence he'd get away with it, Tuya growled, knowing it was true. He still had his license after so much damage after all. The Hero Commission would cover it up. At very best he'd get his hero license suspended. We show our faces in public and we go back to him. They won't, Tuya. Mrs. Midoriya set a gentle hand on his shoulder. When had he started shaking? Even if he keeps his license, I'll make sure you four never go back to him. How? He croaked. I have my ways. Suddenly, Tuya realized he knew next to nothing about this woman. Just who was she? I'll wait for your sister to get better before we talk about it, okay? You four are welcome here either way. I'm going to go check on the boys. Just think about it, alright? Tuya was left sitting on the couch, his mind reeling. Fuyumi was still sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the turmoil Tuya was feeling. Their brothers were still playing in the other room. The noise of Mrs. Midoriya's soft voice drifted into the room, but not the words. Tuya's world felt like it had been knocked off its axis. He stared at the wall for a minute, just thinking. Were they actually being given a chance at getting away from their father? They had gotten lucky, so very lucky, with who had found them in that alley. A lawyer. And of all things a kind one. From what Tuya knew, those were extremely few and far between. Mrs. Midoriya believed she could bring Endeavor to court. She hadn't said if she could, but phrased it more like when she did. This woman was tiny, but apparently had more guts than most of the world. Tuya wondered if the Midoriyas were angels. The green kid's hair did sort of look like a halo. At least that's what Tuya had thought so when he first saw the kid. Fuyumi took another day of resting before she could stay awake for more than a few minutes. Mrs. Midoriya was patient. Tuya was healthy now, so he moved Fuyumi to the couch. Despite her protests, he did not in fact move from the floor. It was comfier than concrete anyway. Tuya watched as Shudo and Natsuo came out of their shells. He saw them almost constantly playing in the small time they'd been here. He was also told the story of how Hitoshi came to live with them. Izuku really was a type of angel. When they weren't playing, the four boys liked to watch All Might movies. Tuya was dragged into watching them too, since he refused to leave Fuyumi, who was stuck on the couch. The films were interesting. None of them had ever been allowed to watch anything like them. Even if Endeavor had essentially disowned 3 out of the 4 of them, nothing All Might was ever allowed in the house. Despite his hesitancy, Tuya found himself getting used to the little routine they had. He would wake up on the floor, Fuyumi still asleep, and go to check on the other 4. Shudo would usually be awake under the 2 Midoriya brothers. It was a 50-50 chance if Natsuo was awake and quietly snickering or asleep in the same pile. Tuya was a tad bit confused the first time he walked in there and saw all 4 of them on the floor. Especially since they were all in a pile of tangled limbs. They had 2 perfectly good beds, and yet they were all on the floor. Tuya just shrugged and walked back out to try and help with breakfast. He was, however, banned from trying to cook bacon on his arms. Mrs. Midoriya had kindly told him not to, so there was no way he was about to disobey that. Not to mention Fuyumi had already scolded him for it before. It was on the 4th day there that the twins finally decided to tell the Midoriyas about what had happened to them. Mrs. Midoriya, at least. Mr. Midoriya was taking Shudo and Natsuo to the park while Izuku and Hitoshi went to school. The 2 had been having fun playing teacher for their brothers. It was adorable seeing the Midoriya brothers telling the other 2 what they had learned that day. Tuya smiled at the memory, calming down from the anxiety of what they were about to do. The 3 of them sat at the kitchen table. It didn't feel like any of the investigations Tuya and Fuyumi had seen before. The kitchen was homey, and Mrs. Midoriya had a kind look on her face. They felt more like they were talking to a parent than to an actual lawyer. "Do you mind if I record this?" Mrs. Midoriya asked. The twins sent a glance to one another, before nodding. The woman set her phone on the table. "All right then. Is there a beginning to this?" "Yes. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" The story took an hour to tell. Starting from their father marrying their mother to leaving. They talked about being cast away until Shudo was born. Then the abuse, and Tuya almost burning himself out completely. The two spoke about their mother's down spiral, ending in her burning Shudo. They had stayed another 2 weeks after he was healed before running. Their tale ended with Tuya getting sick, and the Midoriyas finding them. By the end of it, the twins were exhausted. Mrs. Midoriya stopped the recording, looking just as emotionally worn. "Why don't you two go rest? I'll get you some water. Once Hisashi and your brothers get back, we can have lunch." Tuya nodded, leaning against Fuyumi as they stood. Both of them collapsed onto the couch in a heap. Mrs. Midoriya came in a minute later, handing them each a glass. "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya," Fuyumi said in her croaky voice. "You're welcome, dear. And please, call me Inko." "Thank you, Mrs. Inko," Tuya said, setting down his now empty glass. What happens now? Hopefully I can get a case opened against Endeavor. We'll go to court and do whatever it takes to keep you four away from him." "But where will we go?" Fuyumi asked quietly. "We can't be split up. We can't." "You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to." Tuya stopped, looking up at Mrs. Inko. You mean we can stay here?" "Of course," she smiled. He still couldn't help thinking it looked like Mother's. "We'll have to do some rearranging, but it can work. Hisashi just got a job, so money isn't a major problem. You two need beds, but the other four seem to like sleeping together well enough." "No kidding," Tuya snorted. "What?" Fuyumi asked, wiping away the tears that had started to form in her eyes. "They've been sleeping in a pile. Izuku and Hitoshi have been laying on our brothers like cats. Natsuo used Shudo's legs as a pillow yesterday too." Fuyumi giggled and Tuya smiled. Maybe things would actually be alright for once. Inko woke up to what was becoming her new normal. Hisashi pulled her from sleep with a kiss to her forehead, then left for work. He was taking on more hours to make sure they had enough income. Inko wished he could stay home, but knew that it wasn't logical. They had gone from 1 kid to 2 and then jumped to 6. Money wasn't a massive problem, not with both of them working and her being a lawyer. They did need to start thinking of moving though. Having a cushion of money would definitely help with that. Once she actually got out of bed, Inko got dressed and went to see which kids were awake. Usually the answer was none, but sometimes Tuya or Fuyumi were already up. Those were the days she taught them how to cook things, making sure to keep their shaking hands away from fire and nightmare-shadowed eyes focused on something else. If the twins weren't awake, and she still had time, Inko made breakfast. Izuku and Hitoshi had school most of the week, and goodness knows how easy getting 2 5-year-olds out the door was. It was nothing short of trying to get a cat to willingly go out in the rain. The 4 Todoroki children couldn't go yet, not with their fathers still hunting them. Inko noticed the missing alerts and posters more often now that it actually applied to her. The 4 kids stayed home while Inko ran the other 2 to school. It wasn't long, so she didn't. Tuya and Fuyumi were already 14 anyway. Natsuo was usually well-behaved, and Shudo could be occupied by coloring or with food and TV. They were ridiculously easy compared to how Izuku was as a newborn. Once back at home, Inko juggled paperwork, emails, work calls, and helping the 4 Todorokis with homework. They were mostly on track learning-wise, but if they didn't practice they could fall behind. Since they couldn't go to school yet, Inko showed them how to use online textbooks and worksheets. It was better than a private tutor, they told her, since this way they didn't have someone always looking over their shoulders. It was stressful, but Inko knew they would all figure it out eventually. Meals were something to get used to, but that was okay. They didn't have a lot of leftovers anymore, if any. Shopping was even more fun for the little ones now. They actually filled a cart with how many people they had to feed. Inko was just thankful Tuya and Fuyumi helped corral the kids while she shopped. Today, Inko was doing more paperwork. It was necessary for her to wrap up a few of her other cases before the Endeavor one went through. Any day now it would become official, and all of her attention would be focused on it. She already had a lot of evidence against the man. Hisashi called it her pride-murdering binder this time. The 4 Todorokis were quietly working nearby, careful to not get papers mixed up. Shudo had already finished his simple math and was coloring now. Natsuo was getting help from Fuyumi with his history. Inko didn't know what Tuya was doing, since he seemed to just be staring out the window. Tuya, sweetie, are you okay? Inko asked gently, careful to not scare him. He shook himself, turning to look at her. Panic flashed in his eyes for a second, and it only reinforced Inko's desire to utterly destroy the man that dared to call himself their father. I'm fine, Mrs. Inko. Just thinking. Do you want to talk about it? I think I'd be more interesting to tell than the clouds. Tuya cracked a grin. He fell and he grew somber. It's just, our old man is a hero. He raised Shudo and me to be heroes. Even if I was thrown out the minute Shudo's quirk came in, I still sort of want to be one. If only to show him I can. Does that make me a bad person? Oh sweetie, that doesn't make you bad. If you want to be a hero then you can be a hero, parentage doesn't matter. I already know you would make a wonderful one. But I just want to prove I'm better than him. A hero shouldn't be a hero because of that. Do you want to save people? Inko asked, sharper than normal. It made Tuya look up at least. Why I guess. I don't want anyone to go through this like us. Then you can be a great hero. And if you want to prove to your father you can be a hero without him, then do it. Pass him in the ranks and show everyone who he really is. Encouraged. Across the table and took Tuya's hand. It was rough with old burns. Whatever you choose to do will be here. Whether you want to a social worker, a hero, a police officer, or something else, all of us will be behind you. No matter what. Inko remembered when she first found out about Izuku being bullied. She remembered she had never gave him a solid answer to his question. She had an answer now. It had never been a real question to begin with, was it? The answer had been the same from the beginning, even if she hadn't wanted to accept it. Tuya smiled shakily, but smiled all the same. Thank you, Ms. Inko. There's no need to thank me, Tuya. We're a family now, and family sticks together. The case got assigned a court date within the next few days. Inko was busy compiling the evidence and witnesses and, well, everything. Hisashi didn't understand some of it, but that was okay. His very smart wife was the lawyer, not him. Thank goodness. He couldn't argue without almost crying or making a joke. That or cursing out the other lawyer. Honestly, he had no idea how Inko did it. Not that he had ever seen her be an actual lawyer, only heard about it. But from what he had heard, she hadn't lost her intimidating presence. The 4 Todoroki kids were honestly super well behaved. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo were immediate buddies. Hisashi probably had well over 100 pictures of them playing and being adorable already. Natsuo was a good kid too, he just had lots of energy. Hisashi made sure to take him outside to play if they had time. He was actually really good at soccer. Tuya and Fuyumi were quiet. He got to watch as they slowly came out of their shells, laughing and joking with them more as time went on. Tuya turned out to be very sarcastic. One of the biggest surprises was that Fuyumi liked dad jokes. Hisashi stood there gaping like a fish the first time she said, "Bye Sashi," as he left the room. In short, Hisashi loved his new kids. And yes, they were his. Screw what the government said, they were his now. All the sad children were going to be adopted whether the law liked it or not. He didn't know how true that statement was going to become for them. It was stressful though. Inko was throwing herself into the case, gathering evidence and compiling it into separate sections. This one was even worse than Hitoshi's foster parent case. She had to take more breaks when she got to civilian casualties. Saying it was horrific would be putting it extremely mildly. The Todorokis gave Inko whatever she needed. Whether that be a glass of water or more questions answered. Hisashi couldn't be more grateful to them. As the date grew closer, the apartment got more tense. Mostly the older kids, since they actually understood what was happening. The four would be testifying in court. Shudo and Natsuo didn't quite grasp what that meant other than it would help punish Endeavor. It was good enough for them either way. Tuya and Fuyumi were more nervous about it, but they were resolute in their decision. Isashi did his best to help out too. He took the week of the case off so he could be there. If only to be with the Todoroki children while Inko was doing her thing. Izuku and Hitoshi still had school, but it was easy enough to go and get up. He could only wait and do what he could to lessen the burden that was on his family's shoulders. The date was 2 days away, and Inko was putting the finishing touches on the case. All 6 children were watching a movie. It had become a tradition of sorts for them to do that once Izuku and Hitoshi got back from school. Doing that let Hitoshi and Izuku recharge from school and for all of them to bond. Inko found it sweet. Isashi did too evidently, since he had taken pictures of them doing it almost every day. The movie also meant the apartment was actually quiet. It was something that seemed to be getting less common. Not that Inko was going to complain, a silent house had always been eerie for her. It also meant she could very clearly hear the heavy knock on the door. Inko ignored it for the moment. They weren't expecting anyone to visit, so the door went unanswered. Then the person knocked again. Louder this time. Inko continued ignoring them. If they knew Inko they would have texted, and the police would have called who they were through the door by now. Inko finally got up when it sounded like the door was shaking on its hinges. Her work could apparently wait. The noise attracted the attention of the twins, but Inko waved them off. An angry person likely at the wrong apartment was nothing she couldn't handle. She looked through the peephole first, and promptly recoiled away from the door. Because Endeavor was standing in the hallway. His stupid beard wasn't on fire. Only to keep the fire alarms from going off probably. But this was bad. Very, very bad. Endeavor was here and so were his children. The children that would likely panic if they saw him. Inko wouldn't let him touch them. Not in a million years or beyond. No harm would come to her kids as long as she was alive. Perhaps it was her past self talking, but Inko immediately walked back into the kitchen to retrieve her phone. Calmly, so none of the kids took notice that something was off. She hit record and set the phone in her jean pocket. For once, and only once, she was grateful that her phone stuck out of the pocket. Inko steeled herself, putting on a mask of politeness, and opened the door. Even without his flames up, she felt an instant rush of heat. The tall man glared down at her. Though he faltered for a split second, likely not expecting her small size. Inko met his blue eyes unflinchingly. She had faced down men bigger and badder than him. A demon is nothing compared to the devil, especially in the face of an archangel. Endeavor. To what do I owe the pleasure of having such a high-ranking hero show up at my small doorstep? Inko asked sweetly. It was meant to throw the man off, and it seemed to work. Are you Inko Midoriya? He demanded, looming over her. She hardly batted an eye at the display. I am. Do you need something, sir? You will drop your case against me. Inko stared up at him, blinking once. No. Excuse me? Are you perhaps going deaf, Mr. Endeavor? All that fire around your ears must not be healthy. Inko raised her voice like the hero was an especially stupid pet. I said I will not be dropping the case. Have a good day, sir. Inko moved to shut the door, only to find Endeavor's hand holding it open. He was almost asking to be put into jail, wasn't he? I am not asking, woman. Drop your case, or there will be consequences. Are you threatening property damage and assault, Endeavor? Inko asked, tone sickeningly sweet and loud enough for her phone to pick up. Only if you do not meet my demands, he growled, forcing the door open. Inko took a small step back. It gave the camera a better angle. I don't know what you think you've found, but I can assure you you have nothing. My trail is clean. A clean trail doesn't mean clean hands. And from what I've found, yours are stained very red, Endeavor. So it would be beneficial for you to leave my home and not add to the blood you've amassed, The man had obviously never had his intimidation tactic not work like this before, just judging by the look on his face. Inko had momentarily dropped into what her colleagues nicknames as her lawyer voice. It worked in unsettling the hero on her doorstep though. This isn't over, he growled. The great Endeavor turned tail and speed-walked back down the hallway. Inko finally let out the breath she'd been holding. Of all the days and times, it had to be when all the kids were home and Hisashi wasn't. For all her talk, Inko wasn't the best fighter. She was a lawyer, someone who worked with information and words, not fists. That being said, if Endeavor had decided to try and actually break in, he would have found his shoes in the air and costume too tight. Small object attraction was good for such things. She went back inside, mentally smoothing her ruffled feathers. Hisashi was right, she really was a mother hen. The 6 kids were still watching their movie. Tuya looked up for a moment when she walked in. "Who was that, Mrs. Inko?" "Oh, no one special," she hummed, waving a hand. "Reminded me of a dumpster fire though." The children's laughter was all she needed to hear for a smile to appear on her face once again. The courthouse was unusually busy. Not that Hisashi could tell any difference, since he'd only been in one a few times. Inko was in front of him, dressed in business clothes and eyeliner sharp enough to kill a man. God, he loved his wife. The 4 Todoroki children were by their sides, all dressed to the nines. Court was a very formal setting. That did not, however, stop Hisashi from packing snacks and things for his children. Endeavor wasn't here yet. At least, if he was, then he wasn't in sight. Had told him what happened with the man. He was seriously considering asking Inko if they should speed up their plans to move. No way was he letting the flamehead anywhere near his kids, legally adopted or otherwise. They sat in the hall for a while before being let in. Hisashi took Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo to seats, while Tuya followed Inko. He would be the one to represent his siblings. Hisashi was so proud of him for doing this. Endeavor came in a few minutes later. He sat at the other table with his own lawyer, glaring daggers at Inko. He didn't seem to notice Tuya yet. Hisashi hoped that could stay true for a while longer. The judge stood up on her podium, hitting her gavel once. "We are here for the case against Endeavor, Todoroki NG, on multiple charges of assault, battery, property damage, and abuse. The charges and evidence will be presented by the accuser's lawyer, Mrs. Midoriya. Counter evidence can be provided by the defendant's lawyer, Mr. Itachi. There will be no quirk usage in this room from anyone. Failure to comply with that will result in permanent removal from the case. Now, Mrs. Midoriya, your first point." And just like that, it had started. They didn't make much progress on day number 1. Mrs. Inko presented some of the evidence, and Father Endeavor's lawyer tried to refute some of it. Tuya was surprised how vicious the woman could be sometimes. She tore everything Mr. Itachi said to absolute shreds until he was left speechless. Tuya never would have thought this small woman could stand up to the giant hero and his sniveling lawyer without flinching. It just made him think she was even more amazing. The case went on for a few hours, even if not much happened. Tuya glanced at his siblings a few times. Shudo was usually playing on Mr. Hisashi's phone or munching on a quiet snack. Natsuo looked extremely bored, but hid behind Mr. Hisashi from their father's view. Fuyumi was the only one paying attention out of the 3. She refused to look over at Endeavor. They went home feeling exhausted, both physically and emotionally, even though the 4 siblings hadn't done anything. Mr. Hisashi left to go get Izuku and Hitoshi from school. Tuya flopped himself on the couch. Fuyumi and him would eventually get real beds, but they hadn't had time to get them yet. The couch and futon were fine in the meantime. They felt especially comfy after today's events. Tuya didn't realize he'd fallen asleep until he woke up to purple, green, blue, and gray eyes staring down at him. He blinked up at the 3 small kids for a minute, mainly just trying to understand why they were standing over him like curious monkeys. "You guys need something?" he asked, voice still raspy from sleep. "Play with us, Aniki," Shudo chirped, poking his shoulder from the top of the couch. "We're gonna play heroes. Play with us." All right, Tuya chuckled, sitting up. The 3 immediately cheered. "Who's who and what am I?" "I'm present, Mike." "I Eraserhead." "I'm All Might, Aniki." Tuya felt like his heart was going to burst. These 3 had downright illegal levels of cuteness. Of all the things he regretted, running away would never be one of them. Shudo would have never gotten to do something like this before. Okay then, who am I playing? Hero. Hero Blue Fire. Hitoshi squeaked, jumping and clinging onto Tuya's arm. Alright, who's the villain? Izuku leaned in close, whispering in a way only a 5-year-old can think is quiet. Natsuo's the villain, but he doesn't know. Tuya stifled his laughter. Oh, this was going to be good. He grinned sharply, gathering the three in a huddle. So what's the plan? If, 5 minutes later, Natsuo was jumped by 3 little kids while Tuya cackled in the background, then Inko certainly didn't have it on tape. Natsuo definitely didn't shriek and shoot ice crystal out of his palms. And those crystals obviously didn't spark and explode, causing the 3 kids to stop and stare at it. And Hisashi most certainly didn't come home and congratulate the 4. Day 2 of the case was the day of witnesses and more evidence. Tuya felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest, but it would be okay. Everything would be fine. Mrs. Inko and Mr. Hisashi would protect them. He didn't know how, but they told him they wouldn't let Endeavor get near them. They told the 4 that right before they walked into the courtroom. Tuya couldn't help but feel like they were telling the truth, even if he had no idea how they would keep that promise. Mr. Itachi was a good lawyer, but Mrs. Inko was better. As soon as she stepped to the front of the room, she stopped being the gentle mother he knew, and turned into a steel-hardened lawyer whose only goal was to protect her charge. Sort of like a warrior from fairy tales, Tuya found himself thinking. None of his siblings nor Tuya were called up to the stand that day. Multiple others were though. People who Endeavor had hurt somehow, whether that be property damage, burns, or killing a family member. There was even one person, a brother to a criminal Endeavor had roasted, that came to testify. It was obvious how much the man was trying not to cry. The villain had only been trying to steal a loaf of bread. Tuya's stomach protested to listening to all of it. A glance backwards told him Fuyumi felt the same. Shudo had on headphones, listening to a video on Mr. Hisashi's phone. Natsuo was asleep. He hadn't been able to sleep the night before. Tuya only knew because he hadn't either. It went on for hours, again. And once again, they returned home and crashed onto whatever soft surface was nearest. That included Tuya this time, apparently. He woke up to 3 5-year-olds and Natsuo using him as a pillow. Hitoshi was just outright curled on top of his chest. The kid acted more cat than human sometimes. Tuya went back to sleep shortly after. At least one of the siblings was supposed to give their testimony on Day 3, but that got derailed. Mr. Itachi had tried to convince the court that Endeavor had not in fact used excessive force on villains. That sparked a nearly hour-long rant, scolding, from Mrs. Inko. By the end of it they had more important points to cover. Day 4 was when Fuyumi got called to the stand. She was shaking but kept a brave face. Tuya wished he had a phone. The face Endeavor made when he finally realized his own children were behind this case was something he wanted to cherish forever. Fuyumi's voice shook as she answered questions. Mrs. Inko did her best to speak gently to his twin, and they both appreciated it. She didn't meet Endeavor's eyes once. Natsuo came next. He was mostly more angry than scared. Tuya knew he was still terrified though. It was evident in the way he talked and flinched at fast moment. He was brave though. Once he was done, Tuya saw Mr. Hisashi sneak him a cookie. Both twins couldn't help but grin. Shudo spoke on Day 5. He was young for a witness, but handled it well. Even if he didn't look up from his lap once and whispered his answers. No one said a thing when he crawled into Tuya's lap instead of going back to Hisashi. A 6-year-old throwing a fit would be the last thing they needed anyway. Everything was going well. Tuya himself didn't have to give him testimony, since it would just be repeating what his siblings had all said. Maybe a bit worse, considering the training father had given him. Mrs. Inko was confident they would win. Tuya was too. How could they not, when Mrs. Inko literally left their opponents speechless? She had done it more than once too. Things were being uncovered that Endeavor thought had been long since buried. Honestly, Tuya was curious as to how Mrs. Inko found half of this. He also wasn't going to ask. Ignorance is bliss, plausible deniability, and all that. I would like to call Tuya Todoroki to the stand. Tuya froze like a deer in the headlights. Mrs. Midoriya looked like she wanted to rip Mr. Itachi's head off. Said man was smiling smugly. Endeavor looked a bit confused, so this was obviously not planned. Tuya got to his feet and shakily made his way over to the stand. He forced himself to stay calm as he said the oath. Panic meant fire, and fire meant forfeiting this. It also meant potentially burning others or himself. Now, would you say your father cared for you? Emotionally or physically? Tuya deadpanned. Because the answer for both is none at all. Mr. Itachi's eye twitched. Tuya felt a bit better. But he gave you a roof over your head? Food readily available and a space of your own. No, Tuya growled, staring at the wood of the stand instead of Mr. Itachi. If we misbehaved, he threw us outside. If we didn't do exactly as he wanted, we weren't given a meal. Our rooms had no locks and he came in whenever he wanted. Well, if you were doing something so bad, then perhaps it was a just punishment. Tuya's vision flashed red. It took everything in him not to incinerate the man right where he stood. How dare he? How dare he? Tuya got to his feet, glaring at the opposing lawyer with as much malice as he could muster. It was a lot. Fuyumi was once given no dinner because she left shoes in the wrong place. I was locked outside in winter for not using a quirk that burned my own skin. Natsuo got hit because he dared mention All Might in the presence of Endeavor. Shudo, my 6-year-old baby brother, was punched repeatedly by a grown man in the name is so-called training. So don't you dare say it was justified, Mr. Itachi, because you don't know us or what that man put us through. All you want is a big check at the end of this. Done with his snarled rant, Tuya retreated back to his seat next to Mrs. Inko. He kept a tight lid on his fire. Even with the mental cap on it, he felt his skin heating beneath his fingertips. Not enough for actual flames, but definitely warmer than a normal person. Tuya spent the rest of that trial day staring at the table. He knew things were being said around him, but he didn't hear it. His heartbeat was too loud in his ears. He felt like he blinked and they were back home. Shudo refused to let go of his hand. Fuyumi dragged him to the couch to lay down. Within a few minutes, all 4 of them were asleep. Tuya's final thought before that was that maybe, just maybe, this really was home. Guilty. Fuyumi and Tuya immediately started sobbing. Natsuo cheered loudly, hugging his 2 siblings. Shudo began crying while clinging to Inko. Hisashi was lifting the 3 into the air to squeeze them in a hug before even 2 seconds had passed. Inko half listened as the verdict was given. Endeavor was still getting away without prison time, but the children were free from him. As was his wife, who was in a mental hospital. The Midoriyas had custody over them now. Endeavor's license would be suspended, as would his pay. It would go on his record. His agency was to compensate the victims of those he killed, if they hadn't been already. All custody over his family was gone. It wasn't a fair sentence, and they all knew it. Endeavor was a powerful hero. He was essentially getting off with a slap on the wrist, but at least his family was away from him. Inko wished she could have thrown the BSTRD into a prison cell, but the Hero Commission wouldn't allow that. Not when he was the number 2 hero. Inko could still wish. He was also paying the Midoriyas a substantial amount to not release anything to the media. Inko didn't react outwardly at the amount, not past looking like it would do. Internally she was shrieking and already thinking of when they could go look at actual houses. She knew Hisashi was thinking the same thing. The 4 children were given the option of changing their names alongside the switch in custody. Tuya and Fuyumi shared a look, before declaring their last name would be changing. The 4 of them would now be the Hisame children. It was their mother's maiden name, they told Inko and Hisashi quietly. From that day on, the Midoriyas were 8 people strong. Even if their last names weren't the same, they were still family. And none of them would ever be left behind again. A knock sounded outside the door. The woman, who had been reading a book, looked up. Strange, that didn't sound like her usual nurse. Not exactly a bad change, if she was being honest. "Come in," she called. The door creaked open, revealing a woman she had never seen before. Not a nurse here, judging by her lack of scrubs. Her hair was green and tied up in a bun. She was small, but looked like a gentle person. "Hello, are you Ms. Ray?" Ray nodded, curious about this new person. Everyone always called her Mrs. Todoroki. It hurt like shards of glass being called his, But there was no way to change that. Not while she was stuck here. The woman smiled, shutting the door behind her. My name is Inko Midoriya, and I've come to see you with some good news. Rei instantly gave her undivided attention. Even if it was something about Enji, it was better than nothing. Maybe this woman could tell her some of the things she'd missed in the outside world. It had been almost half a year now, hadn't it? What is it? Are my children okay? They're perfectly fine, Ms. Rei. In fact, this is about them. You see, they ran away some time ago. Rei felt her blood turn cold. Quite literally, as she began to accidentally freeze over her chair. Her children. They ran. They ran and no one told her anything. It's okay, Ms. Rei. They're okay now. They're safe. They're not with him. And that caught her attention more than anything had in a long time if she was being honest. Her children weren't with Enji. But how did this woman know to say that? Why? I found them in an alley. Tuya was sick, and my son heard him on our way home from shopping. We took them home. The woman looked out the window, likely smiling at a memory. Natsuo and Shudo stayed with my two sons, Izuku and Hitoshi. I found they like sleeping in a pile. Tuya and Fuyumi refused to leave each other's sides when they were sick. You took them in? Why? It was the right thing to do. They told me what happened with Endeavor. I'm a lawyer, you see. Rei connected the dots faster than she should have. There had been rumors floating around the hospital of Endeavor being taken to court. Nothing past that, but she had heard it all the same. You took him to court? I did, and we won, Ms. Rei. The children are free from him. Inko stepped closer, taking Rei's hands. And so are you. Her mind was reeling. After so long she was free? Out from under Enji's thumb? No promises from well-meaning nurses that she'd get to go back to him. No more wondering if her babies were being starved or beaten. No more hits or scars were going to be added to her skin because of that man. Then she remembered what she did the last time she saw Shudo. Her baby boy had snapped. Poured boiling water over his face. All because for a single split second she had seen a tiny Enji. It was all a chance that it had been Shudo instead of one of the other three. That didn't change what she did though. Rei was still terrified. Of Enji. Of hurting her children. Of snapping just as she had before. As much as she hated this place, she still needed to get better. Maybe now she had motivation to try. Thank you, Mrs. Inko, she said softly, but I can't leave. I can't hurt them again. That's okay. Inko smiled, like she hadn't just been turned down. Rei wondered if she was speaking with an angel instead of a human. You can stay and get better, Ms. Rei. Until then, my husband and I will keep them safe. Rei took in a shaky breath, still holding Inko's hands. It was nice, having human contact again. Would you mind telling me what's happening outside? I haven't been out in so long. Of course. How about I tell you about my sons first? Here I have pictures. So the other day, Hitoshi called Fuyumi and Nikki, and I thought she was going to freeze something solid. Inko laughed. Rei found herself smiling for the first time in a long while. Shudo had never been to real school before. Plenty of tutors and private teachers, of course, but never a public school. So today understandably felt terrifying to him. Who knew that school could be scarier than the boogeyman named Endeavor? At least Izuku and Hitoshi would be there too. Shudo hadn't expected to come out of this with two more brothers, but he wouldn't trade them for the world. They were both in the same class this year. He was two now. Inko, who had finally convinced the four to drop the honorific, was talking with the principal before he was allowed to go in. Something about making sure he wasn't bullied. Shudo didn't really understand it, but that was okay. He trusted all of the Midoriyas. He guessed he and his siblings were included under that name now, huh? She left him in the hands of an older kid that walked him to class. Shudo didn't speak a word, clutching his backpack tightly. All of this was foreign to him. The hallways, the upperclassmen, the many classrooms. Everything. He didn't like that nothing made sense here yet. Maybe he could get Izuku to explain it. Everything was easy to understand when he said it. The door was opened, allowing him to step inside his new classroom. It was brighter than he expected. Neon crayon drawings were hung everywhere, and there were so many decorations. Father Endeavor never let them have anything like this. The carpet was even brightly colored. "Ah, there you are," the teacher said cheerily, beckoning him to the front of the room. "Everyone, this is your new classmate Shudo Hisame. Treat him well." There was a chorus of "okay" and "hello" from almost everyone. Shudo flinching slightly, holding his bag even tighter. The teacher set a gentle hand on his shoulder. "But don't you go put your bag in the cubby, then I can show you to your seat." Shudo nodded, doing as he was told. The teacher showed him to his seat, which was at a round table with 3 other people. None of them were his brothers. Izuku was on the other side of the room. Hitoshi was directly behind his seat though, which made him feel a bit better. "Hello. My name's Hashiru." One of the kids greeted excitedly. "I like tag. What do you like?" "And I'm Tammy. I like coloring." "I'm Hayaku, nice to meet you." Shudo blinked at his new classmates. They were certainly louder than he was used to. Not even Izuku was normally that loud. I like playing heroes," Shudo said quietly. "Cool." Tammy yelled. "I like playing heroes too. My favorite's All Might, 'cause he's so strong." "Yeah. I like Ms. Joke. My favorite hero is Ingenium." Shudo nodded along. He knew who those heroes were thanks to Izuku and Hitoshi. So far, his favorite is Ryukyu. He said as much to his tablemates. They gave similar reactions of enthusiasm. Maybe school wouldn't be so bad. Lunchtime was new. Shudo had never had a lunchtime that was outside. Before it had been schoolwork and only schoolwork until he was finished, but this school was fun. He even got to color something. It was him and everyone in his, now significantly bigger, family. The teacher told him he did a good job. At lunch they all took their lunchboxes outside to eat. Shudo hung back for a minute to avoid the crowd. He was one of the last out the door. Shudo immediately spotted his new brothers under a tree. They had told him to meet there if he got put at a different table in class. He was just happy he could talk with them now. "Hey, Hisame." Shudo turned, seeing his tablemates standing a few feet from him. They all looked on some variation of disgust or fear. "Why are you going over there? That's where the freaks sit." Shudo scrunched his eyebrows in confusion. "Freaks?" "Yeah," Tammy said, scrunching her nose like something smelled bad. "The purple one can control you like a puppet. He's creepy. The other one always hangs out with him and punches people. No one hangs out with them because they're weird." "And you don't want to be weird," Hayaku added. "Come on, we're all sitting over here. You can tell us more about Ryukyu." Shudo looked at each of them, his anger growing. These were his brothers they were talking about. The nicest, smartest, and most caring people he had ever met. Izuku rescued them from that alley. He had saved them. Just like a hero. "No," he growled. "I don't care. They're not freaks." "Yeah, they sorta are," Tammy snorted. "They're weird. They're my brothers. Izuku and Hitoshi are some of the best people I've ever met, so leave them alone." The 3 stood there, staring at him. Shudo glared them down. No one insulted his family, not without consequences. Hashiru scoffed. "Come on guys. Leave the freaks to themselves." The 3 turned and walked away. Shudo felt nothing at all for them. Not when he already had Izuku and Hitoshi waiting for him. That was already 2 more friends than he had ever expected to have. The former number being 1, it was a step up. He ate lunch with his brothers, laughing and smiling. The rest of the class mostly avoided him after that. A bully learned not to mess with him the hard way. Izuku punched him before Shudo could freeze him to the ground. Shudo decided school might actually be fun after all. Natsuo was so excited. He finally got to go to a real school. Tuya and Fuyumi were the only ones who had gone to an actual one before, even if it was only for a little while, but they had told him what to expect. It sounded fun. Especially PE. Natsuo couldn't wait for PE. Getting an entire hour just to run around? Sign him up. His class was nice too. He didn't know anyone yet, but that would change soon. His family said he was good at making friends. It was weird, not having any of his siblings around to help him with things. More than once he had turned in his seat to ask Fuyumi for help, only to find she wasn't there. Right, her and Tuya were at their own school. Not a big deal. It was okay. There were other people that could help with it. Until he got home, at least. Everything was sorta easy too. He learned it a while ago from their private teachers and Inko. Natsuo still had a bit of trouble though. He was the type of person to throw something out of his mind as soon as he didn't need it anymore. In this case, it included math. At least it wasn't too hard. Lunch came soon enough. He didn't get to see Shudo, Hitoshi, or Izuku since they weren't 6th graders like him. Natsuo didn't see any scorch marks or chunks of ice though, so he guessed their own lunch went alright. Natsuo was bored though. He didn't have anyone to sit with, and he was already done eating anyway. Staring at the sky was boring too. Then he remembered the soccer ball that he saw somewhere when he first walked out. He immediately raced back to find them. Maybe he could practice the move Hisashi had showed him. The sports equipment was just sitting by the door, so Natsuo scooped up a ball and ran back to the small field where he'd been sitting. There weren't many people over here. At least this way he wouldn't hit someone in the face with his playing. He started trying to copy the moves Hisashi had showed him. Stuff like picking the ball up with your feet and bouncing it on your knee. Natsuo tuned everything else out as he focused on what he was doing. Only when he heard cheering did he notice there were people watching. He stopped, whipping around to the small crowd that had gathered to watch. Well, 5 people, but that was still a small crowd. That was awesome, dude. One of them yelled, running over. Can you show me how to do that? Why, sure. There's some more soccer ball by the door if you guys want to grab one. Natsuo smiled as all 5 returned, eagerly waiting for him to teach them. It was really cool. School was turning out to be really fun after all. Fuyumi hated school. She hated it with a burning passion. It was ironic, considering her twin's quirk. The place was always too loud though. Full of too many people only wanting to be friends because of their dad. Homework SED and boys were too rowdy. But that was before. Maybe this one would be better. It was smaller, less prestigious. No snobby rich kids around every corner. Probably. Fuyumi hadn't actually been in class yet. Hisashi was finishing up signing everything with the principal. Tuya and her were sitting in the hall for the time being. His hand was cold in hers, a side effect of being built for an ice quirk. Hers was no doubt warm in his. Think we'll be in the same class? He asked quietly, so it didn't echo down the empty hallway. Hopefully. If we aren't, then we'll just see each other at lunch. Yeah. One class probably couldn't handle both of us anyway. Fuyumi chuckled at her twins' antics. They'd be okay. She knew that. So why did it feel like they were being shoved into the lion's den? Hisashi came out a minute later, the principal behind him. The man smiled at them comfortingly. You two ready? Both of them nodded and wordlessly got to their feet, letting go of the other's hand. Hisashi stepped closer to envelope the two of them in a hug. He was warm. Not overpowering like Endeavor. No, Hisashi was more like a blanket than a forest fire. You're going to do fine, okay? You know the way home, just be back before it gets dark. Hisashi lowered his voice, enough so the principal couldn't hear. If anyone mentions you know who, you have my full permission to punch them in the face. No quirks though, understand? You can't get in as much legal trouble if you only use fists. Fuyumi giggled while Tuya snorted. It was just like Hisashi to tell them that. Knowing Inko though, she would have told them the same thing. Thanks, Hisashi. See you at home. With that, the twins followed their new principal down the hall. They were in different classes. Fuyumi's came first. Tuya wished her good luck and promised burns to anyone who looked at her wrong. She laughed it off and went in, holding her backpack straps like they were a lifeline. Neither of them ever liked to be separated. Fuyumi was introduced by the teacher. She instantly felt happier when the name, Todoroki, didn't come out of their mouth. His aim was much better. Her class seemed nice enough. History was the first subject they covered, which Fuyumi was good at. She had already learned the topic a while ago from a tutor. Unlike some people, she actually retained what she learned. That class PRD, she mainly helped other people. At least she knew the names of a few classmates now. The other PRDS went similarly. Fuyumi already knew some of it. Math was still confusing, but she managed. The other people at her table looked just as confused sometimes. When lunchtime rolled around, Fuyumi already had people asking if they wanted her to sit with them. She politely declined, telling them she would be sitting with her brother. All of them shrugged and went on their way, probably assuming her brother was an underclassman or something. She found Tuya sitting by himself under a tree, his back resting against the wood with his eyes closed, lunch in his lap. Fuyumi grinned, walking over. It was hard not to notice the other people glancing his way. She only hoped it wasn't because he did something bad, since it was their first day here. Fuyumi sat herself down beside him, taking out her own lunch. Tuya opened his eyes just enough to look at her. "So, what did you do to make people stare at you?" Tuya smirked, closing his eyes again. "Nothing." "Yeah, and my hair's orange." "Tuya, what did you do?" "No, I'm serious. I didn't actually do anything this time," twins promise. Well, at least she knew he hadn't done anything against the rules. When they said, twins promise, they were telling the truth on their mother's name. It was something they come up with when they were younger. Neither of them would ever go against mother, especially after she was taken away. It didn't exactly take long for Fuyumi to figure out why people were staring at Tuya. Either they somehow knew he was a Todoroki Endeavor's son, or they thought he was cute. Most likely the latter. Her twin had always been handsome, what with his red hair, pretty face, and piercing he was wearing again thanks to Inko. He was a complete bad boy, albeit one that wouldn't break a rule unless he knew for a fact he could get away with it. They ate lunch together, happily discussing what had happened in the other's class. Tuya told her about a student that asked where the French Revolution was. In turn she told him how one of the people in her class very confidently told her 2 + 5 was 8 until she made him count on his hands. In short, school was decently easy. Fuyumi liked it a lot better than private tutors in their stifling mansion. Maybe she'd finally make some real friends. The thought made her smile. Bonus. Shudo didn't like his table mates anymore. They ignored him and acted like he didn't exist now. It was okay though, Hitoshi was right behind him. They'd talk while the teacher wasn't looking. The other kids wouldn't tell on them either, since they were too scared of Hitoshi. But as much as Shudo told himself it didn't matter, it still made him sad. The other kids had seemed decent. Not that he would take back what he said, but why couldn't he have been sat with nicer people? Hitoshi must have noticed. Shudo felt a tap on his arm while everyone else was doing a math worksheet. He turned around in his seat, since they were technically allowed to talk right now. He was met with the sight of Hitoshi discreetly handing him an entire full-sized bag of marshmallows. The big ones too. His brother was smiling brightly. "Shu, teacher thinks I stopped at bringing them," Hitoshi whispered, putting finger to his lips. "Make me happy, so make you happy." Shudo grinned down at the treat. Who knew he'd one day have a brother smuggling him marshmallows in the middle of class? "Thank you, Hitoshi." Ring ring. "Is this Inko Midoriya?" "Yes, that's me. My name is Mrs. Tsukurita." "Ah, you're my son's teacher." Inko paused. "What did they do?" Mrs. Tsukurita sighed loudly. "Your son, Shudo his aim, was found with a half-empty bag of marshmallows. I suspect Hitoshi gave them to him, but neither are saying anything. Izuku apparently doesn't know anything. Could you please stop them? This was enough of a problem last year with Mrs. Toko." Inko stifled her laughter away from the speaker. Because of course Hitoshi would bring marshmallows to give to Shudo. Whenever he noticed anyone feeling bad, his immediate reaction was to give them something that made him happy. Given, a child giving you a marshmallow with a very serious face makes it extremely hard to be sad. She normally would have wondered why the teacher sounded so tired, but Inko knew why. Her boys were a handful. Mrs. Tsukurita's quirk was also something sleep-related, if she remembers Izuku's ramblings correctly. "Yes, I will make sure they don't do that again this year. Apologies for my sons," she said, still trying her best not to laugh. "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Have a nice day." The call disconnected, allowing Inko to laugh freely. If her boys were then limited to doing that only once per school year, then the teachers probably wouldn't connect the dots. Izuku was confused. It had started with him asking Shudo why he only used his ice. Izuku knew he had fire too, so why didn't he use it? The answer was silence and clipped words about it not being his, but his father's. Izuku didn't like it. So he went and asked Tuya too. The answer he received was that their fire was Endeavor's, so Shudo swore never to use it. It had hurt too many people. Tuya only used his because he had nothing else, and it was different enough to not make his skin crawl too much. Izuku did not like that. His family was free from that man, and had been for months now. They shouldn't have to deal with his shadow still hanging over them. Genetics were just genetics, it didn't dictate who they were. Their quirks weren't their parents', All Might had said so on TV. If All Might said it, then it must be true. That was his line of logic as he cornered the two in the kitchen. Fuyumi was out with some new friends, Natsuo was playing soccer with Dad outside, and Hitoshi was sleeping. Mama was busy with her job in the other room. It was just the three of them, and Izuku was determined to change their mind. Why do you not use fire? Izuku asked bluntly but kindly. His voice was soft in the quiet room. Shudo looked mad, but Izuku knew he was scared too. Tuya was closed off. Izuku didn't like when his brothers looked like this. Because it's his, Shudo growled, staring at the tile floor. I told you Zuku, it hurts. People. We told you already, Izuku, we won't let him shadow us with his fire. Shudo will use Mother's ice, and I can't use my flames much anyway. We'll surpass him without using the power he made us for. We won't let him win. But he wins anyway, Izuku whispered, staring at the floor. Tears were gathering in his eyes. He made you to surpass him. He won't care how, Aniki. But it's his dash. No! Izuku yelled, tears streaming down his face as he stared down his shell-shocked brothers. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. You aren't his anymore. The kitchen was quiet, save for Izuku's sniffling. The two his aims stared at Izuku with awestruck expressions. You're not his, Izuku said quietly, staring at the floor again. You're your own person's. It's not his fire. Please, don't let him keep hurting you when he's already gone. Izuku's head whipped up when he saw the glow of yellow light. The sight that met him was almost ethereal, if it wasn't taking place in the kitchen. Shudo was standing with his mouth open, his entire left side on fire. It twisted and danced along the arm he raised to look at. One look at Tuya and he ignited his hand. He was smiling softly, watching his fire spark off his skin. The blue was beautiful and so different than the red of Endeavor. Izuku beamed. He knew it would still take time until they were fully better, but he had helped. They would be okay, Izuku knew they would be. He threw his arms up and jumped around, cheering for Tuya and Shudo. For his brothers. Izuku was so happy and proud of them. Then three things happened all at once. 1. The fire alarms went off. Thankfully their building didn't have sprinklers, or everything would be getting soaked. The alarm was a loud and piercing wail that hurt their ears though. The two his aims instantly covered their ears, fire extinguishing immediately. 2. Izuku slammed his hands down, also to cover his ears. Problem was, the counter was in the way. The three heard a crack, and two of Izuku's fingers were suddenly bending wrong. 3. Mama. Inko. She came rushing in to see Izuku clutching a broken hand, Shudo with embers on his half-melted-off clothes, and Tuya trying to swat at the fire alarm above their heads. Oh boy. One trip to the hospital with 5 out of 6 kids later, and Izuku had a cool new finger cast thing. It was blue. He liked blue. It also hurt, but he was told it'd go away soon. They had a long talk when they got home. Mostly between Shudo, Tuya, and Mama, but Izuku was still there for moral support. The 4 were gonna start going to therapy. Izuku was happy when Mama said it would help them with their fire. Knowing it was okay to use it, at least. Izuku was just happy he could help them. It was what heroes did, and he was going to be a hero. It had been almost a year now. A year since Izuku had found them in that alley. A year since Inko and Hisashi had taken them in and gave them a home. Mother was still in the hospital, but she was getting better. Inko estimated she would be out by the time another year passed, maybe 2. Tuya hoped that was accurate. It had also been maybe 9 months since Shudo had started using his fire. Tuya was proud of him and of Izuku, who knew this little green bean could make them change their mindset. They hadn't moved to a real house yet. Between Inko getting a lot more cases and Hisashi getting promoted at his work, they haven't had time. In the meantime, the 4 other boys shared a room, while Tuya and Fuyumi had a big futon couch in the living room. It was leagues better than before, so not a single one of them complained. The 3 6-year-olds still slept in a pile, while Natsuo took one of the other beds. Despite attempts to stop them, it never worked. Celebrating Hitoshi and Natsuo's birthdays were fun. They were on the same day, after all. Izuku's was 2 weeks later. Tuya remembered very clearly Izuku's face when Tuya gave him his birthday present, a nice notebook he'd been saving to buy. Hitoshi had gotten a scarf Fuyumi and him worked on together. Natsuo received a new soccer ball, which he loved. Tuya decided he loved birthdays now. They had never been a big thing for them before, just a date saying they had lived another year in hell. But with the Midoriyas, birthdays were a lot better. Months passed and school kept going. Tuya didn't really have friends, but most people on campus knew him. Fuyumi had friends though, so they were both happy. Izuku, Shuto, and Hitoshi apparently stuck close in their own classes. Natsuo already had a group he was playing sports with on the weekends. Then came the time for hero school entrance exams. Tuya knew for a fact he didn't want to go to UA, so they did some research on the schools nearby. The small, prestigious ones they couldn't afford, but Tuya didn't want to be stuck with snobs for all of high school anyway. Instead, they decided on Ketsubutsu. It was a single train ride away, and the entrance exam was soon. Unlike UA, Ketsubutsu wasn't as biased towards physical quirks. Their entrance exam was an obstacle course that was also like an Easter egg hunt. That was all he knew though. Hopefully it would be enough to prepare. Hisashi had been helping him with his fire, which had already been 1,000,000 times more useful than any training he got from Endeavor. In the months they'd been living with the Midoriyas, he had already learned so much. One thing he'd learned was that short, controlled bursts were just as potent, if not more, than Endeavor's fire. It also left no burns on his hands, so he would use those until he learned more. All of that lead up to now. Tuya was nervous, extremely so. The gates loomed a few feet in front of him. Past those gates might lay his future school. If he can only pass their entrance exam, then he'd be accomplishing his dream. Not his father's Endeavor's dream, but his and only his. His family was behind him. Literally. Hisashi, Izuku, Hitoshi, Shuto, Natsuo, and Fuyumi were all standing around him. The smaller 4 were staring at him with stars in their eyes. The 2 adults looked like they were on the verge of tears. Fuyumi was already crying. So here he was, standing in front of the school he could be going to in a few months. His family beside him. He really had come so far since they'd been taken in. It made him smile. "Are you ready, Tuya?" Inko asked worriedly. "Yeah, I'm ready. Have everything I need." Tuya lit a fist on fire for a moment. It got everyone to laugh, so he considered that a win. "Go on," Hisashi laughed. "We'll come get you when you're done." "Alright, bye you guys." Tuya waved, walking onto the school grounds. Other prospective students were walking in with him. "Good luck, Aniki," came 3 yells from behind him. Tuya turned, sending one last smile to his family, before walking through the doors. He would get in and he would do it for them. Heroes needed something to drive them, right? His family would be his motivator, not vengeance. Not entirely, at least. One-upping Endeavor would just be a bonus. The written test was decently easy. Tuya knew most of it, and hoped his answers were close enough on the rest. They were moving on to the physical now. The race and hunt. Everyone was split up into different groups of 30 to 40. A lot of people for an Easter egg hunt, Tuya thought. They would be released into an obstacle course that more or less mimicked the real world. There was a fake city, forest, fields, and multiple little obstacles scattered everywhere. Their goal was to find eggs and reach the finish line as fast as you could. Each of them were also given a drawstring bag to keep the eggs in. Tuya had listened to Izuku pick apart the point system. He was very, very proud of his new little brother, and amazed that someone so little could do something like that. Then he remembered Izuku had an analysis quirk, so it came natural to him. Still, he was 5, almost 6, he could practically hear him say indignantly, and Tuya had paraded him around the apartment cheering about his smartness. He was pretty sure Inko had taken pictures. The short version of what Izuku had rattled off was that there were 2, maybe 3, ways to gain points. Getting over the finish line quicker than other people and the eggs. It catered towards both rescue heroes and fighting ones. Izuku also theorized there was something called cooperation points, which was when you put aside rivalries and helped out another person. Tuya guessed it made sense. The points weren't a sure thing though, so Tuya chose not to rely on the idea of it. If someone needed help he'd help them, but not for points. That was something Endeavor would do, and he wasn't Endeavor. Tuya shook his head to clear it, crouching in a sprinter's stance at the starting line. They would be starting any minute now. He had to focus. He had to get in and he'd do it for his family. A voice yelled for them to go, and Tuya was off like a shot. He was by no means the fastest or strongest, but having a smaller frame had its advantages. Training with Hisashi had done wonders for his speed too. Tuya didn't look back, but heard the announcer tell the attendees that real life had no countdown. He briefly noted that only a few others had taken off immediately like him. Quite literally in the case of a boy with wings. He focused back on the task at hand, keeping his pace. There were no eggs in the first few yards. The city came first. All twisting streets, alleys, and pipes. Tuya wasn't about to climb a building without a way down, so he stuck to the ground. There were plenty of eggs hidden there anyway. Once he realized they were nestled in a lot of niches, he snatched them up. His competition had spread out, so there was no one he could see at the moment. It felt too quiet for an exam with over 30 people. He kept moving forward. The exit was somewhere nearby, he just had to find it. A couple turns later, and Tuya found himself in a forest. There were already a few brightly colored eggs that he could see. Whoever hid these must have had fun. The things were everywhere, including in trees and under rocks. Geez, how many eggs were there? The forest was dense, with no obvious path. It was probably meant to test their navigation skills or something, but Tuya just found it annoying. Since the whole thing was flammable, he couldn't use his fire to light the way. Then he heard a screech over his head, and a red thing hurtling towards Earth. The sound was almost like a bird of prey, but scared. Whatever it was, it crashed through the canopy somewhere behind him. Tuya hardly hesitated before racing back. He pushed his way through a bush to see the student with wings lying on the ground, red feathers scattered everywhere. Tuya very carefully made his way over, gently shaking Bird Boy's shoulder. Hey, you okay? The person responded by groaning and lifting his head. At least he wasn't missing any teeth. His nose didn't look broken either, which was good. They then tried to scramble away from Tuya. Which, nope, was not happening. Especially if he was hurt. Hey, chill, I'm just trying to help. Your wings aren't broken, are they? They eyed him skeptically, red feathers puffing up just like a real bird. What's it to you? Want to take out the competition? What? Why on earth would I do that? Tuya sighed, getting back to his feet. He offered a hand to the bird boy. Come on. If your wings aren't broken then you're at least bruised from falling. Why? Why are you helping me? Because I want to be a hero that helps, not one that leaves people behind. Come on, birdie, there's still a lot of race left. The boy took his hand hesitantly, but it was better than nothing. Tuya pulled him to his feet, making note that he was holding an arm to his chest. The wing on that side was probably hurt too. So, how'd you fall? Someone shot me down. Don't know if it's part of the exam or not, but I went down. Can't get in the air with all these leaves anyway. Tuya hummed, setting their pace at a jog. Both of them snatched up eggs on the way. By the time they were out of the forest, Tuya was laughing as the boy tripped trying to get an egg and fell into mud. Next was a massive ice blockade that spanned wall to wall. No way around, so either over or under. Tuya knew what he was going to do. A smile lit his face as he stared up at the obstacle. So, can you take off or are your wings too hurt? I'll be fine. Not an answer. Are you wings hurt? The boy faltered. If they hurt a bit, but I'll be okay. Nope, not happening. Get on my back, I'll carry you over. The boy squawked, wings flaring again. Tuya caught his wince though. Fine, but how do you plan to do that? You'll see, Tuya smirked. Just trust me. We're already near the front, so how bad could it go? Very badly. But okay. The boy climbed onto Tuya's back just like Shudo, Izuku, and Hitoshi did a lot. Natsuo did it too sometimes, but it was usually accompanied by whining about school or his feet hurting. Tuya smiled as he broke into a sprint directly towards the wall. The boy with wings yelped, clinging tighter and tucking his wings close. He felt his hands and feet heating up. Good thing he wore the fireproof shoes Hisashi had got him. He leapt at the wall when he got close, blue flames hovering above the skin on his hands and feet. The fire instantly melted hand and footholds. Bird Boy shrieked in his ear as they hit the wall, not seeing what Tuya was doing. Thankfully he had practice on not wavering with loud noises. Tuya skittered up the wall like a squirrel, melting the holds behind him. No one behind him could use them then. The boy on his back clung even tighter as they reached the top. There, see. Tuya panted, letting the boy down when they finally stopped at the top. Can you glide from here? The boy was staring out at the last leg of the race, which was an open field. Probably had some sort of trap. Maybe a minefield of flash bombs or shifting dirt. For all Tuya knew, it would turn into a game of the floor is lava. He had experience in that at least. There were already a few people down there, and they looked to be stepping cautiously. Hey birdie, you okay? Yeah, just thinking. That floor's probably trapped, right? Most likely. Go on, I can handle it. Tuya sat down, going to slide down the other side of the wall. With enough momentum he could get a speed boost, just in case there were people behind them. A hand caught his arm before he slid down. He looked up, seeing Bird Boy standing there. I'm probably not supposed to do this, he muttered, but let me help you too. I can carry you across the field. Are you sure? Yeah. My trainers might get mad, but you helped me. The least I can do is help you back. Tuya shrugged, standing again. His shoes were still warm, so his own footprints stopped him from sliding away. All right then, as long as you think you can handle both our weights. I can, he insisted. Try not to scream. Tuya was about to ask what he meant, when his feet left the ground. He did not, in fact, scream. Instead he held very, very still. He knew the basic physics how things flew. Him moving could send them into a wall or something. They were flying well, gliding, well above the very likely trapped ground. Tuya smiled wildly, enjoying the height. He had always wanted to be able to fly. Most kids did, but not many ever really got to. Hoo-hoo! Tuya heard the bird boy laugh, flapping his wings to get more air. The grass below them blurred as they went even faster. Other people looked up in amazement at the two people flying clear over the obstacle. Tuya's feet hit the ground, Bird Boy landing a second later. They were both smiling, Tuya giggling from the adrenaline rush. His bag was still attached to him, and the other boy had his. Oh man, that was awesome. Tuya cheered breathlessly. My name's Tuya Hizame, by the way. I'm Hawks, he said immediately. It was mechanical, like he'd said it a billion times before. It made Tuya pause. I mean your real name. Oh, that is my real name. Hawks. Well, then it's nice to meet you, Hawks. Thanks for flying me here. Thanks for helping me, Hawks laughed, his red wings resting against his back now. I hope we both get in. Yeah, me too. My little brothers would be sad if I didn't. You have a little brother? 4 of them and 1 sister. You would not believe how long it takes to get everyone ready in the morning. Wow. I've always wanted siblings, but maybe not that many. Tuya barked a laugh, grinning at Hawks. They grow on you, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Anyway, we should go turn our eggs in. Hawks immediately smiled, but waited for Tuya before he started walking. They talked on the way. Aimless chatter about their likes and dislikes mostly. Funny stories, mainly told by Tuya about his siblings. The boy with wings was nice, but still mysterious. He left Tuya to wonder why he didn't have a real name, and why. He hoped his theory was wrong. They both got a lot of eggs. Tuya didn't know how many points it added up to, but he hoped it was enough. Hawks had just as many, and also hadn't been counting apparently. Both just shrugged and went to leave the school grounds. They were stopped by a shout. Well, Tuya was, since it was his name someone was yelling. Hizame. Hey Hizame. Tuya turned around, wondering who he knew here. What he saw was a girl leaping over everyone's heads until she was standing in front of Hawks and him. She looked a bit like a rabbit. He did recognize her though. She was from their middle school, but neither of them had ever spoken. "Your twin is Fuyumi Hisame, right?" she asked, smiling brightly. "Yeah, why?" "I knew it." She jumped up and flew up at least 4 feet off the ground. "Sorry, just excited." "Well, you know my name, what's yours?" "Rumi Usajiyama, at your service." Tuya was still skeptical, but he did remember her now. "Tuya Hisame, that's Hawks. My sisters mentioned you before, actually. You need a lot of help with history." He swore he saw her face start turning pink. I guess so. History's never really been my thing, you know? Anyhow, think you did good?" "Probably. I think we did great." Hawks exclaimed, smiling happily. "How about you, Usajiyama?" I hope I got enough eggs." She shrugged, turning towards the gates again. "Mind if I walk with you guys?" Tuya shrugged right as Hawks yelled, "Sure." He listened as the two talked on the way out of the gates. It was nice having people like that around him. You know, ones that were his age. They all split ways as soon as they reached the gates. Hawks went one way while Usajiyama went the other. Tuya waved them goodbye, knowing his family was going to meet him near the gates anyway. He wondered if they bought any mochi at the store. His thoughts were interrupted by a trio of tiny people sprinting into his legs. 3 yells of "Aniki" accompanied him, trying not to fall on his butt. Tuya laughed, wrapping his arms around his 3 smallest brothers. "Aniki! Aniki! You do good." Hitoshi asked first. "Course he did." Shudo crowed. "He's Tuya." "You did good, Aniki. Got lots of eggs." Izuku questioned last, smiling that million-watt smile of his. "Yeah, I did good," Tuya laughed, ruffling their hair. Shudo and Hitoshi attached themselves to his legs, while Izuku scampered onto his back and held on tight. "Did you guys miss me?" "Miss Dead Aniki." "Shopping boring today," Hitoshi declared. "I'm sure it was." Tuya smiled, walking a few steps with the added weights. Natsuo barreled into him a minute later, thankfully not knocking anyone over. "So how'd you do, Tuya? Did you win? Did you get a lot of eggs? Did you dash?" "Natsuo, slow down, he can't answer anything if he can't hear the question." And there was Fuyumi. Inko was standing off to the side, a proud smile on her face. Tuya didn't know if he'd ever get used to having it directed at him. "I did good, Natsu," Tuya assured. "Even met some new people." "Really?" Izuku exclaimed from his back. "What were they like? What are their quirks? Were they nice?" "Yeah, Izuku, they were nice," he chuckled. "One had wings, and one had a rabbit mutation or something." "Wow, that's so cool. I want to meet them." "Of course you do." Tuya couldn't help his grin as they all walked down the street. Shudo and Hitoshi were each holding one of his hands now, since waddling down the street with 2 grade schoolers attached to one's legs is a bit hard. Izuku refused to budge though. It wasn't a problem since he was so small. They headed home, all of them smiling and laughing at something another said or did. It felt like home to Tuya. It felt like he'd finally found his family. And he'd be dead to hell before he let them. Inko hummed to herself as she finished washing the dishes. The ones that wouldn't fit in the dishwasher, at least. Dinner had been eventful, with Tuya telling them all about the exam. It sounded interesting. Izuku had been acting odd though. Inko noticed it, and she guessed most of the other kids had too. Hitoshi and Shudo had practically glued themselves to his side. She watched him closely, but couldn't figure out what was bothering him. Inko hoped he would at least tell his brothers what was wrong. She just wanted her son to be okay, even if she didn't know what was troubling him. That applied to all of her children, really. So she went through the motions of cleaning up after dinner. Hisashi had taken most of the kids outside to play before it got dark, so the apartment was quiet. It was something that was slowly becoming more odd as time went on. Inko wondered if there really was a time, before all the kids, that this was the default of their home. The thought felt weird now after everything. With it being so quiet though, it allowed her to hear little feet pattering into the kitchen. She calmly dried the last dish and put it away. The footsteps stopped in the kitchen doorway. Inko turned slightly, seeing Izuku hesitating on the threshold. Izuku? Is there something you need, bug? Her son wavered, but walked up to Inko regardless. He rested his head of curly hair against her side, his face angled towards the floor. Inko brushed a hand through his curls, kneeling on the floor to be on his level. Izuku didn't look up from the floor, making Inko more worried. Sweetie, what's wrong? It took a second, but Izuku opened his mouth to speak. His voice was small. Inko hadn't heard it sound like that in a while. Aniki, is G going to be the hero? Even though he doesn't like his quirk yet? Inko nodded, not quite knowing where he was going with this yet. Izuku was very close to crying. She kept a hand on his arm in comfort. Mama Sika, can I be a hero? I know I don't have a strong quirk like Aniki or Toshi or Sho, but I still want to be a hero. Inko almost instantly pulled her son into a hug. He clung to her, the tears beginning to fall now. She rubbed circles on his back, softly hushing him and holding his tight. I never gave you an answer last time you asked, did I? Inko said quietly. I'm sorry for that, Izuku. You deserve an answer, sweetie. Mama. You can be a hero, Izuku. I know you can, and you're going to be an amazing one. Ever since the day you were born I knew you would do great things. As long as you have that brain of yours, you'll be just fine. Izuku was sobbing now, but he was smiling. He held onto Inko with a strong grip. She smiled softly as she held her son on the kitchen floor. She meant every word she said. Never doubt that you can be a hero, okay, Izuku? No one can ever tell you what you can and can't be. Oh, okay, Mama. Inko kissed the top of her son's head, knowing without a doubt he was going to do something amazing in the world. Call it mother's instinct or intuition, but she knew he would go down in history. Her children, all of them, were going to change the world. Tuya's letter arrived just over a week later. He had been nervously pacing holes in the carpet for days now. Fuyumi had already thrown a pillow at him from their bed today, which was the futon couch for now, since they didn't have enough space for actual beds in the apartment. Neither of them minded, and told him to knock it off. He didn't stop, if only to spite her now. Fuyumi wasn't stressing, since she was going to a normal high school. She would even know a few people there that had gone to their middle school. Natsuo would be going to the middle school they were leaving. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo were only going to the 2nd grade, so they didn't have to worry about going to a new school yet. Hopefully their next teacher knew better than to separate them. Last time they had been put at different ends of the classroom, well, Tuya didn't really know. The three came home giggling, muddy, and with orange juice in their hair. How they managed that, he didn't know. It was fall, there was no mud outside, and none of them had brought juice that day. Apparently the others got off worse. Tuya didn't ask for details, plausible deniability and all that. Not that he thought his siblings did something illegal. But if any little kids were going to, then it would be those three. Anyway, he was still pacing. The mail would be here any minute now. Everyone else was out of the house, besides Fuyumi, of course. She was reading a book while the TV droned on in the background. Tuya was probably watching it at one point, but he couldn't focus on anything right now. Not when his future hinged on a letter arriving today. If you're so worried, just go check downstairs, Fuyumi grumbled, obviously fed up with his pacing. Maybe the mail came already. Tuya stopped, considering the idea. What? It couldn't hurt to at least check. Worst case scenario, it wasn't there and he'd check again later. Best case, it was there and he opened it and got in. Be back in a minute. He heard Fuyumi sigh before the door closed. As soon as it was, he sprinted down the hallway. The downstairs neighbors were probably grumbling about it, since this was the 4th time he had done that this week. At least he remembered shoes this time. Tuya skidded around the final corner, having foregone the elevator in favor of leaping the stairs 2 or 3 at a time. He was pretty sure everyone in the building could hear him, but he really didn't care at the moment. All he knew was that he wanted to see if his letter was here yet. There were 3 people on the ground floor that Tuya could see. All of them shot him annoyed looks as he made a beeline for the mailboxes. He pretended not to see them. It took a few tries for him to get the key out of his pocket, but he managed it. Tuya probably burst people's eardrums. When he saw the letter, it was in a big envelope, and took up most of the mailbox. He snatched it up, along with the rest of the mail, and darted back upstairs. He flung open the door so hard it hit the wall. Fuyumi jolted at the sudden bang, glaring at him over the top of her book. She stopped when she saw the envelope he was waving. Words decided to abandon his vocal cords, so Tuya was left wheezing and squawking excitedly. "Well, don't just stand there, open it." Tuya hesitated. He wanted to open the letter. He wanted to open it really badly, but he wanted everyone to be there. They had been there for him through this whole thing. They deserved to see the results with him. When are they all getting home? He panted, still out of breath since he ran up 3 flights of stairs. Inko should be back soon with the boys. Hisashi gets home in she glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, 15 minutes. Do you want to wait for them? Yes. Okay then. Can you at least stop pacing, please? Mayhaps. Fuyumi groaned as Tuya laughed. He just had to wait a little longer. It would be worth it. Hisashi returned home to, well, not chaos per se, but okay, yeah, it was chaos. Pure and utter chaos. Tuya was leaping over the couch, Fuyumi chasing him with a pillow in one hand and a novel of hers in the other. Izuku was smacking Hitoshi with a pillow while Shudo was aggressively launching another at Natsuo, who was trying to scramble away from Fuyumi's warpath. He found Inko sitting in the kitchen, peacefully sipping coffee while she read over paperwork. An island of calm in the chaos that was their living room. To say Hisashi was confused would be an understatement. Inko, love, what happened? Oh, the kids? I believe Tuya tried to take Fuyumi's book before I got back. She grabbed it and started hitting him with a pillow as revenge. Izuku and Hitoshi found it funny, as did Shudo. Natsuo knocked Izuku over and Shudo is taking revenge for that, last I checked. Inko put down her coffee, smiling at Hisashi. So how was your day? A good. The Urarakas invited the 2 of us out for dinner sometime. That sounds lovely, dear. Certainly the best bosses you've had in a while. Hisashi chuckled, sitting at the table as well. Since you, my love. Oh please, I wasn't your boss. And who saved my butt all those times? Certainly wasn't Mitsuki, and definitely not Masaru. They both smiled sadly at the mention of their old friends. They had all been so close, once upon a time. Masaru being Inko's best friend and Mitsuki Hisashi's. As soon as they were introduced, the 2 pairs had gotten along like a bonfire. It ended with both couples being married, having kids, and having to separate those kids. Hisashi had never thought their different views would separate them like that. But it did, and they couldn't go back. Not if Izuku was at risk. Any of their kids really. It had been around 2 years now. They occasionally saw the Bakugas around town, or in the neighborhood since they lived nearby, but made an effort to avoid them if Katsuki was with them. Inko was still friends with the 2 on whatever social media she had, at least. Anyway, he started again. Think they'll calm down enough so Tuya can open the letter sitting on the counter? I sure hope so. He waited for us to be here, you know? Such a sweet boy. Hisashi got up to pour himself a cup of coffee. Unlike his wife, he added enough cream and sugar to probably give him cavities. The 2 sat at the table quietly. Inko's pen occasionally scratching on paper, while Hisashi tapped at something on his phone. Their own calm untouched by the chaos that was their living room. But as with all things, it didn't last long. They didn't really notice when the living room had fallen silent. Not until 6 pairs of footsteps were thundering towards the kitchen. First came Tuya, who slid on the floor to snatch his letter before anyone else could. Second was Natsuo, who nearly tackled his brother. The others came in just as excitedly, but thankfully didn't run into anything. Hisashi and Inko moved their coffee away from the edge of the table just in case. Open it, Taniki. Open it. The 3 6-year-olds crowed. Yeah. Come on, I want to see if you got in. Natsuo added. All right. Calm down. Tuya laughed, holding the letter above his head and away from grabby hands. Stop trying to grab it and I can open it. The 4 boys almost immediately plopped themselves on the floor. Fuyumi took the chair between Hisashi and Inko. Tuya blinked, but began nervously opening the letter. Hisashi leaned forward, anticipation taking over the room. Tuya pulled the papers out of the envelope. The front one had a lot of writing on it. His eyes flicked over the words. Slowly, his expression changed to shock. Tuya looked up at them, tears shining in his eyes. He smiled. I got in. I did it. You would have thought they had been told he won the lottery, with how much they all cheered. Half of the family was crying. It was one of the best moments of their lives. Tuya was freaking out. Mildly. Because Ketsubutsu started today. He started school today. Hero school. By himself. Fuyumi was going to a normal high school, so for the first time in almost all his life, he would be separated from her. It was terrifying even more than going to a new school. He was already walking down the hallway to his classroom, glancing at the map he had taken a picture of thanks to his new phone. Inko and Hisashi gave it to him as a gift for getting into Ketsubutsu. Fuyumi got one too. Their fourth little brothers had whined for a week about not having phones too, despite them being 6 and 11 respectively. Tuya shook his head fondly at the memory. Izuku had stolen his phone more than once to look up something. Hitoshi and Shudo had been found hiding under a blanket watching cat videos. So far, all of Natsuo's plans to steal either phone had been foiled. The door to his new classroom appeared quicker than he would have liked. Tuya took a deep breath, steeling himself, and walked inside. And immediately had to duck to avoid a sharp, red feather. His aim. You got in too. Tuya looked back up to see Usajiyama literally leaping over desks. Hawks was standing farther back, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. The feather that had almost hit Tuya came zooming back in, albeit more carefully than when it had gone out. Yeah, I did. Both of you are in 1B too. Yep. Yeah. Hey, is your sister here too? Why, still need help with history? No. Tuya laughed, explaining Fuyumi wanted to be a teacher, not a hero. Usajiyama understood, asking if they could exchange numbers. Hawks happily agreed to give his too. Maybe, Tuya thought, this year wouldn't be so bad. Izuku was so excited for school. He could finally learn more new things. And Hitoshi and Shudo were at his table this time too. Which was good, because they would have found a way to sit together regardless of what the teacher said. Mama's rule of 1 marshmallows per year was sticking. Mostly. If Izuku snuck out a small bag of them, then his brothers certainly weren't going to say anything. There were some interesting people in 2nd grade. Like one kid, who could turn into a water monster. Izuku took it in hungrily. All the information and new things being soaked up like a sponge. Hitoshi nudged him when he started to mutter. Right, not supposed to do that, it could get people hurt. Information was a valuable and dangerous thing. It should stay in his brain or on paper. Their class was relatively normal, just like 1st grade had been. Izuku was bored by the time lunch rolled around. He already knew all this math. So did Hitoshi and Shudo. Dad and Mama had taught it to them over the break. When they were allowed to leave, the three made a beeline out the door, lunches in hand. They immediately sat down under their tree. It was peaceful and normal. Then something new happened. Someone walked up to the tree too. Someone that wasn't one of Izuku's siblings. Hello. A happy voice chirped, coming from floating clothes. Izuku was immediately intrigued. Hi. Are you invisible? Can you see yourself? Are you blind then? Wow, you're so cool. Wanna sit with us? Zoo, rambling, Hitoshi reminded, still munching on the sandwich Mama had packed for him. Oh yes, sorry. Izuku apologized, smiling brightly at the invisible person. Wanna sit with us? I know people say we're weird, but they're just boring. That's what I said. The person gasped. They sat down, opening their lunchbox, which had cats on it. Izuku could tell Hitoshi immediately liked her more. My name's Toru Hagakure. What's yours? Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi Shinso. Shudo to do his aim. Cool. And yeah, I am invisible. I refract light instead of just being invisible, which is how I see still. And I can't see myself, but I wish I could. That's awesome. Do you sparkle if it's bright out? Aha, my mommy says I'm like a little star. Izuku and Hagakure talked for most of lunch. Hitoshi and Shudo ate quietly, enjoying watching the two talk. They could see Hagakure's sleeves moving just as enthusiastically as Izuku's arms were. It was only when Shudo reached over to hold Izuku's hand that Hagakure stopped talking. Izuku kept going, used to it by now. It was just something his brother did sometimes. Mama said it was something about being touch-starved. Suddenly, their new friend gasped. "Are you too?" She lowered her voice to a whisper, leaning closer to the three boys. "Dating?" "No," Izuku answered. "I don't think so." "Are we dating, Shudo?" "I dunno." "Oh, you two should get married." "Isn't marry something moms and dads do?" "Well, yeah, but anyone can get married." "I can marry you too." "How do we get married?" Izuku asked, tilting his head slightly. He knew Mama and Dad were married, but being 6, didn't fully grasp the concept. "Okay, so you have to hold hands," Hagakure instructed. The two listened, holding hands. "Do you promise to still be married when you're sick and old and to make each other happy until forever?" "Yes. I promise." "Then I now pronounce you married." That was the lunch bell. "See you guys later." And with that, their new friend ran off. Izuku, still happily holding hands with Shudo, packed up his lunch. It had been a good day so far. Tuya nearly had a heart attack when Izuku burst through the door, holding hands with Shudo, and loudly declared they were husbands now. What even went on in 2nd grade now? Inko Midoriya was expecting a lot of things today. Paperwork, of course, maybe another case assigned to her, and perhaps a call from that one client she needed to speak to. If it was a good day, she'd get a text from Tuya or Fuyumi saying they'd be out with friends for a while. She was always so happy when they went out and had fun. They deserved it. What she wasn't expecting was a call from a police officer after dropping off her 3 youngest kids. "Hello, is this Inko Midoriya?" "Yes, and who am I speaking to?" The person on the other end sighed, like they had a heavy weight on their shoulders. "My name is Officer Sansa, at Station I need you to come down here." "But what happened?" Inko's mind was running so fast she swore it would start smoking. All she could think of was that Hisashi had been hurt, but even then he wouldn't be at a police station. It certainly wasn't anything else. She had wiped their history herself. "Ma'am, there's really no easy way to say this, but..." He paused. Inko leaned forward in her seat. The car was still off, but the keys were in the ignition. She still had no idea why a police officer would be calling her, so she waited for them to tell her. And then Inko's world splintered. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo were the victims of a villain attack last night. They're dead. Immediately choked back a sob. They were dead? Just like that? Her friends that had stuck by her since high school. All in an instant. Just gone. And I'm sorry to add more, ma'am, but they left their son to you. Katsuki Bakugo. He's here with us. That's why you need to come down to the station. Inko froze. They hadn't changed it. Neither of them had. When they first had their kids, the 4 of them agreed to something. Their children would be left to the other couple should they die. In a world of villains, it was a necessary precaution. None of their parents were either alive or trustworthy, so it made sense. It was written in their wills and everything. Inko thought Mitsuki and Masaru would have changed it after their fallout. But they didn't, and now Inko and Hisashi were left with 2 dead friends and custody their son, who had bullied Izuku. This wasn't how she imagined today going. "Ma'am? Ma'am, I need an answer. We can put him into the foster system dash." "No," Inko said immediately. She took a steadying breath, trying to calm her racing heart. "No, we'll take him. Just give me half an hour, and I'll be at the station." "Thank you for telling us, Officer Sansa." "It's no problem, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss and we'll see you in a bit." Inko heard the call go silent. The phone was lowered to her lap, tears beginning to dot the screen. Her 2 friends were dead. She didn't quite know why she was so sad. Maybe she had hoped that somehow, someday, they would reconcile. That Katsuki would learn to be better and they would all be friends again. Maybe they could all go to school together and play in the yard while Inko could talk and laugh with Mitsuki and Masaru like they used to. One day everything would go back to what it used to be. And now that day would never come. Inko was in no condition to drive, so she called Hisashi. He needed to know too. The phone rang all of twice before he picked up, thank goodness. Inko was afraid he'd be working already. Inko? Are you okay? You never call me at work, what happened? She choked on a sob before any words could get out. Hisashi was immediately tripping over himself to ask what was wrong. It sounded like he was running through a hallway. Inko, are you okay? Take a deep breath, love. It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Uraraka. Sorry for the short notice, but I have to leave. Where are you, Inko? I'm on my way right now. There's been an emergency, sir. I'll tell you when I get back. Are you still there? Teach the boys SH school. Parkia and G lot. Alright. I'll be there in 15 minutes, 8 if I'm willing to ignore traffic laws. Don't get arrested again, Hisashi. Don't worry about me, love. I'm staying on the phone. If I get pulled over, just say you went into labor or something. That got Inko laughing weakly. They had actually done that twice. Both times Hisashi had gotten out of having a ticket. Both were also because he was speeding home for something. The third time hadn't been a lie. So, what happened? You don't panic often anymore, love. I'll tell you when we get there. I need you to drive us somewhere. Okay, that's okay. You're not good to drive, right? That's why you called me. Why, yes. It's all right, my love, I'll be there soon, Hisashi said softly. The next second he was yelling at some other driver. Stay in your lane, buddy. I swear I can and will run you off the road. Hisashi, you're in a commercial car. Well, I can try to run them off the road. Maybe I should just get a motorcycle. We both know it would last maybe a month before you blow it up somehow. Okay, but that time with the gas tank was not my fault. Nor was that time with the train or the cop car. Sure, darling. Whatever you wanted to think. Inko smiled, decidedly not thinking about the previous phone call. Hisashi always made her feel better. That was something that would never change. I'm here. And no speeding tickets. Inko shook her head fondly, looking out the window to see Hisashi's car pull up. He leapt out of the driver's side the moment his engine was off. She unlocked the doors, stepping onto the pavement too. Hisashi didn't hesitate to wrap her in his arms. She buried her face in his shoulder, crying once again. He smelled like a campfire and citrus, like he always did when he was trying to cover the smell of his quirk. It was something Inko had come to associate with him and the feeling of being safe. Hey, it's okay, love. Come on, you said we had somewhere to go? Get in and you can tell me where, okay? Inko nodded, getting into Hisashi's smaller car. He near sprinted to the other side again, before throwing himself in. Alright, where to? Police station, she whispered, seeing Hisashi jolt next to her. Number I'll tell you once we get there. Alright, I trust you. Do you want me to tell you about Natsuo's latest soccer practice on the way? Inko nodded, wiping away tears before more could take their place. All they had to do was get to the police station. That's all she had to focus on right now, alongside her husband's voice. It would be okay. It was stupid. All of this was stupid and annoying and his parents were dead. Katsuki just seemed to keep cycling around to that. Mom was dead. Dad was dead. He knew what death was, and he knew they weren't going to come back. They weren't ever going to come back. Katsuki didn't know where he'd be going now, since he didn't have grandparents. None he was allowed to see at least. Foster system was what he'd been told, but Katsuki hardly knew what that was. All he wanted was for these morons to leave him alone. Everyone kept trying to say, I'm sorry, and it's okay, as if everything was fine and his world wasn't falling apart. Mr. Sansa, the first police officer he'd met that had a cat head, was the only one not saying that. So he was the only one Katsuki let close to him. Anyone else was yelled at until they left. It always worked. He waited in Mr. Sansa's office with him. The police officer had just been reading things and letting Katsuki sit in a chair. He'd stepped out for a moment, but came back soon enough. Katsuki didn't know why he started to panic when the man left. Mr. Sansa told him just a bit longer, then he could leave. Katsuki still didn't know where he was going. Then there was a knock on Sansa's door a while later. The man opened it and Auntie Inko and Uncle Sashi stepped in. Katsuki didn't think he would ever see them again, Not after what happened with Deku. Izuku. All Mom had said to him was that Izuku was going to a different school. When asked demanded why, all she would tell him was that Auntie and Uncle didn't like that Izuku was getting pushed around. For a while, Katsuki was convinced he had done nothing wrong. That Deku was just too weak to play around them anymore. Then he started questioning himself. He was the only one he'd seen, besides his 2 lackeys, that would push Izuku around. No one else did, so was it his fault? Was it Katsuki's own fault that one of his only real friends had left, all because he teased him for having a quirk he couldn't show? Mom was no help when he asked. They got into another shouting match, so he asked Dad. Dad told him the truth. He always did. He always did. He said they'd come back home. Now they were gone, and Auntie Inko and Uncle Sashi were standing in the doorway. Katsuki didn't know why he felt like crying. Auntie Inko? Uncle Sashi? What are you doing here? He asked, still curled into a ball on Sansa's chair. For a moment he wondered if they were there to yell at him for crying. Auntie Inko came closer, kneeling down to his height. Katsuki saw tears in her eyes when he looked up at her. He wondered if she had been crying before she walked in. We're here to take you with us, if that's okay, she whispered. With them? But didn't he hurt Izuku? Wasn't he the reason they changed schools in the first place? He repeated his thoughts out loud. Your parents, they left you to us. You take care of. Only if you're okay with it, Katsuki. He didn't know what to think. If he went with them, he'd get to see Izuku again. Maybe he could apologize. It was what Dad had wanted him to do before they died. But if he didn't, then nothing. He would move away and never see them again. Katsuki didn't know if one was better than the other, but he knew which one he preferred. He croaked. I want to go with you. All right then, Uncle Sashi said softly, sitting in the chair next to him. Do you want to go now, or wait a little bit? Now, was his almost immediate answer. He didn't want to be at the police station, as nice as Sansa was. The rest were FENG idiots who didn't understand anything. Is there some sort of paperwork we have to fill out? Yes, Mr. Sansa said. He handed Uncle Sashi a few pieces of papers. It shouldn't take long. You can go get his things in the morning, if you wish. Their estate was left to you as well. All right. Katsuki slowly uncurled from his ball. Auntie Inko was sat in the chair on his other side, signing whatever Uncle Sashi passed to her. It was quiet. Katsuki wasn't used to quiet. He wouldn't have to be for long. They finished relatively quickly. Katsuki didn't know if it was 5 minutes or 5 hours. Time had started losing meaning inside the police station a long time ago. Soon enough Auntie and Uncle were guiding him outside. There were actually 2 car seats in the car, which confused Katsuki a bit. Why were there 2? Izuku only needed 1. He didn't ask though, his voice not wanting to work right now. Katsuki got buckled without saying a word. It was on the way to Auntie and Uncle's house, his now too, he thought, that Auntie Inko started talking. Her voice was still hoarse from crying, but that was okay. Katsuki's was too. We don't have very much space, Katsuki, so you're going to have to share a room. Is that okay? He would get to share a room with Izuku? Katsuki had never shared a room before. Maybe if it was Izuku it would be okay though. Why yeah, that's okay Auntie Inko. That's good. I don't know how much Mitsuki told you, but, the house is a lot louder now. Oh okay. Katsuki had no idea what she meant. They pulled into the parking lot in front of a building Katsuki recognized well. It hadn't changed much. He saw it almost every day anyway, since school was this way. That brought up another question. Where would he go to school now? Katsuki, just how much did your mom tell you? Katsuki raised his eyes to meet his uncle's. About what? Oh dear, Uncle Sashi said. It sounded like he was trying not to laugh? Or was it crying? Maybe both. Katsuki, did your mom or dad tell you anything about us in the past, 2 years? And not much, he admitted. His voice still sounded small. He didn't like it. Okay then, let's go inside. The kids don't get out for another few hours. Katsuki was a bit confused, but crawled out of the car nonetheless. He trailed behind his aunt and uncle up to their apartment that he still remembered. The door looked a bit more scuffed than before, but other than that it was the same. Inside, at first glance, wasn't much different either. Katsuki went to take off his shoes, and noticed a lot more pairs than normal there. He scrunched his eyebrows, but didn't comment. Auntie and uncle lead him out to the kitchen and living room. This time, Katsuki immediately noticed things were different. There were pillows and blankets on the couch, and toys and books were scattered everywhere. Action figures Katsuki hadn't seen before were on the floor. Maybe they had guests and hadn't cleaned up yet. Katsuki shook his head, wandering into Izuku's room. He expected hero posters plastering the walls and action figures on every shelf. He expected All Might to be everywhere. That's how he remembered it. Instead there was another bed and sleeping mats on the floor. There were maybe 3 All Might posters, with the rest of the walls coated in heroes Katsuki had heard of and some he hadn't. Pictures of space were tacked over some of them. Geodes and actions figures and other little knickknacks were scattered over the 2 dressers. A tall bookshelf sat in the corner, filled to the brim with journals and big books. It wasn't the room he remembered. Why was there another bed? Why were there mats? Why did Izuku's room not look like his anymore? Katsuki stood frozen in the doorway. Auntie Inko came up behind him, but he only knew she was there when she put a hand on his head. "Auntie, this isn't Izuku's room," he said urgently. What had happened to it? "It's not just his anymore, Katsuki. Come here, Hisashi, and I can explain, okay?" He nodded, and let himself be guided to the couch. The 3 of them sat down, Katsuki still reeling from everything. "Katsuki, you okay, buddy?" Uncle Sashi asked. "What happened to Izuku's room?" Auntie sighed, but started to explain. "We have more kids than Izuku now. Would you like to hear about them?" Katsuki nodded again, and listened as his aunt and uncle told the story. He learned about Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku's friend. His first friend since Katsuki, if he could even admit to them being that. He'd been so bad to Izuku. Auntie and uncle didn't tell him where he had come from, only that he was here now because he was in a bad place before. Then he learned about the 4 Todorokis, now his aims. Shudo, their age, burned because his father pushed their mother past her limit. Natsuo, who liked sports and the outdoors. Tuya and Fuyumi twins. One in hero school and one studying to be a school teacher. They were why Izuku's room was different. 4 of them shared that room, with the twins out on the futon couch. It's why there were more shoes by the door and more things in the living room. And Katsuki hadn't learned about them until now. Izuku had brothers and a sister now. He had friends. Katsuki didn't know whether he was feeling jealous or something, but it wasn't a nice feeling. He wished he knew what it was. Dad wasn't here to ask anymore. So Katsuki did what he usually did. He covered it with anger and pride. Izuku had friends now, he left Katsuki behind. He must think he's so much better for having what Katsuki didn't. For rising above what his place was supposed to be. But you chased him away in the first place, his mind whispered to him. He felt sad. Katsuki wanted to scream and cry and beg the world to bring his parents back. To have real friends again. It wasn't fair, it wasn't fair, it wasn't fair. Hey, it's okay Katsuki, Uncle Sashi said. Katsuki didn't realize he was crying until he reached up and felt the tears. Do you want to try and tell us what's wrong? Everything. He shrieked, withdrawing into himself. Everything is wrong and all people are saying is sorry. Why did that villain have to attack Mom? And Dad? Why did they have to go to that stupid fashion show? Why did they leave me? Auntie Inko immediately pulled him into a hug. He clung to her shirt, sobbing his eyes out. He hadn't cried in so long. Uncle Sashi joined their hug a moment later. It was the warmest Katsuki had felt in a while. They went because it was their job, Auntie whispered quietly. And that villain is in prison now, all right? No one knows why these things happen, they just do. Your parents didn't want to leave you. But why them? I don't know, sweetie. I don't know. Katsuki sat there, sobbing onto his aunt and uncle, and wished things were different. Izuku felt like something was wrong today. There was a heavy feeling in his chest, like something big was going to happen, but he didn't know what it was or why the feeling was there. Shudo and Hitoshi didn't seem to feel anything though, so he brushed it off. Maybe he was just excited about watching the new All Might movie when they got home. School was good. Normal but good. Hagakure still came over to eat with them. She was very funny and nice to them. Izuku liked to talk with her. Dad came to get them from school today, which was different. Dad almost never came to pick them up. Izuku just shrugged, hugging his dad before running to the car. They grabbed Natsuo when he was released too, since they still went to the same school. He wouldn't next year since he would be in 7th grade. Izuku wondered about Tuya and Fuyumi, but Dad said they would take the trains home like normal, which Izuku thought was very cool. Mama said he could too, but only when he was bigger. Dad was quiet though. He was hardly ever quiet. Izuku was getting worried, and the bad feeling was only getting heavier. Still, he didn't ask. If Dad wanted to tell them, he would. Izuku knew he was still too small to understand some things. It was only when they were walking up to their front door that Dad said anything. The key was in his hand, but the door remained locked for a moment. Before we go in, you kids need to know something. Some of my old friends, they... Are you okay, Hisashi? Natsuo asked worriedly. And not really, buddy. Inko and our friends got attacked by a villain last night. They didn't make it out. Izuku felt his heart plummet. The bad feeling only increased, making his stomach churn. His mind kicked into overdrive, thinking of the who and what and why. They left their son T to us to take care of. He'll be staying with us from now on. Is that okay? Natsuo and Shuto nodded immediately. Izuku saw Hitoshi do the same, but he wasn't paying much attention. His thoughts had screeched to a halt. The words around him went in one ear and out the other. Simply aimless chatter now. Mama and Dad never had many friends. The closest ones had been Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Mau. They had a kid, Kaken. And Izuku had overheard them once, talking about what would happen to him and Kaken if they were to leave. It was after they adopted Hitoshi. They had been talking about a will and maybe changing it soon. He hadn't heard more on it after that. Until today, that is. Izuku felt like his soul had been dragged down to his feet. He didn't wait for Dad to open the door all the way. Izuku barreled past him, deaf to his squawk of surprise. In that moment, it didn't matter. Izuku raced into the living room. No one was there, but he spun around when something hit the kitchen tiles. And standing there was Kaken. His old friend. His old bully. Kaken's eyes were red from crying. His spiky hair was flattened in places and looked longer than Izuku remembered. The thing to hit the floor was a plastic cup he had been holding. It had been so long since he'd last seen Kaken. But Izuku hesitated. The last time they had met, Kaken had burned him. He had burned him before that too. All because Izuku couldn't show Kaken some flashy quirk worthy enough for a friend of his. His friend had never apologized for any of it. Hitoshi and Shuto came up behind him. They knew about Kaken, or at least Hitoshi did. Shuto had probably been told too. Izuku wondered how they would react to his old bully. Izuku. Kaken, Izuku said softly, wondering whether he should hug him or take a step backwards. This is Kaken? Hitoshi whispered to Izuku, who nodded. Kaken that bullied you? Shuto asked. Another nod. The two didn't hesitate to put themselves between Izuku and Kaken. It made him smile a bit, knowing they would protect him. Even if he didn't need it. Kaken wouldn't dare try something in front of Mama and Dad. The heck are you two doing? Kaken demanded, glaring at Shuto and Hitoshi. The fire that was usually behind it was nothing but embers and smoke. I just want to talk to the nerd. No. You hurt Zu before I was here, Hitoshi said, and Izuku couldn't help but compare him to a puffed-up cat right now. I won't let you do it again. Yeah. Shuto added. Izuku doesn't deserve to be bullied. I just want to talk to him, you idiots. Anything said to Zu can be said with us here. Kaken hesitated. Izuku had never seen him hesitate. It didn't last long though. The prickliness and scowl Izuku had come to associate with Kaken took over his expression again. The fire was sparking, even if his hands stayed dark. Fine, he spat. Kaken broke off into mumbling too quiet to hear. Izuku pet his head to the side. Kaken, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, alright? For bullying you or whatever. Dad wanted me to say that. Kaken reached up to angrily wipe at something on his face. So you can F off now. Take your lousy guard dogs with you. Izuku's gaze softened. He understood what Kaken was doing, even if he himself didn't. His old friend was still standing in the kitchen, head bowed so they couldn't see his eyes or the tears gathering in them. He gently pushed past Hitoshi and Shudo. They looked at him in confusion, but didn't try to stop him. Kaken didn't move as Izuku quietly walked closer. Izuku stopped directly in front of Kaken, who still hadn't looked up. He carefully reached out and took one of his hands. It sparked in surprise, but quickly faded once his friend looked up. That was then that Izuku knew he meant it when he said sorry. You don't have to act strong, Kaken, Izuku said softly, holding the explosive hand in his own. Not here. Not with us. You don't have to pretend. Kaken crumbled. He fell to his knees, sobbing so hard Izuku hoped he could still breath. Izuku settled on the floor in front of him, hugging his friend close. Kaken held on to him like he might disappear. I'm sorry. It's okay, Kaken. It's okay. It hurts, Izuku. Why does it hurt? He sobbed. I want Mom and Dad. Izuku curled tighter around his friend. His brother. I know, Kaken. Izuku was grieving too. His Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masu had been his favorite aunt and uncle, not that he had any others. Hearing they were dead made him want to cry too, but Kaken needed him. Crying could wait until Kaken wasn't holding him in a vice grip. Zoo! Izuku looked behind them, seeing Hitoshi and Shudo looking unsure of what to do. He grinned sadly, beckoning them over. Once they were close enough, he pulled them into the hug too. That was how Mama and Dad found them. All in a huddle on the floor, two with tear-stained faces and two more cuddling their brother. Mama convinced them to move to the couch to watch a movie. Kaken still hadn't let go of Izuku's hand, but that was okay. Hitoshi and Shudo cuddled close enough for them to share a big blanket. They all fell asleep watching an all-night movie, Mama and Dad's quiet chatter in the background. Katsuki woke up feeling disoriented. He wasn't at home, but it was really warm and nice. His pillow was somehow softer than it usually was. Maybe he could sleep for just a bit longer. Someone would wake him up if they needed him anyway. Then his pillow moved. Katsuki's eyes snapped open, and he scrambled to sit up. Somehow, he hadn't woken Izuku up, who he had been using as a pillow. There were two other people too. Their names are Hitoshi and Shudo, he remembered. See his siblings now. The word felt weird even if it was only in his thoughts. He wasn't at home. He couldn't go home. There was no mom or dad to go back to. A noise caught his attention. Just footsteps, but they didn't sound like auntie or uncles. Katsuki looked up and was met with a red-headed teenager. Right, they had even more kids. How the F was Katsuki going to handle having 6 siblings now? He had barely handled just being with Mom. Hey, you awake there? Katsuki looked up again, not realizing he'd looked down at the blanket he was under. The redhead was tall, he realized, but definitely not all might tall. He had an ear piercing too, which he thought was. If he looked closely, he could see that the teen's arms look a bit red, like Katsuki's did if he accidentally set off an explosion too close to his skin. He nodded, cautious of what the person wanted. He couldn't be too bad if Auntie and Uncle let him live here, at the very least. Dinner should be done soon. I think we're having some sort of American food Hisashi wanted to try making. If he burns it again, we have leftovers in the fridge. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, but otherwise did nothing. The teen Tuya. Right, this one was Tuya, moved to sit in one of the chairs. He had a book in his hands. It looked big and boring to Katsuki. You can stop staring, kid. I'm not going to hurt you. I could take you. Sure you could, Tuya snorted, not even looking up from his book. Go back to sleep, you look like you need it. Says you. Yeah, says I, who gets a decent amount of sleep. You live with this many people, how do you sleep? Katsuki asked, genuinely curious. The only context he had were a few sleepovers, and he hardly ever slept at those. Everyone just sleeps, I guess? It's not like we're up all night. Fuyumi might stay up a bit late reading, but she's not loud anyway. Pretty sure Hitoshi is the only one I can find awake at night, but he has insomnia, so. Oh, okay. Go to sleep, kid. We'll wake you up when dinner's done. Katsuki nodded, laying back down. He was warm here and it felt safe. Tuya was watching over them. Izuku was here with him again. It felt nice to have his friend back. To have someone he could let be close and not want to blast them away. Katsuki wondered if this was what having siblings was actually like. Breakfast was weird. Really FING weird. Katsuki was used to grabbing a granola bar from the pantry, maybe dad making something if he had time. He was used to mom already being awake and maybe out of the house. He was not used to having pancakes with 8 other people. All at the same time. He had gotten to sleep in what was apparently Hitoshi's bed. Natsuo slept in what Katsuki assumed was supposed to be Izuku's bed. It had all might sheets, so it was probably his. The 3 that were his age all piled onto the mats that took up most of the floor. Katsuki found it weird. Why would anyone willingly be that touchy-feely? Katsuki woke up to Izuku gently shaking him awake. His immediate reaction was to tell him to F off and let him sleep, but then he remembered all of what had happened. Izuku had forgiven him. Katsuki had said sorry, and Izuku had forgiven him. They had cried on the floor, then fallen asleep watching an all-might movie. Auntie Inko had let them eat on the couch to watch another movie too. He was also wearing some of Shudo's pajamas right now, since all of Katsuki's were still back at home. He couldn't tell Izuku to F off. Not when he was trying to be better. To be an actual friend. That's not what friends did, probably. Breakfast, Kakin. We're having pancakes. Izuku exclaimed, pulling on Katsuki's hand to get him out of bed. The other 3 were nowhere in sight. Pancakes? Yeah. Dad can make them without burning anything. Mama's still trying to teaching him how to make other things. He's getting better though. Katsuki nodded groggily, getting out of the bed. The purple bedding was really confirmable. Made him wonder why the 3 squished themselves onto the floor of all places. The small apartment was more alive than Katsuki had ever seen it in his own house. Tuya was shoving books in a backpack, while Fuyumi called out a list to him. Natsuo was in the corner fishing his soccer ball out from under the side table. Hitoshi and Shudo were in the kitchen with Auntie Inko and Uncle Sashi, who were cooking. It looked more like an odd dance to Katsuki. One with papers and food. Izuku pulled him over to the big table they definitely didn't have last time Katsuki was here with his parents. He sat down, unsure of what to do. Uncle Sashi noticed him a second later, and his face split into a grin. Albeit more sad than Katsuki remembered him being. Mornin', Katsuki. I have to go to work today, but Inko is going to take you to go get your things from your house. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo are taking the day off of school to stay with you. The other 3 still have school, but they should be back before it's late. Is Hawks allowed to come for dinner? He wants to meet Katsuki, Tuya yelled from the living room. Of course. Andy called back. See if Yusajiyama wants to come over too. Katsuki watched, silent for once as he watched everyone hustle and bustle about. There was a veritable mountain of pancakes that Uncle Sashi was finishing off. Auntie was gathering papers in the other room now. Breakfast's ready. Katsuki was instantly overwhelmed as everyone invaded the kitchen. Tuya and Natsuo were racing, shoving the other to get to the table first. Fuyumi speed-walked over to the pancake pile, right before Uncle snatched up from the counter and moved it to the table. Plates were already out. The family swarmed the food like a pack of hungry piranhas. 2 pancakes were somehow passed over to him. Katsuki didn't know how exactly it happened. He wasn't going to question it right now though. Instead, he snatched the syrup before anyone else could in order to properly drown his pancakes. It was loud. Everyone was talking to someone else. Yet it was still quieter than sometimes when Mom yelled. This was more like chatter, sometimes indistinct and quiet, other times loud and for everyone to hear. It was really freaking weird. Mama, are we gonna get a real house now? Izuku exclaimed excitedly. Kakin needs room. Auntie Inko smiled, the rest of the table quieting down. Even Katsuki was paying attention now. Yes, I suppose it's time to start seriously looking for one. We have enough money for one now. New house. New house. Hitoshi cheered, thankfully with no food in his mouth. Bigger bed? Right. We'll be sure to get you kids bigger beds, Uncle Sashi chuckled. And Tuya and Fuyumi get their own room. Maybe you four could share one room too and have bunk beds. No, Katsuki said suddenly, surprising everyone else. He shrunk just a bit under all of their gazes. I don't want to share a room. I want my own room, like at home. Auntie and Uncle shared a look, one Katsuki couldn't decipher. It certainly wasn't one his parents shared. He gulped, hoping it wasn't bad. Okay then, Uncle said. Your own room it is. We'll just have to find a house big enough. Oh, let us help pick it out. Izuku crowed. Yeah, we can help find one we all like. Hitoshi added. Can we have a backyard? Shido asked. Yeah. And a bigger kitchen. Can we please have a bigger living room? I want a big yard so I can play soccer at home. Can I have bookshelves? If she gets bookshelves I need a beanbag. Beanbag? One big enough for all of us. Katsuki stayed quiet, watching with wide eyes as Uncle brought out a notepad from nowhere to write everything down. Auntie was repeating some things to him that he missed. It was organized chaos, was what came to his mind. Something his dad said before. Anything you want to add, Katsuki? No. All right then. Guess we'll start house shopping later this week. In the meantime, Tuya, Fuyumi, Natsuo, there's 10 minutes before we have to leave, Uncle Sashi said, prompting the three to get up and scramble for their things. Have a good day at work, honey, Auntie said, kissing Uncle on his cheek before he got up. I'll try, love. Have fun, boys. Uncle Sashi flew out of the kitchen, snagging a bag on the way out. Katsuki could see Natsuo kicking a soccer ball across the floor while his hands were full. Tuya was snagging another book that had somehow got wedged in the couch cushions. The kitchen was a tad bit quieter after the front door shut. Hitoshi and Katsuki were both happily munching on their pancakes. Shuto and Izuku were excitedly sharing ideas for their new room, with Auntie Inko listening intently. It was still weird, Katsuki decided, but this was maybe something he could get used to. Hitoshi didn't quite know what to make of Katsuki. He had heard of the boy from Zoo, who called him Kaken. Hitoshi didn't like what he heard. To him, Katsuki just sounded like a bully with a strong quirk that had never been told no. Then he actually met Katsuki. At first he seemed to just confirm all of what Hitoshi thought. His apology was stiff and like he wanted to be somewhere else. Zoo knew better. He always did. He had taken Katsuki's hand and told him he didn't have to be strong in front of them. That he didn't have to pretend. Hitoshi was shocked into silence when Katsuki started crying. This wasn't the same person he had heard about. That person burned his brother, this one was clinging to his shirt and sobbing out his feelings. Whatever had happened between Izuku leaving his old school and now it had obviously changed the boy. They all hugged and curled up on the couch to watch All Might movies. Hitoshi fell asleep, only waking up when dinner was done. Tuya told them what funny stuff Hawks and Usajiyama had done today, since they couldn't come over for dinner after all. Hitoshi was still curious as to why Hawks didn't have a real name, but Tuya said it was rude to ask about, so he kept his questions to himself. Hitoshi slept on the floor mats with Zu and Shudo so Katsuki could have his bed. Natsuo slept in Izuku's bed though, so they had space. Shudo was warm as ever, and Hitoshi found himself sleeping again. He got up early though. Insomnia wasn't fun, he had already learned, but it was better when he slept next to his brothers. They had tried sleeping separate a few times. Those hadn't been good nights for any of them. Hitoshi got no sleep, Izuku kicked and thrashed until he landed on the floor, and Shudo had a bad nightmare. From then on they always slept near each other. Katsuki wasn't used to that, apparently. He slept just fine in Hitoshi's bed all by himself. Maybe it was just the three of them and their collective trauma that made them sleep in a pile, but Hitoshi wasn't about to copy Katsuki. Breakfast was normal. Katsuki looked a bit confused and not used to it at all. Hitoshi found it mildly funny, but refrained from saying or doing anything. He had already gone through enough with losing his parents. That, at least, Hitoshi could relate to. The topic of a house was brought up, and Hitoshi immediately jumped on it. An actual house? Bigger room? They might even have a backyard. They could play tag without having to ask someone to watch them. It was no surprise to him that Katsuki wanted his own room. He didn't seem like the type of person to share well. Hitoshi knew it would also remind him of his home from before, so he didn't say anything on that either. Hitoshi was glad they didn't have to go to school today. Zu was still really sad, and the teachers might be mean if he didn't pay attention. Not that Zu needed to for long, since his analysis quirk made him super-duper smart. They went to go and get Katsuki's things from his old house instead. Most of it would be in boxes until they all moved to an actual house, but his clothes could probably be shoved in the dresser somehow. Maybe the closet. Hitoshi hummed a song he'd heard on the radio as they drove there. It was close enough to walk, but boxes weren't easy things to carry that far. So they were going in the car. The house looked nice enough from the outside. Hitoshi was eager to just get out of the car. The four of them tumbled out and up to the door. Mama Ink unlocked it with a key she found under a rock. It was weird, but adults were weird and Hitoshi wasn't going to question it. Mama Ink grabbed some of the empty boxes from the car while the three brothers trailed after Katsuki. He was quiet. What was that word Izuku taught him? Oh, sullen. Katsuki looked sullen. He was staring at everything like he was going to start crying soon, an expression Hitoshi was very familiar with. Zu made it a lot. The latest time being when he saw a fuzzy caterpillar outside yesterday. But Katsuki's was because he was sad, that much was obvious. Hitoshi cautiously peeked into each room they passed. It was weird. He knew no one was living here now, but it still looked like they did. There were unmade beds, scattered toys, and cups still on the counter, just like at home. Like Katsuki wasn't actually living with them now and his parents weren't gone. They reached Katsuki's room, which hadn't been touched either. It almost looked like Zu's used to. All Might action figures lines the shelves and posters covered walls. His sheets were even All Might too. How much do you think Auntie will let me take? Katsuki asked, trying and failing to sound unaffected by all of this. Mama said as much as you want, Izuku said, looking around. He hadn't seen it in maybe 2 years, so it had changed at least a little bit. Katsuki nodded, retreating to go grab boxes. Zu followed him, leaving Shuto and Hitoshi by themselves in the room. Is this what Zuku's room used to look like? He told me he used to have a lot more All Might stuff out. Yeah, Hitoshi answered, cracking a small smile. Zu had lots. Put it away so I could have Eraserhead and space. I like the posters we have. Do you think Aunt Inko would let me have some of my own? Mama Ink would let you have a lot. Dad sure get you ones of Pokemon. He'd get me a Pokeball, Shuto laughed. Tuya said it looks like my hair. He's right. Katsuki and Zu returned with boxes, Mama Ink in tow. Hitoshi went to help unfold a few more. Katsuki, why don't you start bringing me things you want to pack, and I can put it in some of the boxes. The boys can help you. Katsuki scoffed, but nodded. Only Izuku can touch my All Might action figures. Fair enough. All right then, let's get started. Hitoshi was exhausted by the time they filled all the boxes. Katsuki's room had been the first to get finished, and from there they'd packed up anything else Mama Ink thought they needed to take. She told them the furniture would either come with them when they found a house, or it would be sold. Katsuki was adamant about keeping his bed. His room felt empty now. All his figurines and posters were packed up neatly, most were already in the car. Hitoshi came back in to see if he could get another box to bring downstairs. He found Katsuki standing in the doorway, staring at his empty walls. Everyone else was outside, so it was just the two of them. Hitoshi carefully edged up to the blonde boy. You okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. Just leave me alone, you extra. Hitoshi got the distinct feeling Katsuki meant the exact opposite, so he stayed. He looked around, seeing how truly barren everything felt now. Are you scared? Hitoshi felt Katsuki jolt beside him. Didn't look over, but saw him stare incredulously from the corner of his eye. I'm not scared. It's okay to be scared, you know, Hitoshi said quietly, remembering. I was 2 when Mama Ink and Dadsure brought me home. Zu tell you how they adopted me? No. Why would I care? Zu found me in winter, in a park. Bad foster kids chased me out, locked the door. They saved me, but I was scared. I think you're scared too. Katsuki was quiet, not looking at Hitoshi. He didn't have to say anything. Hitoshi understood that he had hit the nail on the head. Are you worried they will be mean? No. Katsuki snapped. Auntie and uncle and Izuken are the nicest people in the world. Then why are you scared? Because I don't want them to leave me too, all right, he said hoarsely. I don't want to be left behind. They're all I have now. Hitoshi paused, then wrapped an arm around Katsuki. The boy was crying again. Hitoshi wondered if he had cried a lot before now. The answer was probably no. No one left behind. What? No one left behind, Hitoshi quoted seriously. Zu says it a lot. It means that no matter what, we won't leave you. You're part of our family now, and we protect each other. No matter what. But what if you die too? Then I fight death until she lets me come back. That got Katsuki to crack a grin, and Hitoshi felt proud of himself. He hoped Katsuki would start smiling more. Come on, Mama Ink said she'd make us lunch when we get home. If we don't hurry, Sho will try and make her leave without us. Katsuki's small grin didn't leave, and Hitoshi copied him. They went back outside, ready to leave the old house behind and go home. We're going house hunting today, Uncle Sashi declared while they were all eating breakfast. Hitoshi's eyebrows scrunched up in confusion. What eats houses? What do you mean, Hitoshi? You said we're going house hunting. Are we hunting houses like lions? Katsuki couldn't help but snort and smile. He didn't blame Hitoshi, not since Katsuki himself only knew the term thanks to his parents talking about it. He had been here a bit longer than a week, and Katsuki was slowly getting used to the chaos that was his new family. His brothers, he still wasn't used to that part, still insisted on sleeping in a pile on the floor. Natsuo ended up with them sometimes, but he never seemed to mind. Katsuki had even woken up one day and found all four of them piled on top of Tuya and Fuyumi. This house was odd, but it was growing on Katsuki. It was the weekend now. One that Uncle Sashi didn't have to work and Auntie was home. No one had school either, since it was a weekend and all that, which was probably why they were going house hunting today. Means we're looking at new houses, dummus, Katsuki answered fondly, not looking up from his breakfast. Language, kakin. Katsuki grumbled with a mouth full of cereal. Right, less swearing. He could only swear if it was important, like stubbing his like Auntie did. Katsuki hadn't known his mom got that particular curse from Auntie Inko. Where are we looking? Tuya asked, also shoveling cereal in his mouth. Near here actually, Uncle answered. But hopefully closer to my work and the boys' school. Hope it's not one of the bad neighborhoods, Fuyumi muttered. Where isn't? Tuya scoffed. Seriously, this city needs more heroes. Once I become one, I promise my first patrol will be here. Good. Mama, when are we leaving? As soon as everyone's ready, Auntie answered. Anyone with food left immediately started shoving more in their mouths, Katsuki included. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he was excited to look at new houses. Maybe he'd finally be allowed to help with something in a new house. Mom hadn't let him touch anything in their old one. With empty bowls in the sink, all the kids rushed off to get ready. Katsuki heard Auntie laugh. He wondered if there would be a day where he laughed and smiled as much as she did. Katsuki rode in the car with Auntie Inko, Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo. Natsuo, Tuya, and Fuyumi all rode with Uncle Sashi. They didn't all fit in one car, not with four of them still needing a car seat of some kind. Especially Izuken with how short he was. He was only 2 inches shorter, but none of them were going to let it go anytime soon. They got to the first one quickly. It looked small, but at least it wasn't bright yellow like the one they had passed on the way here. There was a person in front of the house too. A real estate agent, Auntie told him. Katsuki didn't know what that was, but the lady's face when all 7 kids walked up with Auntie and Uncle was priceless. She didn't ask about it, and talked to Auntie and Uncle about the house. Katsuki tuned everyone out until it was time to go inside. Auntie reminded them all to be on their best behavior. Much to the real estate agent's relief, they did in fact behave. There wasn't much to break inside the house anyway. It was too small though. Not enough rooms and the yard was tiny. Natsuo quietly complained about it, obviously not intending for anyone to hear, but the adults did anyway. The first house was immediately crossed off the list. The next one was bigger, but had too much to fix. Katsuki nearly tripped over the uneven floorboards. The ceiling had as many cracks in it as the sidewalk did, and Hitoshi almost cut himself on a splintering cabinet. That house was quickly crossed off the list too, with Natsuo was mourning the loss of its big yard on the way to the next one. By the end of the fourth house, Katsuki was getting tired, mostly of looking at DMN houses. There was something wrong with all of them. Too small, too expensive, too broken, rooms too small. Katsuki sort of just wanted to go back home now. It was going to get dark soon anyway. The fifth house was their last one for the day. Katsuki immediately liked it better than some of the others. It was closer to their school and the center of the city. A train station was nearby too, so Tuya and Fuyumi could get to their respective high schools easier. The outside wasn't falling apart at the very least. Izuku pulled him over to look at the small garden in the front yard. They went inside a minute later, the kids trailing in behind Auntie and Uncle. There was a lot of space inside, and Katsuki could see the kitchen was bigger than the one they had right now. Maybe Auntie Inko would let him help with cooking again. The house also had 2 stories too. All the kids almost immediately raced up the stairs, stopping at the top to see where rooms were. There was a big one, obviously for Auntie and Uncle. There was one slight problem though. There were only 3 other rooms. 2 smaller ones next to Auntie and Uncle's room, and then a big one at the other end of the house. But with only 3 other rooms, it meant Katsuki wouldn't get his own. Tuya and Fuyumi were sharing one room, that was non-negotiable. Natsuo was fine with whatever he got. Katsuki could technically share with him, but there was no way he was being far from Izuku. Besides, Natsuo was too messy for Katsuki to share a small space with. They explored the smaller rooms, and the one for Auntie and Uncle. They deemed it satisfactory for them, before moving down the hall to the bigger one. Katsuki poked his head in to see just how big it was. It was essentially divided in 2, the door being in the middle. There were 2 big windows facing the side of the house, but no closet. A massive tree was close to the left window like some sort of love story bullshit. Katsuki thought it was perfect. If he took one end, then the others could take the other until Katsuki got used to sharing. Natsuo could have the other free room next to Tuya and Fuyumi. Everyone would get what they wanted, and no murder over different opinions on cleanliness would be attempted. "I love it," Hitoshi declared. "This is our room." "Yeah," Shudo agreed. "All of our posters can fit. And we can get a big bed so no one has to sleep on the floor," Izuku exclaimed, rushing into the middle of the room to get a good look at everything for all of 3 seconds. "Let's go tell Mama." Katsuki followed behind the stampede of people thundering down the stairs. The sound was no doubt giving the real estate agent a heart attack. Auntie Inko and Uncle Sashi were looking around the living room while they all barreled back down to the first floor. The 2 of them stopped once they heard everyone coming downstairs. The real estate agent's smile was strained. "Mama, Dad, we found the perfect room and all of us can fit, and there's a big tree out the window and it's perfect." "Slow down, Izuku," Auntie laughed. "What's this about a room? It's so big, Mama. Sho and Toshi and even Kaken can fit with me. Aniki and Aniki can have their own room, and so can Natsu." "Well then, why don't you show us this amazing room?" Izuku grabbed Auntie and Uncle's hands, tugging them to the stairs. He rambled on about how everything could finally fit on the walls, and how Katsuki could sleep with them too. Everyone was upstairs looking at the different rooms again. Auntie Inko was standing in the middle of the big room, listening to Izuku's rambling and Hitoshi's questions. Katsuki stood in the doorway, just watching for now. He didn't realize Uncle Sashi was there until he spoke. "Didn't you want your own room, Katsuki?" he asked. I don't mind," he mumbled, staring at the floor. "Izuku said I can have half if I share my All Might posters." Uncle Sashi laughed, ruffling his spiky hair. "That's good to hear, Katsuki. Come on then, I think Hitoshi is trying to convince Inko to paint the ceiling blue and purple." Katsuki snorted, and watched his new family explore and make plans. Hisashi had moved plenty of times. He'd moved out for college. He'd moved from college to apartments. Heck, he'd moved overseas for a while. But none of that had prepared him for the utter chaos that was moving houses with children. Especially multiple children. It was crazier than any villain attack. Seriously, how did a shoe end up on top of the cabinets? Katsuki was actually the easiest. Most of his stuff was already in boxes, so all they had to do was repack what had been taken out and put them to the side for now. Some of Mitsuki and Masaru's furniture would be coming with them too, but they had yet to decide specifically what was going. Tuya and Fuyumi weren't especially hard to pack up, but they kept finding things. Fuyumi found a missing book in the couch. Tuya somehow pulled a pair of pants out from under the entertainment center. Hisashi was just confused on how half the things got where they were. They even found Natsuo's missing homework in their dresser, which was what the TV was on top of. All their DVDs were stacked on the floor. Hisashi didn't want to think about packing up the boys' room quite yet. The kitchen was more or less easy. Lots of dishes and pans, but they got rid of anything they wouldn't use. Some of the utensils may have ended up being support gear for the latest game of heroes versus villains. No one got hurt though, so Hisashi considered it a successful day. Packing up the boys' room turning out to be a nightmare and a half. Nothing was organized. A third of the time they got distracted by things they found that had been missing. It was a constant game of, whose clothes are these? And, who put this here? Nonetheless, everything was in boxes by the end of the week. It marked 2 weeks since they'd seen the house, and 1 since being told they got it. They went to get the keys later today. Once they did, it was moving time. Hisashi had no idea how they were going to get everything down 2 flights of stairs. No one got injured. Okay, Natsuo tripped down a few stairs, but he was fine. Maybe a bruise from landing, but other than that he was alright. All the boxes had successfully been moved from the now empty apartment to the truck. Most of the furniture was coming with them, and oh boy had that been fun to bring down. Hisashi never wanted to be squished in an elevator with a mattress again. He was seriously debating whether they should have just pushed it over the balcony and caught it at the bottom, despite the fact that Inko had said no. Hisashi got to drive the truck to their new home. All of their kids, and God, his heart was full at calling all of them his, were eager to help unload. Boxes were placed in piles depending on which room they went in. The 4 youngest boys hiked up and down the stairs with their things. It took all day, but the truck was eventually emptied. They hadn't set up any beds, so everyone was sleeping on mattresses in the living room. All of them had been pushed together to form the ultra mattress. Hisashi smiled as everyone grabbed the blankets they had uncovered from a box somewhere. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shuto immediately cuddled up together. It was adorable, and Hisashi took pictures. Tuya and Fuyumi laid down near each other, with Natsuo using their legs as pillows. Katsuki eventually settled in the space between the 2 groups. Inko and Hisashi took the place that had been left for them. They were one big, happy family, all sleeping on mattresses on the floor in their new home. He couldn't help the beaming smile that was on his face. Hisashi didn't know how, but he woke up to having 7 children piled on top of him and Inko. And you know what? He wouldn't trade it for anything. Katsuki was tired of living out of boxes. That was why the instant his furniture was put together, he started unpacking. The others were all doing something else, but it let Katsuki focus. Clothes, posters, and everything else all found a place as he slowly made his way through boxes. He had his own bed and All Might sheets back. The posters of his hero hung above him with tape and thumbtacks. The figurines all had a place on his dresser and shelves. Katsuki observed his work so far, nodding in approval. It looked decent. Only a few boxes were left now, and they were mostly clothes and books. They were set near the left window, the one with the tree outside of it, which was his window. It wasn't going to be only his window for long, but he didn't know that yet. Katsuki moved to grab one of the full boxes to drag it over. He glanced out the window, where the street was barely visible. His mind did a double take at seeing what was out there. The street was lined with trees, one thing Katsuki liked about the place. A little old lady was standing at the base of one, staring up into the leaves. After a bit of searching, Katsuki saw why. A bright orange cat was sitting on a branch, Too high for the lady to reach, and apparently too high for the cat to climb down. Katsuki was about to run outside to see if he could help, or at least tell an adult so they could reach the cat, when he saw another person. Kid like him from the looks of. They were also bright pink. The person spoke with the old lady for a second, before scaling the tree. Katsuki blinked as the pink person skittered into the branches like a DMN squirrel. The cat was quickly retrieved and given to the owner. They must have had practice with tree climbing. And not many kids their age would stop and help some random person with their cat either. It sounded like something Izuku would do. They were going to be good heroes, he just knew it. Izuku was already halfway there, with how he had saved his sibling and all that. That person would make a good one too, just like Izuku. Katsuki hoped he would be worthy of standing beside them when they became heroes. If packing took forever, unpacking was going to take an eternity. Somehow things had teleported from one box to another. Tuya's things were in Izuku's boxes and Izuku's hero merch was with Natsuo's sports gear. It didn't make any sense to Inko. The end of June had come and gone. They celebrated Hitoshi and Natsuo's birthday in a maze of cardboard. Quite literally, since they made a maze downstairs out of boxes as a party game. They all spent the afternoon giggling and trying to find the back door. Tuya thankfully did not try and set the boxes on fire. Shudo, however, did. Izuku stopped him before anything went up in flames though. Extra fire extinguishers were added to the shopping list. Inko made them both a cake and took pictures of them blowing the candles out. Hitoshi's untamable lavender hair and Natsuo's pointy white were shadowed by the yellow flames. Hisashi's party trick of lighting them with his quirk never failed to make the kids ooh and ah. Katsuki got transferred to the 3 school. He took it with grumbling but no explosions. Inko made sure he knew it wasn't because they were trying to uproot him from everything he knew. This school was just closer and the other boys were there, so he would already have friends. Inko was almost 100% sure that Hitoshi had smuggled in a bag of marshmallows for Katsuki on his first day. He wasn't in the same class as them, but they all had lunch together. Within a week Inko had already been called to the school because of an incident. One of them had used their quirk on another student. Surprisingly, it wasn't Katsuki. It was Hitoshi. She had to go to the school and get him. The poor principal really hadn't been expecting the hurricane that is an angry Mamadoriya sweeping through the door. So you're telling me you just, what? Took the word of another kid and didn't even ask for both sides? Didn't even wonder why my son threatened quirk use? That it maybe didn't occur to you that the other child was picking on my other sons? Ma'am, I assure you dash. And I assure you that Hitoshi wouldn't take action unless he deemed it absolutely necessary. You know what quirk discrimination is, sir, and I should hope you don't think that way when you work with children. And now dash. Inko turned voice. Gentle once more. Hitoshi, can you tell me what happened? Hitoshi nodded, sending a glare up at the principal, even though he had tears in his eyes. Inko was proud. Even a year ago he wouldn't have been brave enough to do that. Bullies said Cat was a villain, Hitoshi said, trying hard not to cry. Zizu told them to stop, but they didn't. Kurei W wanted to push them down the hill, but I made them go away. I didn't want Kurei to get in trouble. And you told the bullies to walk away, nothing else? Used my quirk. I'm so sorry, Mama Ink. Oh sweetie, it's okay. You just wanted to make sure your brother and friend were okay. You aren't in the wrong, right, principal? The man nodded hastily. He had heard of Inko, both in the courtroom and outside of it. There was no way he would willingly put himself between an angry bear and her cubs. But why don't we go get everyone else for the day? We can even pick the twins up from their school. Hitoshi's tears were near instantly dry. He leapt up from his seat, bouncing by the door as Inko got up to leave too. She sent one last glare to the principal before closing the door behind them. If they went to get ice cream after that, then the kids weren't about to say anything. And if Hagakure got some mochi as a thank you from Inko, well, no one was about to confront her about it. Hisashi loved their new house. There were still boxes in every room, but it already felt like home. The 4 boys loved sharing a room. Their beds were finally up, which was nice. Katsuki had one side of the room to himself, while the other 3 slept on their own bed on the opposite side. Hisashi and Inko had finally just decided to get them a big bed they could share instead of the three ending up on the ground every night. They didn't sleep well without each other anyway. His bosses, the Urarakas, were very understanding of the whole situation. They were his favorite bosses yet, excluding Inko. Given, she was the reason he wasn't buried 6 feet under, no matter what she said to deny it. She was his wife though, so he was perhaps a bit biased. The two couples actually had gone out for dinner a few times. Hisashi found himself becoming their friend, which was not what he expected when he originally applied for the job. And as friends, the Urarakas said it was their duty to bring over a housewarming gift. Inko had tried to tell them it wasn't needed, but once the Urarakas set their mind to something they weren't going to budge. A trait that had been passed on to their daughter, who Hisashi had seen on-site quite a bit. Cue the family trying to clean up as much as possible before their guests arrived. The boys were excited and tried to help to clean too. Emphasis on tried. 7-year-olds aren't the best at cleaning, but at least they were enthusiastic about it. The 3 older ones were a bit more help. It wasn't much longer until there was a knock at the door. There was an instant stampede of footsteps thundering down the stairs, along with a cacophony of excited little voices. Hisashi slid up to the door before one of the kids could get it. Goodness knows how that would go. Knowing his sons, they'd probably open the door and ask what their favorite color is. Hisashi opened the door, smiling brightly. "Korobu, Yuka, come on in. Mind the slight mess." The boys tried helping. The two laughed, coming inside. Their small daughter, Ochako, trailing behind them. She was holding on to her mother's pant leg, but grinned up at Hisashi. Inko came in a second later, giving the two a hug. She knelt down, offering a hand to shake to Ochako. The little girl took it, gently shaking Inko's hand with a pinky raised. "It's very nice to meet you, Ochako. I have sons your age, you know. Would you like to meet them?" Ochako glanced up at her parents, before nodded. Inko smiled, taking the little girl's hand to guide her out of the room. Hisashi could hear his kids waiting just around the corner, and no doubt Inko could too. "Oh, do think she'll be okay?" Yukai said, obviously worried about her daughter. "My kids will probably want to adopt her by the end of the day," Hisashi laughed. "She's a sweet girl, Yukai. If anything, they'll be calling her their queen when you go home." The two laughed, tension leaving them. Hisashi was glad. He meant every word he said too. If anything, he wouldn't be surprised if the 4 came marching and carrying Ochako on their shoulders and demanding they bow to the princess. The adults got to talk in the living room, mattress-free now, while all the kids stayed upstairs and played. Tuya and Fuyumi were working on homework, but they checked on the 5 every few minutes. Natsuo had left to play soccer with some of his friends. It was maybe an hour later that 5 pairs of little feet barreled down the stairs again. Hisashi looked up, seeing Izuku leading the charge while holding Ochako's hand. Katsuki was being dragged along with Ochako's other hand. He didn't look opposed to it though. "Mama, Dad, can we keep her?" Izuku asked excitedly, jumping up and down with his brothers behind him. "I think her parents would miss her," Inko laughed. "But she knows how to play Ryukyu when we play heroes. She can even fly like her. How about you guys be friends instead of adopting her?" Hisashi suggested, barely restraining his giggling. "Maybe if you ask Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka very nicely, they'll let you play together again." Izuku's big green eyes instantly turned to the Urarakas. "Can Ochako please come over and play again? She's really nice and can fly and makes Kaken happy. I really want to be her friend, so can you please bring her over to play more?" Hisashi almost immediately knew the Urarakas would agree. He swore his son's puppy eyes could soften steel beams. Combined with both Hitoshi's puppy eyes and Shuto and Katsuki's pleading gazes, they were goners. "There's a park a few streets over, maybe you could have a playdate there," Korobu suggested. "There's a park?" Hitoshi exclaimed. "Where can we go?" "It's a few blocks down the neighborhood," Korobu said. "If it's okay with your dad, maybe I can bring Ochako there next week and all 5 of you can play there for a while." "Dad, sure please." How can I say no to that face?" Hisashi smiled. "Why don't you guys go play for a while longer? We can talk about the park later." There was a chorus of "okay," and then the 5 ran back upstairs. You were right, Yukai laughed, covering her mouth with a hand. They actually asked to adopt her. Yeah, Izuku's the reason we have, Hisashi paused, mentally going over their kids. 5 out of 6 of them. Technically. Wow. When you said you adopted, I never thought it would be so many. Yeah. Hisashi smiled, remembering the hundreds of pictures he had of each child. But I wouldn't have anything different. Katsuki was bored, and he wanted to explore. Thankfully, there happened to be a park they just learned about not too far away. He also happened to have a new brother and his pigeon friend that were willing to go with him. Uncle Sashi had gotten hurt. Nothing too bad, but he had to stay still for a day or two, and Katsuki was already restless from being stuck inside. He couldn't go outside without an adult to watch him. Auntie needed to stay and make sure Uncle Sashi got better, so she couldn't do it. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo didn't want to go out right now either, so Katsuki went to find someone else willing to take him exploring. Tuya said he was okay with supervising Katsuki's trip to the new park, as long as Hawks could come. Katsuki grumbled, but let the stupid pigeon come along. Their first meeting had been interesting. Hawks had introduced himself, tried to hug Katsuki, and gotten singed feathers. Katsuki was still confused on why he didn't have an actual FING name, but it wasn't his place to pry. The red bird landed on their roof while Tuya and Katsuki were waiting outside. Hawks had swooped down, snatched up Tuya and flown him into the air. Katsuki watched in amusement as his older brother, which was still really weird to think about, squawked and clung to his friend. Katsuki wondered when the lovesick idiots would confess already. It was annoying having to hear Tuya lay face down on the couch mumbling about how cute his friend was. It was even more annoying when Fuyumi did the same thing, but with Usajiyama. He had yet to meet the friend who apparently looked like a jackrabbit. Or was it Jacked Rabbit? Katsuki had fled the room after hearing Fuyumi grumble something about that. Once Tuya was on the ground again, they started walking to the park. Hawks led the way, saying he saw where it was when he flew to their house. Katsuki didn't quite trust his directions, but followed anyway. They did eventually make it. After Hawks misdirected them 5 times and Tuya finally demanded the bird fly him into the air to see. Tuya was much better at giving directions than Hawks was. The park was small. It had a playset and swings, but nothing else. Well, there were picnic tables, but he couldn't play on those. What Katsuki was really interested in though were the woods. It looked bigger than the ones at their old park, the one they played at when they were tiny and didn't have quirks. Now Katsuki had a quirk and a much bigger area to explore. Just don't go too far, Tuya told him. Hawks and I will be over here doing homework. Yeah, whatever. Just don't be kissing when I come back. Katsuki turned and walked away, smirking at the sound of the 2 teens sputtering. Maybe they'd finally get their act together now. He took a deep breath when he couldn't see anything but the trees. If he didn't already have an explosion quirk, people might think he had one that was related to nature. Katsuki loved outdoors way more than indoors. Except mosquitoes. Mosquitoes could die a fiery death if they tried to bite him. Katsuki pushed his way farther into the trees. He knew there were houses on the other side, so it wasn't like he'd be especially lost if he couldn't find the park. There also weren't many dangerous wild things, which is why Auntie and Uncle even let him go. The forest felt like a second home to Katsuki. It was peaceful, far from the loudness he was finally getting used to. Though he had to admit, peace and quiet felt just a bit weird now. There was never a quiet moment in the Midoriya's house. Even at night, since Hitoshi had insomnia and all that. A squirrel skittering overhead. Rabbits and lizards rustled the bushes. It didn't scare Katsuki though. He wasn't scared of some tiny FING reptile. Rabbits could be vicious. He liked rabbits. The next sound he heard was most definitely not a rabbit. There was a loud yelp and then a crash. Katsuki stopped, listening for any other sounds. There was one, crying. High-pitched and not from an adult or animal. Katsuki quietly made his way towards the sound. He didn't want to scare whoever it was, so he made sure to watch where he was stepping. He pushed aside one more bush and saw a tree with things hanging in it. Specifically clothes and bags of things that were probably food. So from what Katsuki could gather, someone lived here. The second thing he saw was the person themselves. They were scrunched up at the bottom of the tree, nestled between the roots. They were also bright pink. And small, really FNG small. Like, Izuku-sized small, maybe a tad bit bigger. It was also the person he'd seen save that old lady's cat a few weeks ago. The pink hero. They were crying, that much was obvious. Not especially loud, but they were shaking and Katsuki could hear the sobs. He carefully walked closer, stopping when they shifted. They didn't look up though. Katsuki sat himself on the dirt next to the person. Their head shot up to stare at him and he stared back. They looked away first. The person looked like a girl, but he couldn't be sure since quirks were really FING weird sometimes. Silently, Katsuki offered them a tissue. He carried them everywhere now since moving in with the Midoriyas. All of them were prone to crying a lot. Happy tears, sad tears, that thing is too cute tears, you name it, and it seemed like they cried at it. The person took it, but watched him suspiciously. It was once they looked up that Katsuki actually focused on their eyes. They were black and gold, and only that. The part that's usually white was just as black as their pupil. He thought it looked cool. "Are you hurt?" he asked, trying to not sound too grumbly. It was something Uncle and Izuku said he needed to work on. "No," they stuttered. Katsuki shot them a glare, and they glared right back. He wasn't used to anyone doing that. "I'm fine. Why you can leave? I don't need pity. Ain't pity if you can't walk, you idiot. I can walk just fine, thanks." "Then show me." That made the person pause. "What?" "Show me you can walk, and I'll leave you alone. I wouldn't be a very good hero if I left a homeless person injured in the woods." "I'm not homeless," they said, rolling their eyes. "This is just my treehouse. A treehouse with clothes and food." Katsuki stared at them, unimpressed. "Sure. Fine. I'll show you I can walk, and then you can go back to whatever you were doing." Katsuki huffed, but didn't say anything. He got to his feet just in case he needed to catch them. The pink person shot him a glare, but used the tree roots to push themselves up. Now that they were standing, Katsuki could get a better guess that they were a girl. She also had horns. They looked sort of like hooked pieces of coral more than actual horns though. Maybe there was some sort of water aspect to their quirk. They stood up on both feet and promptly fell into Katsuki. He grunted under the sudden weight and person yelling in his ear. Katsuki didn't fall though. He set the person back on the ground, hoping it was gentle enough. The girl pouted, curling into a ball again. Katsuki sighed, sitting himself next to them once again. "So, how come you live in a stupid tree?" "No house, you already guessed that," she said. Katsuki glanced over at her. It sounded like she was trying not to cry again. "Where are your shitty parents then?" "Haven't unlocked that part of my backstory yet," they joked, shooting Katsuki a smug grin with watery eyes. "But you're right about the shitty part." Katsuki blinked, looking over again. They were most definitely crying now. He thanked the Midoriyas for his newfound want to stop the person from crying. Even if he just didn't know how to. Don't you tell anyone I said this, but I know what having shitty FING parents is like." Really?" Mom yelled. "A lot. Usually at me. Dad did nothing to stop it." Katsuki paused, decidedly not looking over at the pink girl. "Didn't realize that wasn't normal, till Auntie and Uncle took me in." "You don't live with your mom and dad?" "They're dead." Katsuki said it with no emotion. He was finally coming to terms with it, but it wasn't easy to say. He wondered why he was telling this to a homeless person that couldn't be older than him. "I have so many fucking siblings now." "You have siblings?" Good, she didn't sound like she was crying now. Definitely curious though. "One sister, 5 brothers. Live in a house near here now. Tuya brought me here with his real FANG obvious crush. They're both dumber than a bag of bricks." That got the girl to giggle. Katsuki smirked to himself, peered over again. She was sitting cross-legged like him now. "So, what's your name?" he asked. "Mina. What's yours?" "Katsuki Bakugu." The two sat there for a minute, just listening to the sounds of the woods and taking in the sight. Katsuki played with the grass, wondering how Auntie would react to this. Your leg bleeding or is it just sprained? SP sprained, I think. You don't have to stay around me, you know. Like hell. You're more interesting than my siblings are right now anyway. Especially with Flamehead having a flirt off with the pigeon. For some reason, that made Mina start giggling. He raised an eyebrow, or as much as a 7-year-old can. Is your brother crushing on a bird? I know. His nickname is Pigeon because he's stupid like one and has wings. Whoa, cool. Do they have feathers? Yeah, they're red. He can control him if he wants to. If he had bat wings, then together we'd make a whole demon. Katsuki stopped picking at the grass and looked up at Mina. She was staring at the ground, almost unconsciously running a hand over her face and horns. Well, that explains some things. Nah, Katsuki said nonchalantly, going back to playing with grass. Hawks would give it away by laughing. Guess he fits the ugliness for a demon though. And I don't? I have black eyes and horns. Yeah, and you're pink. Demons also don't sit and have conversations like a normal butt person. Mina was gawking at him with her mouth open, like she'd never heard something like that before. Maybe she hadn't, Katsuki found himself thinking. Maybe that was why she was out here in the first place. She looked away when she saw Katsuki staring back. Her cheeks were turning purple, which was cool. Izuku could probably come up with a bunch of reasons why that happened, but Katsuki wasn't worried about that right now. You know, you could come back with me. Mina's head shot up once again, black and gold eyes wide as saucers. Katsuki knew he wasn't good with words, so he hoped that was enough to show what he meant. Feelings were hard. You want you're not, but I'm Dash. You're living in the woods behind a park, he deadpanned. I want to be a hero, one my brother can be proud of. If I'm going to be a hero, I can't just leave you here. But look, I'm a demon. Katsuki felt like he wanted to punch whoever told her that. Like he should just wrap this person he barely knew in a blanket and scream at anyone who dared tell them they were anything but amazing. He grabbed Mina's shoulder, staring directly in her eyes. She blinked first, which was when Katsuki started to speak. You are not a demon. You are a person. If one of us were a demon, it would be me. You're hurt, homeless, and my auntie and uncle adopt a lot of people. I'm taking you home to let auntie look at your ankle. If you want to leave after that you can, but you're coming with me to least let her see it. Mina blinked back tears. Oh, if Dash, he'd made her cry. Katsuki let go of her shoulders, scrambling back a few feet. Sheet, feelings were hard and he essayed at words. Why did he think this was a good idea? Then Mina flung herself towards him, using her one good leg. She buried her face in his side and hugged him. It was weird. Katsuki was getting used to hugs, but this was different. It was nice. He patted her head, not knowing what else to do. Thank you, she sobbed. Thank you. For what? All I said was that you're a person, and that's sort of effing obvious. No one's told me that in a while. And oh, Katsuki very much wanted to punch someone. Specifically the people that had hurt Mina. Is this what Izuku felt when they took in Hitoshi? And the his aims? And would it really be okay? If you brought me with you? You kidding? Pretty sure Fuyumi and Auntie are gonna want to take you shopping or some sheet. Izuku's probably going to drag you into their cuddle pile or something. And there's, Katsuki hesitated, knowing the important meaning connected to what he was about to say. There's a saying we have, no one left behind. We don't leave anyone by themselves if we can help it. I'm not leaving you here. No one left behind, Mina repeated, like she was trying out the words. She smiled, tears mostly gone now. I like it. Yeah. Come on, the pigeon can fly us home. Katsuki knelt down, gesturing for Mina to get on his back. She hopped over and jumped on, clinging tightly. He remembered the way back, mostly, but Mina probably knew how to get out if they got lost. He grinned as they started moving. It was time to go home. Hawks gently dropped the two children on the lawn. Tuya was sprinting after them, mentally cursing how fast his best friend is. And no matter how many times Katsuki hints at it, he will not be confessing anytime soon. Thank you very much. Anyway, Hawks was way too fast. Though if the squeals from the two kids were anything to go by, they were having fun. The pink one was cradled in his arms with Katsuki clinging to his back. Tuya smiled, remembering the exam where Hawks had flown him over the last stretch. How his red wings had made him look like an angel and cutting off that train of thought before he tasted cement. Tuya took a second to try and breathe again once they were in the front yard. The pink kid, Mina, was gently set on the grass. Katsuki practically threw himself off Hawk's back to help her stand. It was sweet, seeing the kid care about someone so much. The most affection Tuya had seen from the Explodo kid was the occasional and slightly hesitant hug. Though he had to admit, this was not how he imagined today going. Who knew they'd be getting another kid so soon after the last one? Katsuki hoisted Mina onto his own back and kicked the door open. Tuya mentally resigned himself to whatever the kid was going to do next. Hawks followed in after them, tucking his wings close so he didn't knock anything over. "Inko, we're back. And we have a guest. In the kitchen," she yelled back. Katsuki immediately walked in that direction. Tuya and Hawks followed close behind, if only to see how this went. Inko turned and saw Katsuki with a pink child on his back. She blinked a few times, before setting the knife she had been using aside. It looked like she was cutting up vegetables for soup. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo were all sitting at the table, staring at the new arrivals. "Kaken, where did you find an angel?" Izuku exclaimed, reinforcing Tuya's theory that the kid was an angel himself. Mina squeaked, and hid her face behind Katsuki's spiky hair. Tuya snorted, moving to take over the food from Inko. She nodded gratefully before hanging up her apron. Tuya remembered the things he had overheard when the children first walked up at the park. Something about the pink child being told she looked like a demon and therefore she was one. He almost considered asking for the name of who to punch. Judging from how protective Katsuki was being, he would join in. Mina was reluctantly set down so she could sit on an actual chair. Inko handed Tuya the knife and went to see what she could do. He kept an ear on what was being said behind him, and one on the doorway to make sure no one would come barging in. "Hello dear, my name is Inko Midoriya. What's your name?" "Mina. Are you his auntie?" "He said you're nice." "Yes, I am Katsuki's aunt. Since he was carrying you, I'm guessing you're hurt." "And not much." "Hurt her ankle," Katsuki said for her. "And she has no house. Can we keep her, auntie?" "Hurt your ankle?" "Oh dear, let me see," Inko said, ignoring the last half of Katsuki's statement for the moment. "It doesn't look broken." "Shudo, can you grab me an ice pack?" "No, not your ice, one of the squishy ice packs in the freezer." "Thank you." Tuya finished chopping the vegetables, allowing him to actually turn around and watch what was happening. Mina was sitting on a chair, holding an ice pack to her ankle that was pulled up onto another chair. Izuku was almost laying on top of the table to get a look, Shudo and Hitoshi both making sure he wouldn't fall and also watching. Katsuki was standing directly beside Mina like a tiny, spiky guard dog. It was adorable. "Why don't you forego play outside so I can talk to Mina?" Inko suggested. "No. I'm staying with her," Katsuki insisted, grabbing Mina's hand and refusing to let go. "He stays," Mina repeated, clinging to his hand. "In kind. Okay then. Tuya, why don't you and Hawks play with the other three in the backyard?" "Sure thing. Come on tiny people, let's see if we can find any soccer ball Natsu hasn't squirreled away to who knows where." The three leapt off their chairs and raced to the back door. Hawks followed with just as much enthusiasm. Tuya turned back before he left the room though. "Want me to get out the extra mattress? I'm sure Fuyumi would love to share the room with another girl." "In a while dear. Go have fun." Tuya smiled at Inko and ducked out of the room. Maybe there was a ball somewhere in the bushes that Natsuo hadn't found yet. His brother lost those things like they grew legs and ran away. Mina didn't quite like this. The instant they landed in that yard she hadn't felt especially safe. Because it was her old house. The one she had survived in. Not really lived. You can only survive, not live, in a place that demands you stay out of sight. But she had Bakugu. Mina was tempted to call him Katsuki or a nickname, but she didn't. She hadn't called someone a name, let alone nickname, in so long. He was safe though, he was like her. They both had had bad parents that were gone now. Only he lived with his aunt and uncle, whereas Mina had no one. She wished her Grammy and Grampy were still alive, but that was a can of feelings she wasn't particular on opening right now. It would bring nothing good. The house had changed so much in the time she'd been away. All the old furniture was gone, and the walls were a different color. Even the floor was different. No more stained carpet and rugs hiding a mountain of dust, replaced with wood. Bakugu led her to the kitchen, which was different too. There was a big table and newly painted cabinets. The room had always been a bit dangerous for Mina, but now it felt bright. Like all the shadows were finally gone from it. The whole house felt like that actually. She was surprised by the sheer number of people she was meeting today. First Bakugu, then his redhead brother and apparent crush. Hawk's wings were really pretty, and he was nice. Flying was fun. Mina wanted to ask why his name was just Hawks, but didn't. She only used her first name too. Then she met Mrs. Midoriya and 3 more boys. One had curly green hair that looked sorta like a bush. The other had wavy purple hair that defied gravity, and the third had red and white hair split down the middle. They were cute. The green-haired one reminded her of a bunny or a puppy. Mina was given an ice pack for her ankle, which she was thankful for. Being flown here was really cool, but it still hurt to walk. Honestly, she was just super lucky Bakugu had found her. Having a hurt leg while living in the woods was not a good idea. Especially when getting money for food and water relied on her doing chores for people in the neighborhood. The boys, other than Bakugu, all went outside to play. Mrs. Midoriya took the seat next to Mina, Bakugu on her other. So, the atmosphere felt slightly heavier now. Mina, was Katsuki right when he said you don't have a home? Mrs. Midoriya asked quietly. She nodded, staring at her leg that was pulled onto a chair. The ice pack was suddenly a lot more interesting than looking up. Are you willing to tell us why? You don't have to if you don't want to. Mina nodded to let Mrs. Midoriya know it was okay. She knew this person wasn't like Mother. She knew that. But her grandparents could only undo so much of what had been done. Mina was still extremely wary of adults, even after months of being away from her parents. Would it be okay if I recorded it then? Mina was officially confused. She finally glanced up, seeing Mrs. Midoriya watching her with an expression Mina had never seen on a grown-up. I guess so? Mrs. Midoriya nodded, taking out her phone and setting it to record. Bakugu was smirking now, and Mina was still very confused. Bakugu must have caught her look, because he leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Auntie's gonna F em up. She's a lawyer. That didn't explain anything, but Mina shrugged and went along with it. She made sure to speak clearly and towards the phone, recording nothing but the ceiling and their words. Mother and father left me, she said, shoving down the instinct to stay quiet and not speak. She was fine here. They could know. They said I was a demon and didn't treat me well. Grammy and Grampy died a while ago, so I don't have a family. Bakugu squeezed her hand, and she squeezed back. It was nice having someone like her to be here. Someone that wasn't scared of her. And how long have you been living by yourself? A few months now. Maybe 3? I do chores for some of the neighbors and they give me money for food and water. Bakugu found me in the woods where I'm living right now. Mina felt numb in all honesty. She thought she would at least be sad at reliving the memories, but she wasn't. Bakugu was here, and Mrs. Midoriya was the kindest adult Mina had met so far. While she had no idea what a lawyer did, the way Bakugu said it made her think they had power. Maybe someone would finally help her. Where did you live before? And where did your parents go? I used to live here. In this house. Mother and father wouldn't tell me where they were moving. I thought I was going with them, so I didn't ask more. The kitchen was quiet, and Mina still refused to look up. She heard Mrs. Midoriya tap her phone, probably turning off the recording if Mina had to guess. Bakugu's grip on her hand was so tight now that it almost hurt. She didn't dare let go though. Not when it was grounding her. Mina jolted when she felt arms wrap around her. She finally looked up, just in time for Mrs. Midoriya to pull her into a hug. For as long as she could remember, no one hugged Mina. They were too afraid of her, both at home and at school. She looked evil, they said. Not someone to touch. especially with her quirk. Quirk for a cursed child. And yet here she is, being hugged by a woman she had just met today and holding hands with another boy she'd just met. She felt the first tears drip down her face. Mina cried. She cried for all the things she'd been missing since her grandparents passed away. For all the horrible things her own mom and dad had done, the things she knew were wrong. She cried for finally having someone not afraid to touch her. "You're all right now, sweetheart," Mrs. Midoriya said gently. "You're safe now. We won't leave you." "No one left behind," Mina and Katsuki whispered together. And Mina knew. She knew they really meant it. Katsuki carried Mina to the couch when Auntie Inko was done. He was wiping tears from his eyes, which he would vehemently deny to anyone who asked about it. Mina didn't ask though. She was crying too, but she was also smiling. A small but happy thing. It was bright like Izuku's smile. He was still in a bit of shock. Mina had lived here in this house. Her room had been upstairs. She knew this place better than they did. It was a really weird thing to think about. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo were outside playing soccer with Tuya and Hawks. Natsuo was still at practice, so they didn't have to worry about him beating them all. Fuyumi was still upstairs. Katsuki should probably go tell her about Mina. She'd come down eventually. Katsuki wasn't about to move far anyway, not with Mina still gripping his hand. "You weren't kidding about having a lot of siblings," was the first thing she said. "That's not even all of them. Natsuo isn't here right now and Fuyumi is upstairs." "Whoa." He shrugged, glancing outside through the glass door. Maybe Mina would do better with Izuku here. Katsuki sure would. "Do you want to meet them?" he asked. Mina smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Katsuki grunted, getting up and opening the door. The game didn't stop, so he made them listen to him. "Mina wants to meet you idiots, so get in here." What? It got their attention. Katsuki retreated from the door to reluctantly go get Fuyumi at Tuya's request. He began running up the stairs right as Izuku barreled through the doorway. He came back downstairs not a minute later, Fuyumi bounding past him. Everyone was sitting around Mina, either on the couch or the floor. Izuku was excitedly rattling off facts on something or other. Katsuki claimed the spot directly next to Mina. "And maybe you can eat metal since you made acid, and maybe that means your stomach acid is stronger so you can eat different things, and it could also mean you need to eat more food, but I don't know about that dash." Mina turned to Katsuki, silently asking what the F was going on. Muttering "Zoo," Hitoshi said, tapping Izuku's arm. "Oh, sorry Mina. I just get really excited about quirks." "No sheet," Katsuki said. "Especially thanks to your own quirk." "Ooh, what quirk do you have?" Mina asked, leaning forward in anticipation. My quirk is analysis. I'm really smart and dash." "Smart's not big enough word," Shudo interjected. "Zoo's like a computer. And I can guess things really good." "So, you're like a human Google?" I guess." Katsuki snorted. He wasn't going to let that name go anytime soon. Far in the future, fans theorize over why the explosive hero called the analytic hero Google. Others wonder why the retaliation was the nickname Pop Rocks. The topic of heroes eventually came up in the form of Izuku asking who Mina's favorite was. Her answer was not what Katsuki expected. "I don't have one." "You don't?" Izuku said, tilting his head like he always did when he was confused. "No. None of them stopped my parents, even after I asked nicely, so I don't have a favorite." "Oh. But why aren't heroes supposed to save people? Why didn't they help you?" Izuku's voice was cracking with the telltale sign of tears. Katsuki sort of wanted to too. No hero helped Mina? Not even when she told them what was happening? Katsuki's desire to explode something increased. "Heroes aren't always good people," Tuya said quietly. They all heard it in the silent room. "We know that better than most. But they're not all bad." "I know," Mina whispered. "Zoo's my hero. Zuka's mine too. Gotta admit, Izuku's my favorite hero too." Tuya laughed, seemingly blind to Hawk's pout. "Same," Fuyumi added, ruffling his already messy green hair. All eyes turned to Katsuki. He groaned, staring at the floor. "Fine. The nerd's my second favorite hero. Oh, Kaken. My favorite still All Might. No one can beat All Might, Izuku agreed solemnly. The living room burst into laughter, a welcome sound after that afternoon's tears. Katsuki found himself smiling as Mina talked enthusiastically with Hitoshi about cats. Maybe he finally had a friend that he had found all on his own. Even if he had brought her home like people normally did with stray animals. Katsuki found that he liked having a friend. A sister. The Midoriya children's faith in heroes started to crack that day. Not splinter or break, no, just a crack. But cracks can grow into chasms. Something was wrong with the world, and they didn't know how to fix it yet. They would one day. In time, they would be amazing. They were going to do great things, the universe whispered in the ears of many. These children saw something broken. And they were going to fix it no matter what.